first time in 38 years I've been sober, and still am suffering from alcoholism. I let somebody stay in my house one night, two guys, and the guy that I lent $5 to, he moved out, still hasn't paid me the $5 yet. The other guy's still in there, and he started using again. He was supposed to move on to the 1st. Today's the 3rd, is it?
That's second, actually.
Second, okay. He got his check. Told him this morning, you gotta go. He got out of my frickin' house by 4:30. Came home, wasn't gone. All his stuff still in my Florida room, so I packed up all his stuff and I put it out on the porch. Now, I experienced the same thing with all this venting that he was doing about Doug, Painter Doug. Painter Doug stole this, and Painter Doug. Well, did you use? Is that what happened last month when you got your check?
Right.
So anyway, it's all about me and not him. I took care of it. I'm not going to use. I just needed to vent, and I came here for a good meeting to learn. I think we're on the 5th step now, but if we're on the 4th, that's okay. And that's it.
Cool.
Thanks for letting me share.
Yeah, now we got a clear slate now.
Yeah. Thanks, Ricky.
No, thank Doug. Doug's in charge.
Thank you, God.
Okay, announcements for the good of AA. All right, so last week we left off on step 4, list 2. Remember that to recap where we've been, we made a decision to turn our lives over to God. And I know some people split hairs when it's not, you don't turn your life over to God, you turn it over to the care of God. I don't know what that means. All I know is I surrendered my life to God, and I said to myself, every minute of the rest of my life is going to be spent in service of God, and I have not had the obsession since. However, untreated alcoholism will creep into your life. Without this resentment list and the harms done others, tonight we're going to do the harms done others list. It's on page 67, about halfway down the page, referring to the list again.
Which column is that?
This is not a column, this is a list. The first list had 3 columns in it. And I know what you're saying, that there is a flyer going around from Hazelton or the Big Book Seminar, and they call this column 4 and 5. But I'll tell you why it's not column 4 and 5. What the man taught me, he said, the reason this is not a part of your resentment list, even though he says referring to the list again, what he's saying here is referring to the list again, you're going to get the names off of that list of the people that you would hurt. And the reason being that this is a different list is because there's a different spiritual solution to be applied to it. We have 4 separate lists, but 3 spiritual solutions. Actually, we have 4, but step 5 is sort of a step in all itself. You know, it's the admission to God, to ourselves, and to another human being is to a spiritual solution. But these spiritual solutions that we're looking at outlined in the 4th step, actually step 5 is outlined in this paragraph right here. Step 5 and step 8 are also referenced in this paragraph here. So we're going to read this paragraph, and in the middle of the page here, he says referring to the list again. So what you would do is turn back to the page before this on 65. And you're going to see the names on that list. And he's only got 4 names there. Mr. Brown, Mrs. Jones, my employer, my wife. And both the sponsors I had were a little different. The first sponsor I had said, write everybody's name down. Write down your mother and your father, and you said, don't sit around and think about how angry you are or what you were angry about, or just write down all their names first. The family members, brother, sister, cousins, uncles, ex-girlfriends, ex-wives, wives, girlfriends, whatever. All those people. Also, along with cops, politics, religion, race, government, stuff like that. Anything that you could be angry about. My second sponsor said, just write down what you're angry about right now. If there's any anger that you're carrying around right now, you got to get rid of that anger. That's the point behind this. The point is that if you have any anger in your life at any given time, that you have to apply the spiritual solution to that. And the spiritual solution is not make a list and then walk away from it. The spiritual solution is at the top of this page 67. We went over that last week. We will refer to this spiritual solution of forgiveness repeatedly throughout the rest of the steps also. Actually, step 6 and 7 is, remember we went over this last week, although he's in this paragraph, he's talking about how to forgive, and he's given us almost 2 whole paragraphs on how to forgive. What that is a reference to step 6 and 7, and you can easily see that by thinking, what step is it that I ask God to remove my anger? What step is it that I ask God to remove my character defects or shortcomings, whatever? He says something different in each one of them steps, but he's talking about the same exact thing. He's talking about this anger. How do I get rid of this anger? Through forgiveness in step 6 and 7, along with the admission in step 5 and the list of step 4. All of these things come together to become our spiritual solution. And remember that a spiritual solution includes all 3 of these aspects: ourselves, another human being, and God. If God's not in there, if it's just you and somebody else, it's a human solution. It is not a spiritual solution. We have to have God's help. Remember what he said last week when we were reading step 3 a couple of weeks ago, is we could not reduce our self-centeredness much by wishing or trying on our own power. We have to have God's help. We can. Sure.
Just before we go any further now, like you said, you bracket those 3 things. What about an atheist? How would you work with an atheist, not an agnostic kind of guy? Like your 3 things you just listed.
Yeah.
You got yourself an atheist, an agnostic, or whatever. What would you substitute?
Well,
If anything, a spirit, an unknown entity, or how would you explain it? How would you do it?
Most of the people in the chapter, we agnostics, is a lot of stuff in there. Is a lot of details. And what the chapter we agnostics says is that they became converts, yeah. Is that they used to be agnostics. They used to be atheists. So the idea is all that is required is that you become willing to believe that there's something there and pray to whatever it is you think is there. You know, most of the people that I've come across, Angelo, really do believe that there's some power. It's the word, it's that 3-letter word, God or religion, that they're really struggling with. And they somehow they don't make a separation between that.
That's what I run into.
Yeah.
And trying to explain to them,
Well, here's what the man told me was, have them pray to whatever they think is there. No matter, they got to believe that they have to be willing to believe that there's something there, or we can't work with them. Because something like okay, but the idea is that if you do the steps the way that they're outlined and ask whatever it is that you believe may or may not be there, you will get to results. That through the process of working the steps, most people do, and I have to admit, part of my recovery has been in hindsight. I look back on it and say, wow, something has happened here. You can't deny it. So that's what I explain to other people and that's what in the I think it was the chapter There Is a Solution. He mentions the bridge of reason does not lead to the land of faith. That you must take the action, you must take the leap of faith in order to get it. If you contempt prior to investigation, if you go, well, that shit ain't gonna work for me, without even trying it, then there's no hope for you. But if you give it a shot, that's what I tell them. I've only run into like one atheist person in all the years I've been working with people. And there's, like I said, several people I've had, though, do say, I don't know if there's anything there or not. I say, well, we just keep working. But I've only had one guy who actually said he was an atheist. Hey, Jim.
I kind of had the same kind of question as Angela had. I believe that there's some kind of spirit or God, whatever I choose to call Jesus Christ, God. I believe that. I believe I'm sitting here because of that. And that's all I need is just to believe. Is that what you're telling me? All I gotta do is believe that there is something. And that'll help me get through
Yeah.
what you're talking about.
Well, something that you should not miss is that there are spiritual solutions and there are directions on how to apply these things. Like we read last week, I don't know if you were here, but the top paragraph on this page is the how to forgive. It's precise directions on how to forgive another person. And you... Yeah, it's primarily it's first you have to recognize the anger. You have to write it down on a piece of paper. You have to share it with another human being in step 5. You have to, what does he say here? He says, we realize that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. So part of this is my perception of these people that I'm angry with. That's one of the things that I've been trying to explain to people over the years, is that over the years I've been applying this forgiveness, and today I see everybody like a lost child in Walmart running through the aisles screaming for his mommy. Only it's not mommy anymore, it's God. And that's the way I perceive everybody. No matter how big and strong or together they seem, that's just the way I see everybody now. Because I don't know how to... I don't know. Like he says here, we realize that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick, and they, like ourselves, were sick too. It's just a simple matter of I see everybody just like me. They don't have the courage to admit that they're without God I am nothing. That was Bill Wilson's words.
So, like, if I had a problem today, that needed to be addressed because
Of anger. And don't forget the part where you ask God to help. He says many people refer to this as the 4th step prayer, but like I said, that's not the way I learned it. The 4th step prayer says asking God to help me from being angry, but if you'll look, step 7 is the step where you ask God to remove these things. So throughout these pages of the 4th step, he's constantly making references to other steps, like where he says we admitted our wrongs honestly and we're willing to set these matters straight. That's a reference to step 8. We admitted our wrongs honestly is step 5. Willing to set these matters straight, step 8. We turn our attention to helping others. We ask him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what he would have us be. That's a reference to step 12. Over here he says we treat sex as we would any other problem. In meditation, we ask God. That's step 11. In meditation, asking God. All throughout the pages of this 4th step here, he's explaining to us how the other steps interact with the 4th step inventory. Is how you're not just making a list of what you're angry about. You have to face these things and to be rid of them. And the spiritual solutions are the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. Well, this is the way I've understood it, Jim. It's not like I'm going to explain to you the spiritual solution and voila, you got it. This is something you got to practice, like some guy who plays baseball for a living. They got to practice every day. And through the process of practicing these spiritual principles in all your affairs, you're going to intuitively know how to handle these situations which used to baffle you. Which, you know what that, you can understand that the way I understood it from what the psychiatrists say is that what we're dealing with here are things that are operating below the level of conscious thought. Okay, let's say that you are angry, and you're like a rageaholic, and you're screaming at everybody. Did you make a conscious decision to become that person? No, you are reacting to what's happening to you in your life. Turning back to the list where we just came from, that's 3rd column where he says, you were just mentioning columns. The 3rd column says that it affects my sex relations, self-esteem, security. It's rooted in fear. Bracketed alongside every word is the word fear there. And you have to know that no one makes a conscious decision to do these things. What we're saying is that I have never learned through the process of growing up or the people that I was around, I never learned how to deal with anger through forgiveness. My solution to anger was a heated exchange, usually followed by some kind of physical confrontation or another. That was my way of dealing with anger. I never knew how to forgive. I never knew that forgiveness was the key to being free of anger. Yeah.
Because I was so...
You know what may help you, Jim, too, is to know that your anger is rooted in fear. Whatever it was you were angry about, that was... You know what I see today? I see the most angry person I can find, and I see the most afraid person. I don't see anger as... Anger today is fear. You remember what I was telling you about the kid running through Walmart yelling for mommy?
I know what it's about money, financial, and fear of not being able to pay this bill or do this or do that.
Know that fear is the driving force behind the obsession for the first drink. Fear is the spiritual sickness that we have. Fear is the driving force behind the obsession for the first drink. When you say, out of nowhere comes this obsession for that first drink, and I can't combat it. It just, like a robot, I head for it, and I take a drink, and that's it. Or fill in the blank. I take a pill, I I smoke a whatever, you know. But here's the thing, is it's important to understand that this fear is not something that we make a conscious decision to do. No one sits down and goes, man, I'm going to be scared about this. That's what I'm going to do. Once again, you are running on an instinct for self-preservation, and this instinct for self-preservation is the root cause of that obsession for that first one. And you just have to trust that when people that have been here before you say that this fear is also rooted in self. All fear is based in self, and we get out of self by doing for others and not expecting in return. That is the whole program. Is we're gonna write down. This is the number one manifestation, the most common manifestation of anger, of self, right here. As he puts it, remember, were you here last week? I don't remember. Remember the words that we use in the middle of the page on 64. He says, we did exactly the same thing with our lives. We took stock honestly. First, we searched out the flaws in our makeup which caused our failure to do God's will in the first place. Here in step 3, you made a decision to surrender to turn your life over to God, okay? What's been keeping you from doing that? He says, we're gonna search out the flaws in our makeup which caused our failure to do God's will in the first place, and being convinced that self manifested in various ways was what had defeated us, we considered its common manifestations. This anger and the fear and the guilt that you have when we get to this list we're getting to today, these are the primary things that block us from God. And from these 3, if you'll read in this next paragraph here, he says resentment is the number 1 offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else, and from it stem all forms of spiritual disease. So we don't have to look for hundreds of defects of character or shortcomings or whatever you want to call them. We're only looking for these 3 because from these 3 stem all forms of spiritual disease. You understand that? So essentially what I've learned over the years is why this is short and sweet, and it's not this long, drawn-out, complicated list that I see some people coming up with these days. You know, a life story, if you would. And it even says life story when you get to the 5th step, but you can clearly see that that's not what this is. But back to where we were, we're looking at this step 4 list too, okay? There are 4 lists in the 4th step of these most common manifestations of self, okay? And it's important to know that what we were just talking about, that no one makes a conscious decision to... Many of the harms that we're going to see in this list were done out of fear, out of self, okay? That I was afraid for myself in some form or another, and because of that, I stole from people that I cared about. I did things and I said things that hurt the people that I cared about, and I never really wanted to do that. I did it because out of my addiction or my alcoholism. But anyway, back to this. He says, referring to that list again, the same list that we just made with all those names, putting out of our minds the wrongs others had done, we resolutely look for our own mistakes. Now, we got these questions here that we're going to be answering. And these are not like yes and no questions. These are questions that are meant to be answered with an answer, or not like an actual, imperative answer with some kind of meat and potatoes to it. Not, yes, I was angry, or yes, I was selfish. And he asks these questions. For each one of those names, you're going to say, where had I been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? So you're going to look for where you were dishonest. Where did you lie to any of these people? Did you steal from them? Did you unjustifiably arouse jealousy? That's out in the list of harms done others sexually. Now, the harms done others sexually, which would be like your wives, ex-wives, girlfriends, ex-girlfriends, would be, this list in a couple of pages. So you're going to leave those off of this list. It doesn't actually tell you that, but as we read through the next page, you'll see that the women are on a separate list. And the reason that I'm told that it was a separate list was because that they're the closest relationships that we'll have in our lives. Like you live with a woman for 8 or 10 years, but you worked for that guy for 3 months when you took his tools or something like that. So it's a different category altogether. Okay, so these are the questions you answer. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? Though a situation had not been entirely our fault, we tried to disregard the other person involved entirely. Now remember that the reason that this is not column 4 and 5, and I've seen those lists, I've been around a while, those lists, they fail to take into consideration the spiritual solutions. And I have seen those lists make a reference to forgiveness, but they they fail to point out the importance of it. It's almost like they mention the way to forgiveness as I don't know, sort of lackadaisically, half-assed, whatever you want to. They really don't stress the importance of that like I do, because, I mean, it seems to me that the most important thing we're trying to do here is the application of these spiritual solutions in our life every day. Forgiveness, making amends, and faith in God, and the admission in step 5. These are the most important things in our lives. And without that, I mean, what's the point of the inventory? It says clearly we got to face these things that are blocking us from God, and we have to be rid of these things that are blocking us from God. So making the list, I can't tell you how many years I was in sobriety when I thought the 4th step was just you write it down and you tell it to somebody, and it was magically, whoof, there it went. It was gone, They were just...
Actually, it's like an abscess on your ass. You just keep reoccurring.
Yeah. But the 5th step is not the only solution to these problems. We have to apply forgiveness. Anyway, so we tried to disregard the other person involved entirely. Where were we to blame? That's like the 5th question in that. See a question mark there? The inventory was ours, not the other man's. When we saw our faults, we listed them. We placed them before us in black and white. Now, that's the end of that list. So it's pretty simple. You're going to, on this step forward list 2, you're going to refer to that same list again and take the names off of that list of the people that some of those people may not be on this list. Everybody that you're angry with may not be somebody. Because down at the bottom of the page here, he does make a reference to part of this solution to this anger is to see that maybe they were retaliating against us for something that we had done. And although that's not the idea, that's not the path of forgiveness, it's easier to forgive them just to see when they're just they're doing the same thing we're doing. They're feeling threatened by somebody else and afraid for themselves, and they retaliate. So here's the reference to step 5 I was just mentioning. We admitted our wrongs honestly. That's a reference to step 5. And we're willing to set these matters straight. That's a reference to step 8. Where he just says we're willing to set these matters straight. He doesn't say then we went out and set them straight. That's a reference to step 9, which that reference to step 9 is in here. It's a couple of pages over here. So this next paragraph is a transitional paragraph between the 2 lists that we had just come from, the resentment list and the harms done others list. And remember that there's a difference between why are these lists separated like this? Because there's a different spiritual solution to be applied to this particular, as he puts it, most common manifestation of self. The most common manifestation of self that is anger, the number 1 is forgiveness, is the spiritual solution to be applied to that. And when we make a list of the harms that we had done others, we're looking to get to the guilt that we have associated with lying, cheating, stealing, and doing things that hurt other people. So there's a different spiritual solution to this list, and that is the 9th step, amends, step 8 and 9. When we make amends for these harms that we had done these other people, we are free of the guilt. And once again, remember that no one makes a conscious decision to get angry. It's an almost instantaneous reaction to being threatened by something someone else is doing. As I learned, it's an instinct that operates below the level of conscious thought. And we're trying to get to that conscious thought in the back of that. You're trying to get into the subconscious human. That's one of the things that the psychiatrists write about in that book, Comes of Age. There's a lot of good. There's only about 10 or 12 pages in there, but it's a lot of good stuff in there. And Bill Wilson even wrote, he said that the psychiatrist, or the study of the inner workings of the subconscious human mind plays a vital role to Alcoholics Anonymous. And what he's saying, and in that statement there, the study of the inner workings of the subconscious human mind is saying, is why do I react with anger and I have no control over it? I don't know if you guys have seen anybody who's like a real rageaholic. You can see that they are out of control and they have no control over this anger. Why is it that it just out of nowhere comes the inner workings of my subconscious mind sets me off? And the same thing with this fear and the guilt, okay? Nobody makes a conscious decision to feel guilty for what you've done. It's just the way it is. It's part of this subconscious human mind that we're trying to reteach. And I always make a reference to that one quick little statement in the 9th step promises where he says that we will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. There rises the question, here you are in the 9th step, and there's this promise of the 9th step that says we will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. You can ask that question, what situations is he talking about? He's talking about the guilt that you feel for having harmed other people. That, you know, when I first got sober, if you'd have flat out asked me, do you feel any guilt for stealing and doing the things that you did to those people, I'd have said, probably not. I don't know. I don't think I do. I believe some of the people had it coming. To hell with them, you know, something along those lines. But the truth of the matter is, you don't make a conscious decision to feel guilty. If you do something that hurts somebody, you feel guilty, and that's all there is to it. Unless you're like some kind of sociopath or something. And I believe there are some true sociopaths in this world who have little or no care for what they do. But for myself, there is guilt involved in when I harm other people. So I must make amends to these people, and many of these amends are a lifetime of amends. But anyway, back to what we were getting at here was the spiritual solution in this second list is for making amends for the harms that we had done others. And then we got another spiritual solution for this next list that's coming up. The spiritual solution to the fear list, which we're coming up on here, is faith in God. Okay, now you see how the reason we're not calling these part of the same, you know, column 5, column 6, column 7. There's only 3 columns that he has on the resentment list. And once again, I'm making a reference to that flyer that a lot of you guys have probably seen out there at some point or another, where they actually call this paragraph that we just read, column 4 and 5, of the resentment list. And I was told by another man, a smart man, I believe, that says this is not column 4 and 5. And you can clearly see that because on that other page there is no column 4 and 5, okay? The last column says that it affects my, and then he has the fear of bracketed alongside each one of those fears that he has. Resentments that he has. Now, the reason for this fear thing is it's important to see that, remember back to the statement we just made, that fear is the driving force behind the obsession for the first drink. When out of nowhere comes the obsession in the back of my mind that says, you can have one this time. Hey, you've been good. It's been 2 weeks. Or somebody plops down an ice cold beer on a hot day and I reach for it and don't think twice about it. Where does that come from? That comes from fear. And that's why we're making these lists. That this next paragraph is a statement that says that all anger is based in fear. When he's telling us, notice that the word fear is bracketed alongside the difficulties with Mr. Brown, Mrs. Jones, the employer, and the wife. He's essentially saying, go back to the, what's up, buddy?
I have a question. You said that someone puts down an ice cold beer on a hot day, but you're not angry. I mean, maybe I'm missing something here, but I'm not angry. It's just a hot cold day, and automatically, like instinct, I pick it up and just struggle down that beer. But I'm not angry. It was just a hot day. No.
Yeah. Well, once again, this list we're reading right now, this paragraph we're reading right now is telling us that there is a driving force behind that anger, too. Fear is the driving force behind that anger. Turn back to the page, turn back to that list we just came from, and look at the list where he says, I am resentful at Mr. Brown. The cause of the resentment is that he's paying attention to my wife. He told my wife and my mistress, and Brown may get my job at my office. And it affects remember, this is what we're saying here, is no one makes a conscious decision to get angry or be afraid. He is essentially saying that it's affecting his sex relations and his self-esteem, and it is rooted in fear. That fear is the driving force behind the resentment that he has at Mr. Brown. He's afraid he's going to get his wife, and he may get his job at the office, too. This guy, this Mr. Brown fellow, is going to take literally half his life away right here, his job and his wife right off the... And then what? Then he looks down here and he says that he's angry with Mrs. Jones because she had her husband committed, and he's my friend. She's a gossip. And at some point there, he's afraid of something that some power that this woman has over him. It's affecting his personal relationships.
How does that relate to transcending to just unconsciously? Okay, let me rephrase that.
Right, I
Just
understand.
subconsciously reaching for a cold beer, but if you had this instilled in your mind, that would never present itself. Is that correct? That idea.
Well, from
You were shown for it. That's, I guess, what you.
from what I understand,
Even though it's a hot day, the ice cold
Yeah.
beer, you say, hey, wait a minute, I can't go.
well, here's the thing that I'm getting at. You can say I can't go there, and like I say a lot is, I made a firm resolution and a decision to never take another drink as long as I live.
Well,
and I drank anyway.
This would be a
You
hot
understand
sunny
that?
day, the ice cold beer, hey man, here's a beer.
Yeah, but here's what I'm telling you is there is a driving force behind when you it's almost like a blackout. For me, it was like a blackout. I would look down and see a beer in my hand and go, holy crap, I'm drunk again. How did this happen? You understand that? I never actually, some people say, well, I made a decision to go get drunk. Well, then you and I are at different places in our recovery because I made a decision, a firm resolve. I swore on my own life that I was not going to take another drink, and I was drunk. It didn't matter. You understand? And what I'm saying here, what they're saying here is that fear is painful. To live a life of being afraid, now that I know that this resentment is based in fear, and the harms that I had done others was out of fear, and I'm looking now at the fears list. We're getting into the fears list here. What we're saying here is if you live a life that is full of fear, it's a painful life, and that you can anesthetize that pain with alcohol. Alcohol is a painkiller. It's a great, what do they call it? The great... Essentially what you're doing is you're anesthetizing the pain of all that fear that you're feeling. Because once again, when no one's making a decision to be afraid, okay? And back to the how it works, where he says, usually those who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. For me, what that meant was when I looked at this, I said, you know what? I think they're right. It's this fear that's driving me. And then I get somebody that I'm working with, and they go, oh, I ain't got no fear. I ain't nothing. Oh, no, this ain't me. And then a week later, they're drunk. And I see right off the bat, I go, I was capable of saying that I believe this. And I believe that this fear is at the root of my obsession. I was an angry person when I came in. I was a screaming demon. I used to yell. I had a job where I had like 15 guys that were working under me. And I thought it was my job to scream at every one of them as much as I could every day. Little did I know, I looked like a maniac out there, you know. But anyway, back to this. Notice that the word fear, this paragraph is telling us it's a transitional paragraph between the resentment list, the harms done others list, and the fears list, okay? So think of this paragraph as a sort of an intermediate paragraph between anger, guilt, and fear paragraphs here. He's saying this short word somehow touches about every aspect of our lives. It is an evil and corroding thread. The fabric of our existence was shot through with it. It set in motion trains of circumstances which brought us misfortune we felt we didn't deserve. But did not we ourselves set the ball rolling? Now, remember what he said at the beginning of that paragraph. Notice that the word fear is bracketed alongside the difficulties. He's essentially telling us that all this anger that we felt is really just the most noticeable form of fear in our lives. If the grouch and the brainstorm were the terms that he used on this other page, where he says, the grouch and the brainstorm were not for us. They may be the dubious luxury of normal men, but for alcoholics these things are poison. Essentially what he's saying is that the more angry that I am when I'm screaming at somebody, the more afraid I am, because this anger is rooted in fear. It is the driving force. Huh?
In other words, you encompass fear. There's a million different definitions. Forms of it.
Yeah, but we're going to stick to these three primary forms that we're saying here on the premise that from these three stem all the other subforms. And by bringing these three under control with these three spiritual solutions that we have, all the other subforms of self will follow and be into their right place on the premise that they stem from these three. From anger, guilt, and fear stem all the other subforms of self, he says. From it stem all forms of spiritual disease at the beginning of the resentment list. Okay? So, sometimes we think fear ought to be classed with stealing. It seems to cause more trouble. Now, he's not very clear on the fears list other than to say that we put them on paper. And this little paragraph that he gives us in this fears list, the way that I've experienced it and reading some of the other literature, is that what he's doing here is at the time there was a lot of psychiatrists working with alcoholics, okay? And the psychiatrists failed to sober up any alcoholics. And this paragraph is a sort of a reference to the way that psychiatrists were trying to work with alcoholics at the time. You see, what he says here is, we'll read the paragraph and I'll do my best to explain it from the way I understand it. He says, we reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper. Now, obviously, that's pretty clear, putting them on paper and not thought about it in our head, okay?
68 on the top.
68 at the top, the fears list. We've just finished that transitional paragraph about all anger being, okay? And he says, we reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper. And many people I've heard in the past said that this is a reference to that anger, that resentment list, okay? And even, he says right here, he says, even though we had no resentment in connection with them. So stop right there with that period and stop and take a look at that sentence that we just read. He's saying we reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper, even though we had no resentment in connection with them. So this is a completely separate list from that resentment list. This is a separate list from the harms done others list. And essentially, the way I learned to make this list was to just write down what it is that you're afraid of. And it's the same thing for everybody. I'm afraid of getting drunk. I'm afraid of getting sick. I'm afraid of dying. I'm afraid of being alone. I'm afraid of getting old. I'm afraid of being broke. I'm afraid of being homeless. Those are the same fears that all human beings have for self-preservation, almost. Remember, in the 12 and 12, he speaks a lot of instincts in there. And Bill Wilson does make a big reference to the fact that we're talking about instincts that are controlling our lives instead of us trying to control our instincts, which is essentially what we're trying to do here. By making a list of these things, we're going to teach ourselves subconsciously how to deal with anger in the future. And for me, this is how it looks. For me, I used to, if somebody did something that made me angry, like I said, we'd get in some kind of verbal exchange, usually followed by some kind of physical confrontation, and that was the way that I dealt with anger. But I will intuitively know how to handle situations, which used to baffle me, means that over the period of time I find things that I'm angry about, I apply the spiritual solution to forgiveness, and I practice that principle in all my affairs of forgiveness when I'm angry, and then over the period of time I will learn how to deal with that anger, and subconsciously. I won't have to stop and think, like this is, early on I had to go, oh, I'm angry, I got to put this on paper, and I got to apply forgiveness to it. You understand what I'm saying? I'm doing this action. But over the period of time, weeks, months, years, decades, it becomes a second nature. I teach my subconscious mind how to deal with that anger through forgiveness without having to stop and say, oh, I'm angry. I got to write this down, share it with another human being and God, apply the spiritual solution of forgiveness, turn my attention to helping others and thinking of others. It becomes a second nature. You understand what I'm saying there? When he says that we will intuitively know how to handle these situations, that is a reference to practicing these principles and teaching my subconscious mind, which before now has been undisciplined. My subconscious mind, when somebody threatens me, goes off the deep end, and I'm angry, and I'm out of control. But now I'm going to learn how to control this thing and teach my subconscious mind how to handle these situations. And so, too, with this fear here. With this fears list, remember, the fears list is a simple, I'm afraid of dying, I'm afraid of being broke, I'm afraid of being homeless. So here we are, he says, and this second half of this paragraph is a reference to what the psychiatrists had taken alcoholics to a certain point, and they couldn't help us anymore. That's when Bill Wilson picks up and says that's when we bring in religion. Alcoholics Anonymous is born of psychiatry, religion, and medicine. Medicine, like Silkworth, taught us that, the fatal nature of our disease, that we have an allergy, we develop the obsession, and once we take that first drink, we get that allergy that sets up, and there's no other way of looking at it. And then psychiatry brings us to this part here where he says, this is part of one of the things that he says, we asked ourselves why we had them. So that's a simple question. I ask myself, why do I have these fears? But then he answers the question right behind it. He says, he's not asking you to answer the question with the fears that you've written down, because he's giving you the answer right behind it here. He says, we asked ourselves why we had these fears. Wasn't it because self-reliance failed us? Self-reliance was good as far as it went, but it didn't go far enough. Some of us once had great self-confidence, but it didn't fully solve the fear problem or any other. When it made us cocky, it was worse. So from my experience, that's a reference to the fact that, I think psychiatry was like 100 years old or something at the time Bill wrote this. It had been about 100 years, which is relatively new, you might say, as far as like medicine might go.
Did the Oxford group get into religion too deep, and that's why they wanted to split up?
Yeah, I think Bill had made a reference to the absolutes that nobody was. If they did, they were lying, and that was dishonesty. Yeah. Yeah, absolute purity, absolute honesty, and And that's why he says we claim spiritual progress, not spiritual perfection.
So they
But
were-
anyway.
So they were prescribing medicine then? Psychiatrists were prescribing medicine?
Bill Wilson did LSD in sobriety. In Bill's story, Pass It On, he spent several years on LSD.
No, I didn't know that one either.
Dude, LSD was a psychotropic drug where they said, like today, they got Prozac and whatever the other stuff is. They go, here, try this, try that. You know,
Then they give Xanax too to calm it down besides, yeah.
well, that was LSD when it was originally developed. Was the psychiatrists were trying it, and it worked on quite a few people too.
Did it obviously work
Hey.
on him though?
Gary Grant, all these guys.
Did it work on him?
Yeah, Bill says he had an immense spiritual experience from it. Yeah.
Fuck, so would I.
Wow, when I
Well,
took it,
and remember, it was not a drug. It was
Mind-altering drug at that time?
until 1973 was when they classed all those drugs illegal. It was President Nixon that made Class A, Class B, and Class C drugs, and before that, that was almost up in the air as to whether it was illegal or not. Yeah, Nixon. It was Nixon that said that the Class A is over the counter, Class B is prescription, and Class C is of no medical purpose whatsoever.
You're telling me
This
that
is the ones that we all do.
LSD was you couldn't get pop selling LSD?
Well, you couldn't get
The
pop-
doctors were prescribing it.
prescribing it.
The psychiatrists were prescribing it to their
Like,
patients
now
to
they're
help them.
Prescribing real dog marijuana, and
Well, yeah.
depending on the patient's.
Marijuana's already been classed as a no useful purpose whatsoever, a Class C. Yeah. But anyway, back to so these next two paragraphs, you know what? We'll get to these next two paragraphs next week. It's a reference to step 12, and it's a reference to faith in God. And we'll try to finish up these couple of pages after this next week. Anyway.
Stopping it perhaps then?
Yeah, perhaps there's a better way, which is this whole next two paragraphs is how to have faith in God, or a reference to step 12, chapter 7, working with others. Okay. All right, so this is our big book meeting, and we're on page 68 tonight. I'm an alcoholic. My name's Doug. My sobriety date is August 17th, 1990. A little over 20 years, 3 months, 4 months, something like that. All right, so page 68 is knee-deep into the fourth step. The fourth step begins on page 64 and goes to page 71. 7 pages. 7 pages make up the fourth step. And to review where we've been the last couple of weeks, page 64 at the top tells us that our liquor was but a symptom. Our liquor was but a symptom, so we had to get down to the causes and conditions. And this fourth step is a strenuous effort to face and to be rid of the things in ourselves which had been blocking us from God's will. Remember, we're going to jump back a step and look at the third step and say, okay, you made a decision to turn your will and your life over to the care of God. And what the fourth step is a search to find what it is that's keeping you from doing God's will, okay? If you'll look at that third paragraph down from the top, he's going to tell us. He says, in reference to this inventory, that the guy who owns a business has to take an inventory of what's on the shelves in order to have a successful business, he says, we did exactly the same thing with our lives. We took stock honestly, and first we searched out the flaws in our makeup, which caused our failure. Caused our failure to do what? To do God's will in the first place. We made a decision to do God's will is a pretty much an acknowledgement that we haven't been doing God's will up to that point. Okay, so we're going to search out the flaws in our makeup, which caused our failure to do God's will in the first place. And now he says, being convinced that self manifested in various ways, and we have been looking at the different ways of self that he has outlined with us. Anger is the number one form of selfish, self-centered behavior. We looked at that a couple of weeks ago. Guilt is one of the top 3 forms of selfish, self-centered behavior. If you'll look at the next paragraph down, he says that, and this is the idea behind why we're only going to be looking at these 3 things, okay? And there may be hundreds of defects of character. There may be hundreds of shortcomings out there for us to have in our lives. But as alcoholics and our recovery system here, what we're going to do is we're going to focus on these 3 primary And this is what he calls them in this paragraph, the third paragraph from the top on 64. Being convinced that self manifested in various ways was what had defeated us, we considered its common manifestations. So what we're looking for in the fourth step are, we find that there are three of them as we look through here. We are looking for the three most common manifestations of self that block us from receiving and doing God's will. Now that we've made a decision to do God's will, that is what the moral inventory is. The words moral inventory had me stumped for some time, and I was too embarrassed to tell anybody. So I find it important to throw that out there, that it was just a college word that he used, a moral inventory. He could have said an inventory of the most common manifestations of self, because that's what it says here. We're looking for the most common manifestations of self that block us from a life of self-sacrifice for others. Remember, back in Bill's story is where he gave us the most clear definition of what we think God's will is for us. And it may take many variations, but the general idea, the general basic idea that God's will is that we live our life in sacrifice of others and do things for others and expect nothing in return. That's the key to sobriety, is thinking of my life as from this point on as being lived in sacrifice for others. I have no other reason to live except to do what God wants me to do, which is to think and do things for others without expecting in return. So what's keeping me from doing that is, a couple of weeks ago we went over resentment or anger. Anger is the number one, and what I was getting at a minute ago is where he says, from this anger, fear, and guilt stem all other forms of spiritual disease. And what we're going to be seeing here is we're not just looking to find these things that block us from God. We have actual spiritual solutions that we're going to apply to them, okay? And a couple of weeks ago, we went over anger. We make a list of what we're angry about, and we apply the spiritual solution to anger. And the difference between a spiritual solution and a human solution is that we bring all three of these aspects into play. Ourselves, God, and another human being, all three of those aspects are required for it to be a spiritual solution. If there's only you and the person involved and there's no God, then it's a human solution. If it's only taking place in your head and not manifesting in the actions in your life, and action is a part of each one of these too. Our spiritual solutions require action. Forgiveness. You say, how does forgiveness have action? Number one, I'll tell you what. It's only like 2 paragraphs. The paragraph for forgiveness is on page 66 at the bottom. I'm going to read for about half the meeting. We'll open up the floor for open discussion. I don't want to sit up here and it doesn't do my ego any good either to ramble on all the time. But anyway, at the bottom of page 66, one of the things that Bill Wilson did here was he tells us what the problem is, and then immediately he tells us what the solution is. But this is the 4th step, and it's in the 7th step that we ask God to remove these defects of character. So essentially what you're seeing here is a reference to the 7th step, okay? It's out in step 7 that we're going to ask God to help us be free of that anger and apply the spiritual solution. But here is one of the most clear. Many people refer to this as the 4th step prayer, but it's not. If you'll stop and think about it, it doesn't take but a relatively intelligent person to say it's not in the 4th step that I ask God to remove my defects of characters. It's clearly stated in steps 6 and 7, the 2 steps. 6 is get ready for 7, 7 is do 7. 8 is get ready for 9, 9 is do 9. There's really nothing to do in them. We'll get to that when we get there. But this is how to forgive when you're angry. At the bottom of the page, he says, we saw these resentments must be mastered, but how? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. So essentially what he's saying here is when I'm angry, I have to have God's help to get rid of this. I could not wish this away any more than alcohol. And I remember, I tried to wish alcohol away for several years, and it didn't work. I mean, if you guys are real alcoholics like me, you know that what we're saying here is if you're angry, and this anger is dominating your life, you can't just sit down somewhere and go, oh, that's it, I'm not going to be angry anymore. Any more than you could say, well, that's it, I'm not going to drink anymore. You are powerless to get rid of this anger. We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. This was our course. So he's telling us how to get rid of anger here, which is the most important thing in our lives. If anger is the number one form of selfish, self-centered behavior, and getting rid of that anger is the number one thing we need to do here, this was our course. Okay, and there's like a 3 or 4 part process here. I'm going to stick with 4 because sometimes I change the way, just reading it, you'll see. Number 1, we realize that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. So part of that process is writing it down. And seeing it on paper, I realize, and one of the things he does too, he repeatedly tells us we turn back to the list, for it held the key to our future freedom from alcoholism. So having done that, you can turn, hypothetically, let's say you're sitting there with your 4th step in your hand, and you're saying, okay, so I've listed that I'm angry with my mother or my father or my brother or something, something big, someone close. How can I get rid of this anger? Well, first of all, get the list out and look at it in your hands and say, we realize that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Though we did not like their symptoms and the way these disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too. So that's like the first part. You see, he's got a period right there. Stop and look at the people as if they, just like I am, they're spiritually sick. They're trying to find their way in life. So turn back to the list over there, and you see Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown is paying attention to his wife. He's angry with Mr. Brown because he's paying attention to his wife, and it affects his sex relations and self-esteem. So what he's done now is he sees that this guy, obviously, what kind of a spiritually fit man would pay attention to another man's wife, Exactly. I can see that this guy, and every one of our resentments will be seen in this light. You're going to see, number one, that these people, a lot of them are retaliating for something that I've done, and many of them are just like me. They're sick too. So here's this little 4th step prayer many people refer to this as, and I don't refer to, I used to too. I used to refer to this as the 4th step prayer until one day it dawned on me. I said, that's not the step where you ask God to remove it. It's 6 and 7, because within these pages he makes reference to all the other steps. He makes references to when we admitted our wrongs and we were willing to set these matters straight, and then he makes a reference out in the sex inventory to meditation, and that's step 11. He makes a reference to we admitted our wrongs honestly. That's step 5. But anyway, here is, we ask God, in step 6 and 7, we ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. So here's part 2. Part 1 is, I see them in the same light that I am. I'm spiritually sick, and I'm not well, obviously. So I see them as no longer this perfect person, that I did see them as, and it's easier to forgive them. And then I ask God to help me. I say, God, please help me to forgive this person. And show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. When a person offended, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man, how can I be helpful to him? So that's the 3rd part there. How can I be helpful to him? That's the action part. Is the person, you've got to turn back to this list and say, well, how can I be helpful to Mr. Brown? He's paying attention to my wife. He might get my job at the office, and I got to try to be helpful to this guy to be free of my anger. I see him as if he's perhaps spiritually sick. I ask God to help me remove the anger from me, and how can I be of help to that person? We avoid retaliation or argument. We wouldn't treat sick people that way. If we do, we destroy our chance of being helpful. We cannot be helpful to all people, but at least God will help. God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each and every one. So you understand that this is spiritual solutions. We have 3 of them in Alcoholics Anonymous. And like I said, I'm still wrestling with it. Number 4 may be step 5, admitting our wrongs. It's all 3 parts come into the step 5 in this admission. And so forgiveness, making amends, faith in God, and admission are all 4 essential parts of our program of recovery in Alcoholics Anonymous. And they all bring into play the spiritual solutions of all the 3 aspects. Myself, God, and another human being come into play in each one of these spiritual solutions, along with action. All of these, anyway. Today we are at the fears inventory. And I know I didn't bring up the harms done others, but we're going to get to the harms done others part 2, which is harms done others sexually here tonight, hopefully, if we don't get past this fears inventory. And then last week we went over the fears inventory. He simply says, write down the things that you're afraid of. And why are we breaking down these lists into 4, and why isn't it just one big list and then we apply the solutions to it? Because Each one of these lists, there are 4 different lists because there are 3 lists. The sex inventory is broken into 2, harms done others and harms done others sexually. But there are different spiritual solutions to each one of these. There's a spiritual solution to anger, and that spiritual solution is forgiveness. There's a spiritual solution to fear. The spiritual solution to fear is faith in God. And the spiritual solution to guilt or harms done others, which brings about the guilt, and the guilt is what blocks us from God, and that's why we make a list of harms done others, and we went over that last week. But there's different spiritual solution to each one of these, and the reason I said that is because there have been flyers out there, like these recovery places, Hazelton or sober houses or whatever. They're handing out little 4th step flyers, and they don't break the step down into the 4 different lists that we have here. And I was told that the reason we break them down into separate lists is because there are separate spiritual solutions to be applied to these manifestations of self that block us from God. Therefore, we have 4 separate lists for those 4 separate spiritual solutions. So today we're reading about the second paragraph down on 68. We had already gone over. The fears list is quite simply, I'm afraid of dying, I'm afraid of getting sick, I'm afraid of getting old, I'm afraid of being alone, I'm afraid of being broke, afraid of being homeless. And it's the same fears for everybody. The reason being is that we're all dealing with the same instinct, as Bill puts it, and there's a lot of instinct stuff in the 12 and 12. And to me, that was the reason for that 3rd column in the 4th step. I had asked myself for many years, what is that 3rd column, and too embarrassed to ask anybody else, and partly because nobody else seemed to know either. I only ran across one person in all my 20 years of sobriety who had any idea why that 3rd column is in the 4th step. And that 3rd column is in the 4th step, in the resentment list, I mean. But that 3rd column is in the resentment list because it's important to see that this is not an indictment of how bad of a person that we are. We're not saying to ourselves, I've been a real bad person, and here's how bad I was. I'm this bad and that bad. No. This is a search to find what blocks you from God. And it's not an indictment of how bad of a person we are. What we're saying here is that no one makes a conscious decision to get angry. That what I'm dealing with when I get angry is a reaction that I have no control over. The same way I had no control over my alcohol, I have no control over my anger. And I'm sure you guys have seen some hothead screaming it out with somebody else, and you can see how out of control that anger and that rage is. If somebody could step back from that rageaholic thing just for a minute and say, do you really think that you were in control in that situation? And then escalate that into a fist fight, knife fight, gun fight, whatever that goes on after that. But I can easily see when I think of it in that light that I never made a conscious decision to be angry. It was a reaction that I was having, and I had no control over it any more than I do my alcohol. Like I say, I am never going to take another drink as long as I live, and I look down in my hand and there'd be a drink there, like some kind of blackout. I ended up with a drink in my hand. And the same way with that anger, and the same way with this fear. No one makes a conscious decision to be afraid. You see, we're dealing with our instincts, for our fears of not getting what we want in life and losing the things that we have. And it's a simple instinct for self-preservation. Almost, I always make the analogy of like if you're stomping around out in the wilderness in Asia or something and you look over and there's a 1,100-pound tiger pouncing on you, you don't make a decision, should I turn around and run for my life, or should I just stand here and, eyeball it out with that tiger, although you're not going to run far if you don't have a firearm. But trust me when I tell you, you won't make a decision to turn and run. You're just going to turn and run, and that's all there is to it. And it's a reaction that you have. No one contemplates fear like that. It's just, Bill Wilson said the psychiatry was the study of the inner workings of the subconscious human mind, and that was one of my favorite things that he's brought up. It's in the Comes of Age, the study of the inner workings of the subconscious human mind, essentially saying, why do I do the things that I do? And I'm out of control with this stuff. Why is my fear out of control? Because I've never learned to apply the solutions to bring it under control. And that's one of the things that we're saying about these spiritual solutions is that I never learned how to deal with my anger other than letting it out. I just let it out, and there it would go, a screaming match with somebody, a fist fight, whatever it brought in, whatever came up. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make a conscious decision to try to attack these subconscious inner workings of my mind with a conscious activity that I'm going to perform. I'm going to practice these spiritual principles in all my affairs, and I'm going to eventually intuitively know how to handle these situations which used to baffle me. Do you understand what he's saying when he says we intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us? He's saying that when I am dominated by these fears, I will intuitively know how to handle them. When anger is, and I'm going to rage over something that's stupid, and I'm going to intuitively know how to handle that situation because I have been practicing this principle in all my affairs. The principle of faith in God is the one that we're on today. And what we're the second paragraph down from the top, about 15 lines or something. Perhaps there's a better way. Last week we had gone over how to make the list, and it's a simple. Remember, it's the same fears that everybody has. Everybody's afraid of being broke. Everybody's afraid of being sick and dying, and then everybody's afraid of getting old and being alone. And I can't think of anybody who wouldn't be afraid of those things. Even though I have God, nobody. I mean, the fear is still there. It's just not as big. Okay, it's more like where it should be. Let's put it that way. I still have a fear of those things, but it doesn't drive me to the first drink anymore. It doesn't make me incapable of saying no to the first drink. And that is the premise of Alcoholics Anonymous, that what we're saying is when we reach for that first drink, that's rooted in fear. When my inability to say no to the first drink of alcohol is based in the fear that is tearing me. Fear is painful, and alcohol anesthetizes pain. Okay, so perhaps there's a better way than fear, obviously. We made this fears list, and he's saying, perhaps there's a better way than fear. We think so, for we're now on a different basis. Now, these two paragraphs, you say to yourself, he's explaining to us how to have faith in God, okay? Now, this is very important. I don't know about you guys, but some of this stuff is the most important thing in my life. And what he's saying here is that faith in God manifests in action, okay? It does not take place in my head. And I'll show you as I read through here that faith in God does not take place in our head. Faith in God must manifest in what we do with our lives every day. Otherwise, like this sign up here, and Bill Wilson writes frequently in the book, faith without works is dead. Okay, perhaps there's a better way. We think so, for we are now on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. And this next few lines here is a reference. Actually, I think both of these paragraphs is a reference to step 12. What he's doing here is he's telling us that when we direct our attention to helping others through the 12 steps, learn the 12 steps and teach the 12 steps is the preamble. Our primary purpose is to stay sober and to help another alcoholic to achieve sobriety. How do we stay sober? The living of the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. And how do we help another alcoholic stay sober? By teaching the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, okay? Now look what he says here. We are in the world to play the role he assigns. Just to the extent that we would do as we think he would have us and humbly rely on him, does he enable us to match calamity with serenity. Now, in my experience and the way that I've been taught over the years, that is a reference to doing step 12. If you do step 12, if you think of others and give your time to others and teach others the 12 steps, you will be free of the fear that drives you to the first drink. That is how Alcoholics Anonymous works. Once again, let's go over and read that same 2-3 lines again. We are in the world to play the role he assigns. Now, how can I think that he's assigned me that role? Because obviously I'm in Alcoholics Anonymous. This is the 12-step recovery program, not 11-step recovery program. And if you're not doing the 12th step, then how can you expect to get the results of the 12-step recovery program? Just to the extent that we do as we think he would have us, go out and help others through the 12 steps, and humbly rely on him, does he enable us to match calamity with serenity? In other words, something bad is going to happen. Remember the fears list we just wrote? I'm afraid of being sick. I'm afraid of being alone. I'm afraid of dying. I'm afraid of being broke. I'm afraid of being homeless. I'm afraid of this and that and the other. And guess what? Those things may very well happen, and you will match that calamity with serenity. We never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator. We can laugh at those who think spirituality the way of weakness. paradoxically. Remember that word spirituality is a reference to our connection to God. And our connection to God is a reference we use to describe what we do with our lives. Our daily, the inventory, the spiritual solutions, directing our attention to helping others. They trust their God. We never apologize for God. Instead, we let him demonstrate through us what he can do. Now, this is like a reference to step 6 and 7 again. Remember, 6 and 7 is the step where you ask God to remove these defects of character or shortcomings or what the most common manifestations of self that block us from God's will, receiving and doing God's will. We ask him to remove our fear. That's a reference to 6 and 7 there. In step 6 and 7, I'm going to ask God to remove my fear. And how am I going to know what fears I want God to remove if I don't have a list of them and know what they are? You understand why we have to put it on paper? Just like if I'm gonna ask God to help me with my resentments, how am I going to be free of those resentments if I don't know who they are and what the resentments are? So we ask him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what he would have us be at once we commence to outgrow fear. You know, that little term right there, outgrow fear, at once we commence to outgrow fear. My first sponsor was he was down at the 12-step house, a real popular guy, sponsored half the damn place down there. Everybody knows him. He died about 5 or 6 years ago. He was real adamant about growing up. He said to me, listen, what's really going on with these 12 steps is we're trying to turn you from the child into an adult. And you need to look no further than the 4th step than to see the most common manifestations of self are anger, fear, and guilt, and selfishness. You understand? This is all about selfishness here. And what type of human being is it that is always angry and afraid and full of selfishness and feels guilty because he's hurting other people? Would you describe that as more a childish characteristic or an adult characteristic? Because I always thought of adults as being, people who had genuine concern for other people and people who did things for other people and expected nothing in return. And that to me was a wake-up call to me. I actually said, when my sponsor said that to me, I said to myself, I think you're right. I believe that I was a child and I'm trying to become an adult, and that's what's happening with these 12 steps is essentially growing up, okay? And you can easily see where he says that once we commence to outgrow fear. And remember that fear is the root of that obsession for that first drink. When that obsession for that first drink enters an alcoholic's mind, it is driven by fear, okay? So that is, those 2 paragraphs are a reference to step 12. And when we get out to step 12, we'll go into some details on that. That's out in the chapter Working with Others, which is 89, 90. Yeah, 89, Working with Others. So next we got the sex inventory on the next page here. Now, before he gets to the sex inventory, there's 2 paragraphs here. And what these 2 paragraphs mean to me, I'll give you an example. When I first started sponsoring people, I would give people advice. They would call me on the phone and say, hey, you're my sponsor. You got, however many more years than I do. I got this problem. What should I do about this problem in my life? And I didn't know any better. I would tell them, this is what you ought to do. I got more time than you. I know more than you do, and you ought to do this with your problem. And these 2 paragraphs are telling us flat out that is not right. You have no right to tell another human being what they need to be doing with their life. Of course, he's talking about the sex inventory and their sexual behavior in their life. But that can be applied to any and every area of their lives, and I'll show you that later on in the 11th step where he says, what used to be the hunch or the occasional inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind. Essentially what he's saying is that I need to step back and let my sponsees make their mistakes so that they can learn from them. As long as, I believe what it says, if we stumble and we make mistakes in our program of recovery, we are not going to drink if we have the genuine desire to become a better person. If I make a mistake in my recovery, I will not drink over it because in my heart I have a genuine desire to grow and become a better person. You understand that? And if somebody makes a mistake and doesn't care about it and you say, F them, I don't care how other people are, I just don't care how they feel, that's not the right track. But if you make a mistake and hurt somebody and you're going to straighten it out and you don't want to do this anymore, that's the idea behind what that Step 11 statement is saying. But these two paragraphs are essentially saying that as an individual, I have no right to tell someone else how they need to act sexually or any other way when we get into it here. All I have the right to do is explain to them how to apply the 12 steps to the problem that they're calling me about. And every problem that they will have will fall into one of these three categories. Something you are angry about, something you are afraid of, or something that you feel guilty about that you've done that when you've harmed somebody else. Now he says, now about sex. Now this is step 4, list 4, the sex inventory. Harms done others sexually. Now about sex. Many of us needed an overhauling there. But above all, we tried to be sensible on this question. It's so easy to get way off track. Here we find human opinions running to extremes, absurd extremes perhaps. One set of voices cry that sex is a lust of our lower nature, a base necessity of procreation. Then we have the voices who cry for sex and more sex, who bewail the institution of marriage, who think that most of the troubles of the race are traceable to sex causes. They think that we do not have enough of it, that it isn't the right kind. They see its significance everywhere. One school would allow man no flavor for his fare, and the other would have us all on a straight pepper diet. Now this is the part where he says what he was just getting at here. We want to stay out of this controversy. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. We all have sex problems. We'd hardly be human if we didn't. What can we do about them? You see, what he's saying here is we all have sex problems, but what are we going to do about it? He's fixing to tell us. We are going to make a list of our behavior in our sex relations to see where we were selfish and dishonest or inconsiderate. There are question marks in this next paragraph here. We reviewed our conduct. Inside this paragraph, this 6 or 8 lines are the directions for how to do this inventory. This list, step 4, list 4, harms done others sexually. Let's read it here. He says, we reviewed our own conduct over the years past. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate? Whom had we hurt? So there's whom had we hurt is we're going to come up with the names of the women or men that we've been with, okay? First of all, we're going to write down their names, and then we're going to write down each specific dishonesty or selfish act that we had had. And this isn't a yes or no questionnaire. You don't say yes, no, yes. You write an answer, an imperative answer that you can look at. Remember what he said in the other lists. He says we turn back to the list, for it held the key to our future freedom from alcoholism. So the more information we get down here, the more we're going to see what it is when we get to steps 8 and 9, what we're going to ask God to help us to make amends for, okay? Remember that the spiritual solutions for each one of these lists is different, and the spiritual solution to harms done others is making amends. And there's the simple question of why do I make amends for harms done others? To be free of the guilt that's associated, because we believe that the guilt that is behind that is the lingering effect of what we've done that has harmed other people, that guilt blocks us off from God, just like anger and fear blocks us off from God. So those are the 3, what we call, remember what he said, the most common manifestations of self that block us, and these are all words from these pages of the Big Book. But the reason I'm lumping them together like this is because it makes it so much easier to understand what we're doing, and it makes it a more clear, precise picture of what this 4th step is. It is a search for the 3 or 4 most common manifestations of self, being that this selfishness is one of the words that he uses out in the 10th step, but selfishness also is the word describing the other 3, which is anger, fear, and guilt. The most common manifestations of self that block us from, remember back in Bill's story is the best place that we can find a description of God's will for us. And God's will, essentially, Bill says, for if he failed to perfect and enlarge his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, he could not survive the certain trials and low spots ahead. That is the best description in here of God's will for us, that we enlarge our spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others. And this is what's blocking us from that, this anger, the fear, and the guilt, okay? And once again, we're going to see in this next paragraph down here that he's going to tell us that how to be free of the guilt associated with the harms that we had done is obviously making amends. Everybody's familiar with amends. It's easily pointed out in the ninth step, the 8 and ninth step. You can easily see that amends are up there. We got 20 minutes left, and we will pick up where we left off right there at the end of the... Actually, we didn't make it to the end of that. Let's hang on. Whom had we hurt is the names of the people. That's our 8th step list right there. Remember that the 8th step list, you don't make a new one. You go back to the 4th step and pull the names off of that. Did we unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Question mark. Answer those questions. Where were we at fault? What should we have done instead? We got this all down on paper and looked at it. Okay, so next week we'll pick up, and these next 2 paragraphs are an explanation of how to be free of that guilt, which is making amends, and there are 9 pages in the 9th step describing those types of amends and some detail. You know, it's just not rocket science. If you owe money, you pay it back. If you cheated on the wife, don't do it anymore, and fess up. But anyway, we'll open up the floor for open discussion or questions if you have any, and we'll pick up right there. In this way, we try to shape a sound and sane and sound ideal for our future sex life next week, and we'll try to get through to the end of the 4th step, and the 5th step the week after that. But anyway, does anybody have any questions, or someone would like to share on the 4th step? Anything that you'd like to share in general, AA-wise? Looks like we lost Johnny, huh? He got up and walked out on us. Anybody would like to share anything? Nobody? Jeez, I thought you guys were all eager to talk and... For is remember that we've made different lists in the 4th step. There are essentially 4 different lists, but one of them is sort of harms done others and harms done others sexually, so it's like the same list, it's just separated into 2 categories. So we had the list of resentments on 64, 65, part of 66. We had the list of fears. We had the list of harms done others on 66. Or wait a minute, where was that? Harms done others on 67. And now we've had the fears list last week on 68. And now we're doing the sex inventory on 69. And the reason that there's different lists, why isn't it just one big 4th step list? Because there are, remember what he said in page 64, he said we're going to find these things and we're going to face them and be rid of the things in ourselves which had been blocking us from God. So why are there different lists? Because there are different spiritual solutions to be applied to those lists. Each one of those lists is dealt with in a different way. The resentments are dealt with through forgiveness, and the directions for forgiveness are on the bottom of 66, top of 67. And the harms done others and harms done others sexually are dealt with through amends. And the fears list is dealt with through faith in God. And each one of those spiritual solutions has directions on how to carry them out. And each one of those spiritual solutions of the 3, actually I'm going to say 4, but one of them is really step 5, is out. Whereas the amends are outlined as being steps 8 and 9, and forgiveness is like 6 and 7. And faith in God is essentially step 12. The 5th step is one of the spiritual solutions because it brings into play the important, the admission of our defects. Is a critical part in there, obviously. That was even in the 6 steps of the Oxford group. Admission of our defects was in the, that the 6 steps of the Oxford groups became the 12 steps of the Alcoholics Anonymous, and several steps weren't in there. Steps like 6 weren't there, 8 weren't there. I don't think 10 was in there. And some steps were lumped together. They were seen as 3 of our steps were like one of theirs before. Like I think the complete reliance and dependence upon God for them was one step, and ours is like 3, like 2, 3, and 11 and 12 or something like that. But anyway, we're talking about today the sex inventory, and we will get to the end of that, and we'll see how the sex inventory starts to interact with some of the other steps. You remember that no step stands alone. Sorry, I got the remnants of that cold I had last week. No step stands alone. That each step is dependent upon the step that came before it for its successful completion, and each step builds on the step that comes after it. And we made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God. We're making an attempt to find what's been blocking us from turning our will and our lives over to the care of God. And we are now we reviewed our own conduct over the years past on page 69 here. Remember when he says we, he's talking about the first 100, not we the family, not we, me and you. He's saying if you want what we had, you'll do what we did, and what we did was we reviewed our own conduct over the years past. Where had we been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate? ? Whom had we hurt? Now that whom had we hurt is obviously going to be the names of the women, wives, ex-wives, girlfriends, ex-girlfriends that we had been with over the years. If there was any women in here, I'd say the men, but there aren't any women in here tonight. Remember that these are question marks because they intend you to answer these questions. Not with a yes or a no, but with an actual answer. What did you do? Where had you been selfish and dishonest? And dishonest covers a lot. All those women that I've been with, where did I lie to them, steal from them, cheat them, do something that would hurt them out of selfishness in any way that I hurt them? Did I unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? ? Where was I at fault? ? Or what should I have done instead? That's a big one. What should I have done instead? Obviously, I shouldn't have lied. I shouldn't have cheated. We got this all down on paper and looked at it, okay? And that's the directions in that one little paragraph, that 6 lines there, is the directions for step 4, list 4, harms done others sexually. And then he looks back on it and says, and in this way, we tried to shape a sane and sound ideal for our future sex life. And we subjected each relation to this test. Was it selfish or not? We asked God to mold our ideals and help us live up to them. Now, where is it that we're going to ask God to mold our ideals and help us live up to them? This is obviously, whenever you see these words, we ask God. Those words together are always a reference to a prayer, okay? And in each one of the times that he's telling us that we're going to pray to God for something, that's the way he describes it. We ask God. We ask God to mold our ideals and help us live up to them. Now, this could be seen as part of step 6, but it's more frequently, the way I see it, as part of step 11. And step 11 is when we seek through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact. And later on down here, he does say, in meditation, we ask God what we should do about each specific matter. So I'm gonna lean more towards the step 11 reference. That in this prayer, he's saying this isn't in the 4th step that we actually say this prayer. Because remember, all these steps are intended to be worked within a short period of time. And what he's making reference to here is how they interact with one another. So we've made an inventory of what we've done to these people, and he's fixing to tell us about making amends also here in this next paragraph. We ask God to mold our ideals and help us live up to them. We remembered always that our sex powers were God-given and therefore good, neither to be used lightly or selfishly, nor to be despised or loathed. Whatever our ideal turns out to be, we must be willing to grow toward it. And here's this reference to step 8 and 9. It really looks like it's just a reference to step 8, but he says we must be willing to make amends, and that's obviously step 8, where we have done harm, provided that we do not still bring about more harm in so doing. And I believe that's a reference to steps 8 and 9, okay? He doesn't say now when we go out and do those amends, but he does. It's clearly a reference to those 2 steps. I always look at all of those steps in pairs, 6 and 7, and 8 and 9 as pairs. They really don't stand alone. In other words, we treat sex as we would any other problem. in meditation. So there's a reference to step 11, meditation. Obviously, he says in step 11, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact. And this is what we're trying to do here, is improve our conscious contact with God and find what he wants us to do with our sex life. So in meditation, we ask God what we should do about each specific matter. The right answer will come if we want it. Now, he's saying each specific matter, not in the past for all the women that we've heard in the past, but back up there in the future, he says, back up there right after the thing, he says our future sex life. In this way, we tried to shape a sane and sound ideal for our future sex life, is the reference that he's now using right here. Obviously, making amends for our past wrongs and trying to learn from them is one of them, but this reference to the future sex life is obviously the 11th step, when he says the right answer will come if we want it. That's also one of the ideas out in step 11, where he says that if our house is in order, the right answers will come, sort out in vision for you. And in the 11th step, I says we will make some mistakes, but as long as we want to grow towards the right thing, as long as our motives are right, we're on the right path. And sorry for what we've done if we've hurt anybody in the future. The right answer will come if we want it. God alone can judge our sex situation. And here is one of the few references to sponsorship or any kind of guide other than God, because most of the time you'll see how he's asking God for guidance. And right here is a reference to another human being. He says, God alone can judge our sex situation. However, counsel with persons is often desirable. But we let God be the final judge. We realize that some people are as fanatical about sex as others are loose. We avoid hysterical thinking or advice. That's one of the ideas that I've adopted from someone who was teaching me the steps when I used to, when I first started sponsoring people. And it was going on quite a bit. I had gone to NA meetings before, and there's a lot of this going on in other programs, out there, is that someone who has time and sobriety, 10, 15, 20 years, is seen as like some kind of guru, and then the new guy comes in and thinks that this other person has the ability to give them direction in their life, and thinks, hey, you got more time than me. Tell me what should I do about these specific matters in my life. And there was a lot of that going on when I got sober, so I fell into it too. When my sponsees would call me, I'd tell them exactly what they should do about their problems. And then you could see in the 4th step where he says, we avoid hysterical thinking or advice. We realize that other people are as fanatical about sex as others are loose. And then he's got on the other page here, we have the voices who cry for sex and more sex, and people who bewail the institution of marriage, who think that most troubles, and then we got the people who think that the sex is a base necessity of procreation. So you've got these two opposite ends of the spectrum as far as any ideals about not just sexual behavior, but all your behavior. Some people might think it's okay to be a little dishonest every once in a while, and maybe pull up to a parking meter that's got time left on it and use that time. And then someone else might say, oh, you can't do that, just it's dishonest. And some people are just hardcore honest about every little. They won't even, if someone asks them flat out something they should lie about, they won't lie about it. And even when it says except when to do so would injure them or others. But some people, and I later found that it's not right to give that kind of advice to people. And it was taught to me by someone who I think is very smart. And he said, what you can do, you see, they're looking for advice. Somebody is going to call you as a sponsee on the phone, is going to say, what should I do about this specific matter? And it's very easy to let your ego take over and say, oh, I know exactly what you should do about that. But the hard thing is to turn them to God. It's the right thing to do also. And through the steps, take whatever problem it is they call you with and tell them how to apply the steps to it on the basis that it will be based in anger, fear, or guilt that they're feeling. Anything that they're experiencing will fall into one of those 3 categories. And all I have to do from now on is figure out which, maybe even all 3 of them sometimes, 1, 2, and all 3 of those will fall into those. It'll fall into all 3 of those categories. So when someone calls me and says, I got a problem, I take them straight to the 4th step inventory. Step 5, admit it. Step 6 and 7, ask God to remove it and help me with it. Steps 8 and 9, make any amends if you've done it. And step 12, turn your attention to helping others. That's the solution for everything that they'll call me with. And that's, I think, what he's talking about here when he's talking about we let God be the final judge. Counsel with other persons is often desirable. I think that you could fit anything into that category. And we're talking about sex sexual behavior here, but you could say the same thing about honesty or dishonesty. Like, maybe you found a bag of money on the side of the road and you can't tell who it belongs to, There's no name. If you walk up to anybody and go, hey, did you lose a bag of money? Everybody's going to go, yeah, I lost a bag of money, So now what do you do with a bag of money? You take it to the cops. My personal opinion is if there ain't no sign of whose money it is, it's now your money. But some people say, oh, you got to take it to the cops. There's a guy down at the cop station right now looking for a bag of money, and you got his bag of money or something, And you can't get into something like that. It's between each individual and their God of their understanding as to what to do about something like that. And you can take any situation in your life and fall into that category of this group over here thinks it's, oh, you're doing the wrong thing, and that group thinks you're doing the right thing. It's between them and God. I think the selfishness, the two ideas of selflessness and selfishness are the best filter for everything that comes down the pike. And he says also, suppose we fall short of a chosen ideal and stumble. Does this mean we're going to get drunk? Obviously, we're in the sex inventory, and you could apply this to just about any area of your life. But, okay, let's say he says, suppose we fall short of the chosen ideal and stumble. Obviously, then there's something you've done with your sexual partner, and she doesn't know about. You've cheated on her again, or you've maybe, I don't know, got some money out of the bank account and did something with it you shouldn't have done or whatever. Suppose does this mean we're going to get drunk? Some people tell us so, but this is only a half-truth. It depends on us and our motives. If we are sorry for what we have done and have the honest desire to let God take us to better things, we believe we will be forgiven, and we will have learned our lesson. If we are not sorry and our conduct continues to harm others, we are quite sure to drink. We are not theorizing. These are the facts out of our experience. So in other words, if I do something and I go, you know what, to hell with her, screw her, who is she? If I say something like that, then it's not a good sign. But if I say something like, man, I shouldn't have done that, I got to make amends for that, I got to come clean, I got to go clean this mess up because this is going to haunt me. This is going to haunt me for days, weeks, or months, or whatever, and I might drink over this. Then I'm on the right path. But the fact that I've hurt someone else, the fact that I've hurt someone that I know is not going to be the deciding factor as to whether I drink or not. Whether I drink or not depends upon my motives behind it. Am I truly sorry for what I did? Or am I just thinking, Big Brother's watching, I better do this or they're going to find out. Because in my heart, I can tell you that I would say I want to straighten this out because I know it's the right thing to do. To sum up about sex, we earnestly pray for the right ideal. Obviously, that's a reference to Step 11. In Step 11, we're going to pray for the right ideal, for guidance in each questionable situation, for sanity and for the strength to do the right thing. If sex is very troublesome, and many people use this next sub-paragraph, these next 2 or 3 lines, as it's almost a description of the whole 12 steps. It's a description of the idea behind the 12 steps. You could say, if anger is very troublesome, I throw myself the harder into helping others. If fear is very troublesome, I throw myself the harder into helping others. Or you could even erase sex and just put self. If selfishness is very troublesome, I throw myself the harder into helping others. I think of their needs and work for them. This takes us out of ourselves. It quiets the imperious urge when to yield would mean heartache. And that is essentially the most basic principle of Alcoholics Anonymous. The whole reason for the 12 steps is to find what's blocking me from actually genuinely thinking about other people. I think of their needs and work for them. This takes me out of myself, and it quiets. So here he's saying that this imperious urge is quieted by helping others, thinking of others, working for others, throwing myself the harder into helping others. Quiets the imperious urge, which is obviously a reference to the thought of the first drink that creeps back into my head. That first drink is rooted. This imperious urge is driven by fear, and all fear is based in self. There's nothing that you could be afraid of that is not based in self. I've never been afraid for somebody else. I was always afraid that I was going to. If I was afraid for someone else, it was because somewhere along the line I was going to lose something that was important to me. I was never afraid that that they were going to feel pain, that they were going to suffer. I was always afraid that I was going to lose someone that was close to me. If we have been thorough about our personal inventory, we've written down a lot. Now, this is the summary of the fourth step. And in this summary, he's going to tell us the spiritual solutions here. A brief glance at them, if you'll look at them. We've written down a lot. We have listed and analyzed our resentments. We have begun to comprehend their futility and their fatality. We have commenced to see their terrible destructiveness. We have begun to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men. And this is a reference to that forgiveness there. When he says we have begun to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even our enemies, for we look on them as sick people. That's definitely one of the phrases he uses in the directions for how to forgive. For we see them just like ourselves, they're sick. They're trying to find their way too. And we have listed the people we have hurt by our conduct and are willing to straighten out the past if we can. That's a reference to making amends. When we're feeling guilty for our actions, we make amends to clear that guilt out of the way, because this anger and this guilt is what's blocking us from thinking of others and throwing ourselves harder into helping others and working for them, and takes us out of our imperious urge, quiets the imperious urge. In this book, we read again and again that faith did for us what we could not do for ourselves. So it's essentially, what is it that we say we could not do for ourselves? Well, we couldn't say no to the first drink. That faith is what is going to combat this. That faith is the combat of that imperious urge. That's a reference to faith in God. When you see him say, we throw ourselves the harder into helping others, we think of their needs and work for them. This takes us out of ourselves. It quiets that imperious urge. When to yield would mean heartache. That is a reference to step 12, and that is a reference to faith in God. We hope you are now convinced that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from him. Now, obviously, that's a pretty deep statement there. Am I convinced? We hope you are now convinced that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from him. If you have already made a decision in that third step back there, and an inventory of your grosser handicaps, you have made a good beginning. That being so, you have swallowed and digested some big chunks of truth about yourself. So, in the fourth step, we found those three most common manifestations of self that block us from receiving and doing God's will. They were resentment, fear, and the guilt from the lists of the harms done others and harms done others sexually. We've seen references to the spiritual solutions on how to get rid of those: forgiveness, faith in God, and making amends. And even the fifth step has been referenced in here. The fifth step was referenced on... The fifth step was referenced on page 67 toward the bottom down there. About the second full paragraph, the bottom of that paragraph, he says, we admitted our wrongs honestly. That's a reference to step 5. And we're willing to set these matters straight is a reference to steps 8 and 9. Even though he only says willing, we were willing to set these matters straight. We've seen... If we follow directions, we can see that step 6 and 7 are the steps where we ask God to remove those things. So any reference to forgiveness was a reference to 6 and 7. And any reference to faith in God, getting out of ourselves, was a reference to the chapter with working with others, step 12. And the amends of the 9th step are outlined on page 76 through 84. There's like 9 pages of the 9th step out there. When we get out there, we'll go over those. So we are also convinced, you see what he says, we hope you are now convinced that God can remove whatever self-will. If you'll remember back in the 3rd step, he said the first requirement of the 3rd step is that we be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly, on 60 in the page 60 at the bottom of the page there, the top of that last paragraph down there. The first requirement of the 3rd step is that we be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. And on that basis, we are almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though our motives are good. And that's what he's making a reference to when he says, we hope you are now convinced that God can remove. So that's one of the things we got from the 4th step. How to do the inventory in steps 10 and 11. This is going to be the same inventory, and it's going to be the same spiritual solutions. It's just the time frame that 4 is like your past, and step 10 will be step 10 and 11 will be your daily inventory that you do based on your experience with the past inventories. Chapter 6, into action. We'll get a couple of paragraphs in here. Okay, so having made our personal inventory, what shall we do about it? Question mark. We have been trying to get a new attitude, a new relationship with our Creator, and to discover the obstacles in our path. Let's see, that's, we have been trying to get a new attitude, a new relationship with our Creator. I guess you might say that would be like, step 3, I made a decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of God, a reference to the third step, and to discover the obstacles in our path in step 4. We have admitted certain defects and have ascertained in a rough way what the trouble is. We have put our finger on the weak items in our personal inventory. Now these are about to be cast out. And this requires action on our part. And remember that action is, each one of those spiritual solutions does have action in them. Faith in God, it's obviously, how can I be of, it takes us out of ourselves. We work for others. We think of their needs. That's the reference he made. That's the work in faith in God. The work in making amends is quite clear. You tell these people you're sorry, and you show them you're sorry, and you pay them back for what you've done to them. And the action outlined in faith in God is described as being, this is when a person offended, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? He says, we cannot be helpful to all people, but at least God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each and every one. That's the action outlined in forgiveness. How can I be helpful? Along with the action of the inventory. And inventory is action. Admission in step 5 is action. And each one of these also brings God into the mix. The spiritual solutions always bring myself, God, and another human being into each one of these spiritual solutions, which when completed will mean that we have admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our defects. So he's used a different term here already. He says exact nature of our wrongs on page 59 back there, 58, 59. I think that's 58, 59, right? Or is that 59, 60? No, it's 5960. On page 59, he uses a different term. Now he's saying the exact nature of our defects, which doesn't mean anything. All it means is that he's using a different term. But he's talking about the same things, what the most common manifestations of self. This is the way somebody explained it to me. He said, in the fourth step, I'm going to find the 4 most common manifestations of self that block me from receiving and doing a life of service and self-sacrifice, which is what we believe to be God's will. In step 5, I admitted the exact nature of my wrongs, and what's wrong for an alcoholic is self-will. What's right is God's will. What it is that I admit are these 3 most common manifestations of self that block me from receiving and doing God's will, which is a life of work and self-sacrifice for others. In step 6, I'm entirely ready to have God remove those defects of character. Which ones? The same ones. The 3 most common, and all these phrases are coming from the Big Book. The most common manifestations of self came from page 64. The number of these comes from out in the 10th step where he says we continue to take this personal inventory, and then he says we continue to set right any new mistakes as we go along. He says we continue to watch for selfishness in the form of dishonesty, resentment, and fear. Those are like the 3 most common manifestations of self that block us from receiving and doing, which is another one of the phrases he uses on page 64. We're looking to face and be rid of what's blocking us from doing that 3rd step. Okay, this brings us to the 5th step in the program of recovery mentioned in the preceding chapter. And I think we're going to stop there and open the meeting up, and we'll pick up right there next week. This is perhaps difficult, especially discussing our defects with another person. And that's where we'll pick up next week on Chapter 6, Into Action. So that gives each one of you guys about 5 minutes to blab. Don't forget spiritual solutions. Tonight we're on step 6. And step 6 begins on the bottom of page 75. Okay, last week we did step 5. To summarize, I'm going to babble for about 30 minutes, and we'll open up the floor for open discussion. Anybody who wants to comment on the steps or ask questions or give us some of their words of wisdom. So let's review where we've been in the past here. We've been, as Bill Wilson put it, we've been trying to get a new relationship with our Creator. And I believe one of the promises of the fifth step was we begin to feel the nearness of our Creator. And the question might come to one, how is it that I begin to feel the nearness of my Creator in the fifth step? Because if you'll look back onto the fourth step, he says, actually in the pages of the fourth step, we hope you are now convinced that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from Him. And there's several places within the fourth step we are instructed to ask God to help us and to enter our lives. And one of the things that I learned about Bill Wilson over the years was that you see, in the fourth step, he didn't just write the fourth step. He wrote how the other steps interact with the fourth step. He wrote that now anger, you're looking to you're looking to face what's blocking you from God, and you're looking to get rid of what's blocking you from God. And in that process of getting rid of what's blocking you from God, you bring God into the situation. The spiritual solutions that we have, which is the fifth step, admission of these defects. The 6 and 7 is essentially deals with forgiveness, the way that I see it, because 8 and 9 obviously deals with amends, and step 12 it deals with faith in God. But all of them do still, come into the fifth step, and 6 and 7. Where 6 and 7, you ask God to remove what's blocking you from Him through the process that is outlined. And in steps 8 and 9, you make amends. In steps 12, you have faith in God. But in the fourth step, all of these things are explained. So many people may be reading it and not fully understand what they're seeing there. And like the path to forgiveness, where he says we had to get rid of these resentments. I'll tell you what, now go to the page and I'll show you how to cross-reference them, because I don't want to just talk out of the top of my head here. In the fourth step is on page 66 at the bottom. Now, this is the end of the resentment list. We've just made the resentment list, and here at the bottom of the page here, he says, we turn back to the list, for it held the key to the future. You see the top, let's see, it's about one paragraph up from the bottom, about 10 or 12 lines. We turn back to the list, for it held the key to the future. Now, when is it we turn back to the list? Not in the fourth step. In the fourth step, you make the list. So it's in step 5, in steps 6 and 7, and in steps 8 and 9 that we turn back to this list, okay? That's a reference to something you're going to be doing later on. But it's found here in the pages of the fourth step. So one of the things that I've learned over the years that Bill Wilson does is he doesn't tell you what the problem is and then walk away from it and leave you hanging. He immediately tells you what the solution is. So this is what he says here, and you're going to see how in this explanation here that he's telling us that we're going to bring God into our lives to help us deal with this, that we're going to apply what we come to call the spiritual solutions to the spiritual sickness that we have. Okay, he says, we turn back to that list, for it held a key to the future. And you have to ask yourself, why does the list hold the key to the future? Because remember in the beginning of the fourth step, he said we're going to face what's blocking us from God, and we're going to be rid of what's blocking us from God. So to say that you've done the fourth step, all that is to face what's blocking you from God. And the application to be rid of these things comes in 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay. We were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. We began to see that the world and its people really dominated us. In that state, the wrongdoing of others, fancied or real, had power to actually kill. How could we escape? We saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how? And now here's a key point that he's pointing out here. You see it as just a quick sentence that he breezes through here. And I got to tell you, I read stuff like this for years and didn't see anything there until somebody slowed me down and said, pay attention to what you're reading. He says, we could not wish them away any more than alcohol. You see what he's saying there? He's saying that if I tell you you've got a serious anger problem and you go, oh, I got a serious anger problem. You know, I've been noticing that myself. I'm getting into a lot of heated exchanges with people, either close to me or complete strangers. I don't know where we go off on each other. So I think I believe that my friend told me that I have an anger problem, and I am going to do something about it. I'm going to stop being angry. Well, guess what? You can't stop being angry just by saying, I want to stop being angry. Look what he says. We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. You see the reference he's making? Remember back when I decided to stop drinking alcohol, and I said, you know what, I'm starting to have a little problem with this. I'm waking up in jail a lot more often, getting into fights, getting kicked out of bars, and the bars I'm in. And so I remember I made a decision one day to stop drinking, and you know what? It didn't seem to make a difference. I drank anyway. I took every kind of oath there was and every kind of swearing off, and I drank anyway. So that's the same light that I see this anger in now, that I can no more be rid of my anger than I could my alcohol. And he says this was our course. We realized that the people who wronged us. Now these two paragraphs here are essentially a reference to step 6, because he's fixing to tell you that you're going to ask God to come into your life here. And that's why in step 5 he says we begin to feel the nearness of our Creator, because we're getting some idea now. In the 5th step, we've applied this solution, the spiritual solution of making, you know, the admission of these defects, to be honest about, when I go back into the how it works in the 3rd step back there, where he says those who do not recover are people who cannot completely give themselves to this program, usually men and women who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. We're all familiar with that. This is the part where it comes down to it from myself that I believe that he's talking about when he says constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. Someone who actually says, you know what, I think they're right. I have a problem with anger, and I have no control over it whatsoever. And you'll see this in other people. When I started to wake up to my anger one day, I began to watch other people as they got angry and to see how out of control they were. That they're not making a conscious decision to get in somebody's face because, they thought that they were being, what's that word that's so famous today? Disrespectful, that somebody was being disrespectful to them and they wanted to get in their face and give them when you actually see it in somebody else, you're going to say the same thing I did. I say, I see it now. I see that person is out of control. That anger has got him in a corner, and it's literally an instinct. He's running on instinct, like a wild animal backed into a corner fighting for its life. That's what that anger is in my life. And if you look into 12 and 12, he says a lot of instincts gone astray. There's a lot in the 12 and 12 about instincts, but I'm not I think he's gone off into the sin thing too much in there. He's got the religious deal going in the 12 and 12 a lot. Whereas in here, remember that the Alcoholics Anonymous sprung from the Oxford groups, and the Oxford groups was a religious group, but they didn't say what God you had to believe in, and they didn't tell you, they didn't say a word about their God either. All they said was, we got a path to find that you can get out of this problem you're having. So this is the spiritual solution. This is a reference to step 6 and 7. When in step 6 and 7 is when you ask God to remove what it is that's blocking you from Him. So this was our course, he says. We realized that the people who wronged us, and you'll see as we work our way through this next 2 paragraphs that there's actual steps involved in the forgiveness process. The first part of this step is to write down what it is you're angry about. Okay? The second part of this step is to tell it to somebody else. And it doesn't say you got to find a specific person. Nowhere in here does it say that we have sponsors. It just says it could. Remember when we were going over the 5th step, the question for almost 3 paragraphs was, who is to hear our 5th step? And he goes on and on about it could be a family member, but we can't disclose anything to them that might hurt them. It could be a priest, a minister, a rabbi, or whatever. So he goes on about that. But anyway, this was our course. We realized that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Though we did not like their symptoms and the way these disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too. Period. So I'm going to stop right there, and I'm going to say, I understand that I definitely understand that I am a spiritually sick person. Therefore, I can easily see that other people around me are probably spiritually sick just like myself, And when I see other people and their behavior, and I see my behavior in them, it becomes easier for me to see them in the same light that I am. Not like I'm any better than them or they're any better than me, but we're all I always say we're all trying to find our own way. So I stop and I say they're sick just like me, first of all. And then we go on and it says, we ask God to help us. Not we ask God to do it for us. I know a lot of people say, and even in the 6 and 7, it makes a reference to we ask God to remove these defects of character, and just somehow the God hand waves by and it's gone, and we don't have any anger anymore. But that's not my experience. My experience with it is to go on with what we're reading here and to closely look where he says we ask God to help us. And that's one of the things we're getting at here is we're doing step 6 tonight. Step 6 is only like 2 paragraphs. And one of the things we're looking at here is to be entirely ready to have God remove these defects. But anyway, we'll get into that when we get on those pages there. We ask God in steps 6 and 7 to help us, show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. So here's where I bring God into this situation. And the reason we went back here was to say in step 5 it said we had begun to feel the nearness of our Creator. And I would have, any logical person would say, how the hell is that? How is it that I began to feel the nearness of my Creator in step 5? What's that got to, this is what it's got to do with it, is we bring God into these situations, and we acknowledge, and we're going to turn to God. And when we're looking at this, he says, we ask God to help us. This obviously is a reference to turning to God and saying, please help me with my anger, God. I definitely, if I'm going to be completely honest with myself, I have a serious anger problem, and it's out of my control, just like my alcoholism. We cheerfully go, so we ask God to help us, show them the same tolerance, patience, pity, and patience we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. When a person offended, this is, many people refer to this as the 4th step prayer, but remember, stop and think about it for a minute. You're not asking God to remove these things in the 4th step. This is a reference to a latter step. All he's doing here is he didn't leave us hanging with the problem and while he went on to some other situation. He gave us the problem, anger, and now right after anger, he's telling us what the solution is, which is a reference to a latter step. There's many references in here to many of the other steps in here. When a person offended, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man. And now this is the part here where he says, how can I be helpful to him? God save me from being angry. Thy will be done. So you see the part where there's action in there. There's a part where I write it down. I recognize it. I write it down. I share it with another person. I ask God to remove it. And I direct my attention to how I can be of help to this person. There's action involved in spirit. All our spiritual solutions, all of the spiritual solutions, we have 4 of them. Admission, faith in God, forgiveness, and making amends. And those 4 spiritual solutions that we have are designed to rid us of the most common manifestations of self. And those are the words of the big book, remember. We're looking to face and to be rid of the most common manifestations of self from which all other forms of self stem. So these are, like, you can call these the primary forms of self, which are the instigator for all the other subforms that ride below them. You could easily see that in fear too, that like when he says that fear is at the root of all of our anger. No matter what it is that you're afraid of, underlying that anger, no matter what it is that you're angry about, underlying that anger is something that you're afraid of, something that has threatened you. So he says we avoid retaliation or argument. We wouldn't treat sick people that way. If we do, we destroy our chance of being helpful. There's that reference again, helpful to the person that we're angry at. We cannot be helpful to all people, but at least God will help. God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each and every one. Now on the next page over here, actually, you know what? Stay on the same page, and the next paragraph there, he's saying, referring to the list again. Putting out of our minds, this is a reference to the list of harms done others. This one paragraph right here is the directions, but at the bottom of this paragraph is an explanation of what it is, how the spiritual solution to this harms done others comes into play. And you can see where he says, we place them before us in black and white. This is the bottom of that paragraph where he wrote, referring to the list again. We place them before us in black and white. We admitted our wrongs honestly and were willing to set these matters straight. Now that's a reference to step 5 where he says we admitted our wrongs honestly in step 5, and out in steps 8 and 9 we became willing to set these matters straight. Okay, well, actually 8 says willing, and then 9 says we set them straight. But if you ask me, that's a reference to 8 and 9. He didn't have to write, we became willing to set these matters straight, and we proceeded to set these matters straight. That's pretty much the idea he's trying to get across there. That's a reference to 8 and 9. On the next page over here, there's 2 paragraphs in the middle of the page. These are the paragraphs that are essentially an explanation of how faith in God combats fear, and these 2 paragraphs are a reference to step 12. And of course, not only in step 12 do we apply faith, but in step 6 and 7 we ask God to remove these fears. And at the bottom of these 2 paragraphs here, so this would be about 8 or 10 lines up from the bottom, he says, we asked him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what he would have us be at once we commence to outgrow fear. That's a pretty intense statement right there, that essentially fear is, remember when we were going back in the 3rd step where he said that selfishness and self-centeredness, driven by 100 forms of fear, is the root of our alcoholism. The root of our alcoholism is selfishness and self-centeredness, and that selfishness and self-centeredness is driven by fear. So essentially, fear is the root cause of our alcoholism, and this is the spiritual solution to fear. When he says we asked him to remove our fear, you can easily say, so what step is it that I ask God to remove what's blocking me from him? 6 and 7. In 6 and 7, I ask God to remove my fear, and then I direct my attention to what he would have me be is step 12. One of his, remember in the 3rd step he said, he is the principal and we are his agents. This concept is simple, or what did he say? I don't want to use my own words. This is in the 3rd step on page 62, at the bottom of the page there, where he says, this is the how and why of it. First of all, we had to quit playing God. That's step 1. It didn't work. Next, we decided that hereafter in this drama of life, God was going to be our director. He is the principal, and we are his agents. That's the point that step 12 essentially is. That God is the principal, and we are his agents is a reference to step 12. What is it when you say something along the lines of the principal and the agent? Is most of us would come to like insurance. That you are an insurance agent and there's a life insurance policy principle of like $1 million policy, and you got to be an agent and go out there and sell, and that's essentially what step 12 is. We go out there and one at a time try to sell God to the drunks who've lost their way. They, like ourselves, are sick too, right? So there's more to it in those 2 paragraphs, but we've been over it last week, and we'll go over it again as we get out into some of the latter steps out there. So we've covered those 3 spiritual solutions there. And you know, one of the best places to see it's all in one area. And Bill Wilson does his own little summary of the 4th step on page 70. It's that last paragraph in the 4th step. And in this paragraph, he makes a quick reference to all 3, actually the 4 spiritual solutions. If we have been thorough about our personal inventory, this is page 70 at the bottom. If we have been thorough about our personal inventory, we have written down a lot. We have listed and analyzed our resentments. We have begun to comprehend their futility and their fatality. We have commenced to see their terrible destructiveness. We have, now this is a sort of a reference to forgiveness. We have begun to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even our enemies, for we look on them as sick people. That's a reference to that solution we were just reading, forgiveness, okay? We have listed the people we have hurt by our conduct and are willing to straighten out the past if we can. That's a reference to amends. In this book, you read again and again that faith did for us what we could not do for ourselves, and there's a reference to faith right there. We hope you are now convinced that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from him. If you have already made a decision in the 3rd step and an inventory of your grosser handicaps, you have made a good beginning. That being so, you have swallowed and digested some big chunks of truth about yourself. So back out to the 6th step. We've gotten past those promises of the 5th step, which is where we finished up last week, and that idea that our fears fall from us. We begin to feel the nearness of our Creator. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now I'm in the middle of page 75 there. And if you're not familiar with the promises of the fifth step, it's those 8 or 9 lines right in the center of the page on 75. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience. The feeling that the drink problem has disappeared will often come strongly. We feel we are on the broad highway, walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. So if this hasn't happened to you in the fifth step, maybe we need to back up a little bit. Because I don't know about you guys, but I felt the nearness to my Creator in the third step is when it came to me, when I asked God to come into my life. Anyway, returning home, so this is the beginning of the step 6. It's only like 2 paragraphs, if that. We'll finish this up. And step 6 is, we're entirely ready to have God remove these defects of character. And the way a guy pointed it out to me once, and I said, you know what, that's the clearest, simplest explanation that I've ever heard. And repeatedly throughout these pages, you'll see we turn back to the steps which contain the first 5 proposals, which is one of the things we had just written. We're fixing to read here in a minute here. So when we get to it, hang on, we'll just get to it here. Returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour after we've done the 5th step here. Carefully reviewing what we have done, we thank God from the bottom of our heart that we know Him better. Taking this book down from the shelf, we turn to the page which contains the 12 steps. That's 58, right? Carefully reading the first 5 proposals, we ask if we have omitted anything. So stop right there and go back to the page. He's telling us, he's actually instructing us to go back to the page which contains the 12 steps. And you go back to page 59, and you look at those first 5 steps, and you ask yourself if you have omitted anything. And carefully review the first 5 proposals, and obviously we admitted we were powerless over alcohol, that our lives have become unmanageable. Back to that one page, which is the best description I've seen of it. It says we had to quit playing God. It didn't work. Remember where we're going here. We're going to a place where we're going to have a complete reliance and dependence upon God for everything. As Bill puts it, we must turn in all things to the Father of light. And that doesn't mean this and that and little, all things, every single thing, even your breathing when you're sound asleep at night and your heartbeat when you're 3 o'clock in the morning and you're asleep. Turn in everything, because that's where it is anyway. Anybody who thinks they have any control over their own lives, in my opinion, is just, they're fooling themselves. Came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. Do you believe in God, yes or no? Hopefully the answer to the question is yes. We've got that whole chapter. We agnostics is dedicated to saying that the 50% of the original fellowship were atheists or agnostics, and it goes on to say they became converts. They later became converts to our way of thinking here. And third step, made a decision to turn our will and our lives. And there's a couple of places that are real good descriptions. One of them is Bill's story where he says something along the lines of God is everything and without Him I am nothing. I'll tell you what, go there and we'll look at it real quick. It's the best description of the third step that I believe we have. My description of the third step is my only reason for living is to serve God. I have no other reason for living. I burned up all my other avenues and exhausted everything, and the only reason I live from this point on is to serve God. And Bill's got one here that's pretty good, back in Bill's story. Where was it? Step 3 for Bill is on page 13. Top of the page on 13 in Bill's story. There I humbly offered myself to God, as I then understood Him, to do with me as He would. I placed myself unreservedly under His care and direction. I admitted for the first time that of myself I was nothing, and without Him I was lost. And that's Bill's third step right there. And you got here in how it works. We stood at the turning point. Half measures availed us nothing. It doesn't mean turn over an hour of your day to Him for an AA meeting. It doesn't mean I'll give you a little time now and then, God, when you need it. It means from this point on, your only reason for living is to serve God. And, one of the things that we get out of that, too, is the idea of self-will versus God's will. The idea that what's wrong with an alcoholic is self-will, and the spiritual solution to this is God's will, gives us the two opposite ends of the spectrum of recovery, of with a problem and the solution. So with this, we say, made a decision to turn my will and my life. You know, one of the other things that I've used to describe that was, when I first decided to turn my life over to God, I did it because I felt like I didn't have any other decision. I didn't have any other choice. I said, I have been through the ringer for years. I've been drunk and in jail so many times. Like, I feel right now that I have no other choice but to turn my life over to the care of God. And I'm really not doing it of my own free will. I'm doing it because I have no other choice in the matter. I have exhausted all other avenues. Therefore, here I am. I'm out of here. If this don't work, I'm out of here, is what I said. I'm done with this shit. I don't want to do it anymore. I can't take it anymore. So when I showed up, and as I got the results of doing the 12 steps in my life, today, of my own free will, I offer my life to God. I say, you know what? This is what I want to do now. I felt forced to do it in the beginning, but today, of my own free will, I offer my life to you, God. What do you want me to do? And you understand how the difference of that is? The difference between how I felt in the beginning versus of where it says today, it says, made a decision to turn my will over to the care of God, which is essentially saying that why I live my life, what it is that keeps me alive today is what I offer back to God too. My free will. I always say, look, if you could hold your free will in your hands and say, take it out of your head and hold it in your hands and say, I have the free will to do whatever it is I want to do. And you know what? This is great. Now, you can have it back, God. What do you want me to do? You understand? It's really deep, and not many people, in my opinion, fully understand that. And I believe that's where most people are having trouble with in recovery. When you see them going in and out, they're having trouble with that, giving that will back to God. And like I said, I didn't do it willingly either. I did it out of, when I first started, I said, I don't have any other choice to do this. But later on, after I got the result, if you would have sat there and told me and said, when you live a complete life of selflessness and sacrifice for others, you're going to find everything you ever wanted in life, I'd have said, you are out of your flipping mind. You have no idea, you're a retard or something. Get away from me, man. But when you get to try to live that way of life and to do, I'm not perfect, but I have had a taste of it. I've had a taste of living a life of doing things for other people without any conditions on it, and I can tell you it's what you're looking for. Other than to say, there's a reference in there that says the bridge of reason does not lead to the land of faith. What that means to me is no amount of intellect in my head will get me closer to God. No matter how much I sit there and think about it, no matter how much I contemplate it, no matter how many books I read on it, none of those will get me closer to God. The only thing that will get me closer to God is my action, whether I go out there and actually live a life of service to others. Do you understand that? And it is through that process over the years that today I say to myself, of my own free will today, I have gotten the results of doing things for others and the feeling that I get inside about who I am for doing those things, and I can tell you that it's what you're looking for. I heard somebody say that years ago, must have been 18, 20 years ago when I heard, and it went in one ear and out the other, and I kind of stopped and registered it for a minute, and I go, another bunch of mindless crap I have no use for, But after many years of trying to not to relapse, essentially, I can tell you that it is the way we're trying to teach, the things we're trying to teach in here. Okay, about to the fourth step. Remember, we turn back to the page which contains the 12 steps, carefully reviewing the first 5 proposals. We ask if we have omitted anything. Fourth step, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. Don't let that word moral inventory, that stewed me for years. I didn't want to raise my hand in a meeting and say, you know what, I must be stupid or something, because I just don't know what in the hell you're talking about with a moral. Did you have any kind of dictionary to explain the moral inventory? But when you read it, Bill Wilson's like an educated guy, he didn't want to say, made a searching and fearless made a searching and fearless inventory of our most common manifestations of self. That's one of the ways I put it. I say, we made a searching and fearless moral inventory of the most common manifestations of self that block us from God, which is a life of sacrifice and service and sacrifice for others. It's essentially the whole thing in a nutshell. And in step 5, I admitted to God, to myself, and to another human being the exact nature of my wrongs, which is the most common manifestations of self that block me from God or receiving and doing God's will, which is a life of service and sacrifice for others for the God of my understanding. Some guy said years ago, how does God come to people? God comes to people through people. And I have to tell you that the only way that I've ever experienced unconditional love was through, I would have to say, my grandparents, and then later as my mother and my stepfather got older, I experienced through them unconditional love. That no matter what I did, they still said, okay, come on back. We ain't kicking you out yet, and we still care about you and all that. But that's the only place that I ever really, most of the people in my life, as soon as things got rough, they said, get away from me, man, But anyway, so I think one of the references he's making there is also do not leave anything off of your 4th step and say to yourself, you know what, I'm not telling anybody that. I don't give a crap what they say in AA. I'm taking this to my grave. I am not telling anybody that right there. That's when you have a problem. Whether it is you've got to find a lawyer, a doctor, a priest, a minister, a rabbi. You don't have to share it with another alcoholic. I tell my guys that I take through the steps, I say, look, tell me everything you got, but if you got one thing you're not telling anybody, you take that to a priest or something like that. Somebody, or take the whole thing to a priest. Whatever you want to do, it's not actually says, but I tell you, there's a benefit of taking your 4th step to your sponsor, because your sponsor can cross-reference, like we're saying here. Like he's saying, we turn back to the list for it held the key. We turned to the page containing the first 5 proposals. Carefully reviewing them, we asked ourselves if we have omitted anything. And can a priest, a minister, or a rabbi do this with you? I don't know. Maybe they're not familiar with our 12 steps. Maybe they're not familiar. So therefore, it's recommended that you do it with somebody who knows what the hell they're doing, because you don't just sit there and listen. You actually have some kind of interaction. Okay, there's not like some psychiatrist just kicks his feet up and listens to you whine for an hour and then says, okay, see you next week. It's not like that, okay? But anyway, back to step 6. Where were we? 76. Step 6 and 7 are on page 76. Yeah, it was 75. We're on the bottom of the page there. There's only like another 3 or 4 lines or something like that. Okay. For we are building an arch through which we shall walk a free man. Now, you see what he's saying there? We are building an arch through which we shall walk a free man. Now, remember back in step 3, he said the 3rd step is the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which, I'll tell you what, go back to it. I don't want to leave you guys thinking, well, he's just up there babbling about shit. This is on, we were reading it a minute ago. Okay. We never finished reading it. It's on page 62 at the bottom of the page, where I was pointing out that he is the principal and we are his agents, okay? And what is the principal and the agents? The principal is that $1 million life insurance policy. We are the agents that got to go out and sell that life insurance policy, or sell God to drunks, the way we put it. He is the Father and we are his children. Most good ideas are simple, and this simple concept of he is the principal and we are his agents, most good ideas are simple, and this concept was the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which we pass to freedom. So there's a reference to the keystone of the new and triumphant arch. Remember what I said to you a minute ago, my only reason for living today is to serve God. I have no other reason to live. I've been through them all. I said to myself, I am the center of the universe. I am the reason for everything that I do. And then I said to this other person that is the center, and I have to tell you that it just doesn't. It gets me to the end of my rope is where it gets me. It gets me all the way to the end, and there's nothing left, and I don't want to do it anymore, so we got to try something else here. That ain't working. So the keystone of the new and triumphant arch, and the reference that he's making, you got to think about old masonry, where there's a big archway made out of stones, and on the top, that center stone that's holding the, let's say there's 2 sides with like 6, we'll say 6. There's 6 stones on each side and 1 right in the middle holding those 6 stones on each side up. You pull that middle keystone out and down comes everything else. So on the 3rd step, being the keystone of that new and triumphant arch, hinges all of the other steps. That the successful consummation of all of the other 12 steps is absolutely dependent upon this keystone of the new and triumphant arch, in which he is the principal and we are his agents, he is the Father and we are his children. So back to the page again where we're just making another reference. For we are building an arch through which we will walk a free man. 75 at the bottom. For we are building an arch through which we shall walk a free man at last. Is our work solid so far? Are the stones properly in place? Have we skimped on the cement put into the foundation? Have we tried to make mortar without sand? You see all that he's referencing right there is, I always say to my sponsees lately, I say, now I want you to picture that archway with step 3 as the keystone that's supporting these two sides. And on these two sides, these other stones are labeled step 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Over here is 9, 10, 11, 12. And these are the stones that are this archway that you're walking through. And that third step being the keystone. That's the reference that he's making here. Why is he saying, then the stones properly in place? Have we skimped on the cement? What is that crap? That's what he's talking about. He's talking about that archway through which we walk a free man, free from that obsession for that first drink. If we can answer to our satisfaction, 76 at the top. If we can answer to our satisfaction, then we look at step 6. We have emphasized willingness as being indispensable. Are we now ready to let God remove from us all things which we have admitted are objectionable? Can he now take them all, every one? If we still cling to something we will not let go, we ask God to help us be willing. And back to what I was telling you a minute ago. This guy says to me years ago, he says, now look at the steps in this light. As a result of the first 5 steps, we're entirely ready to have God remove these defects of character. Put that in before you get to step 6. Say that. As a result of the first 5 steps, we're entirely ready to have God remove these defects of character. So the statement is, who in their right mind wants to hang on to their anger? Who's going to sit there and say, you know what, I think I'm going to hang on to my anger. I'm really enjoying these heated exchanges that I'm having with everybody. These fist fights I'm getting into, whatever it is, the trips to jail for assault and battery, the screaming matches, the grouch and the brainstorm, the way Bill puts it in here. Who in their right mind is going to say, I'm going to hang on to my fear. I'm kind of liking the fear thing. I'm not ready to turn loose of my fear. I'm not ready to turn loose of the guilt that I feel for the harms that I had done other people. Who in their right mind would say that? So you see what we're saying there is that step 6 is speaking in a past tense. Step 6 is telling us that as a result of the first 5 steps, yes, I'm ready to have God remove these defects of character. Who in their right mind wouldn't? You understand? There's really nothing to do in step 6 but acknowledge this is where you're at. So he says returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour. That's all we're doing in step 6. I don't know where that it's the step that separates the men from the boys comes from. That's in the 12 and 12. And I've often asked, how is it the step that separates the men from the boys? Back to that idea. Who in their right mind wants to hang on to anger, fear, guilt? Nobody. But anyway, we got 15 minutes for open discussion, and we'll do step 7 and probably 8 next week. Anybody like to share on steps 1 through 6? Any kind of comments on it? Any questions? Anybody want to drink tonight? Something you want to share? The format of the meeting is big book. I'm going to read for about 20, 25 minutes or something. We'll open up the floor for open discussion. We'll try to get through a couple of paragraphs maybe. I'm an alcoholic. My name's Doug. We're on page 76 today, and we just finished step 7 last week, I guess it was. Now, remember where we were. In the 4th step, he keeps making a reference to turning back to the 4th step list. So, you're going to take your list, and you're going to go back to this list. And in step 6 and step 8, there's really nothing to do in these steps. There's nothing to do but acknowledge. It's sort of a stopping point and acknowledging. Remember when we did step 6, he said returning home, this is 1 page back on 75. He said, returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour, that bottom paragraph on page 75. Carefully reviewing what we have done, we thank God from the bottom of our heart that we know Him better. Taking this book down from our shelf, we turn to the page which contains the 12 steps. Carefully reading the first 5 proposals, we ask if we have omitted anything. Now remember what we were doing here. All you're doing in step 6 is taking the book down and reviewing the first 5 steps and asking yourself, have you omitted anything off? Have you left anything off? The idea he put out there of the triumphant arch, remember that back in the 3rd step, the triumphant arch through which we pass to freedom. And these are the stones on the sides of that arch, and the 3rd step is the keystone, as he put it, the keystone of that new and triumphant arch. In step 6 is an acknowledgement step only, and so too is step 8, and that's where we're at tonight. In the middle of the page on page 76 is the one paragraph that covers step 8. And all it really says is we're acknowledging that we have a list. We've already made it when we took our inventory in the 4th step. And we're acknowledging that, yes, I am willing to make these amends. Remember, it was agreed in the beginning that you would go to any lengths for victory over alcohol. So that's all we're doing in step 8 is an acknowledgement step, both of them. I always say step 6 is as a result of the first 5 steps. Yes, I'm entirely ready to have God remove these defects of character. Remember that the defects of character are not, they're not a secret. We know that they are anger, fear, and guilt. And from those 3, the most common manifestations of stealth stem all other forms. So when we were doing step 7, we reviewed that essentially step 7 is asking God to remove all of these defects of character, but it deals primarily with the forgiveness, because if you're asking God to remove the guilt that blocks you from Him, that's the purpose of steps 8 and 9, is to remove the guilt from us. And if you're asking God to remove the fear, that's the purpose of step 12. Step 12 is essentially faith in God. It's how we combat fear, okay? So step 7 deals with, although it also deals with guilt and fear, it deals primarily with anger, to relieve me, and the 2 paragraphs in step 4, which described how to apply forgiveness to others. It was something along the lines of, this was our course. We realized that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick, and he went on for 2 paragraphs to explain to us the process of forgiveness in step 7 last week. And step 8, we're going to start reading here now. We got the middle of the page on step 8, middle of the page on 76. Now we need more action, without which we find that faith without works is dead. Let's look at steps 8 and 9. We have a list of all persons we have harmed. So he's not saying that we're going to sit down and make another list. He says he's saying in a past tense, we already have this list. And to whom we are willing to make amends. It doesn't say, and to whom we're going to somehow become willing to make amends. He says we already are. He's speaking in a past tense. If you'll read it from that standpoint, we already have a list, and to whom we are already willing to make amends to. We made it when we took inventory. We subjected ourselves to a drastic self-appraisal, and this is the beginning of step 9. Now we go out to our fellows and repair the damage done in the past. So all you're doing in step 8 is acknowledging that you already have this list and that you're willing to make these amends. And I tell you, I've been to the seminar, and I'll give you an example of what they said. They said you're going to make like a list of people that you're going to make amends to right away, a list of people that you plan on getting to someday. It was kind of silly. I mean, looking back on it, I thought a lot of it when I first heard it, but today, I mean, it's just... And then they said, you'll eventually get to the people that you swear you'll never make amends to. And that's not the way I see it today. The way I see it is, you've got a choice here. You can make amends for the harms that you've done to others, or you can go out and drinking. What's it going to be? That's pretty much what it boils down to. It's not a matter of, gee, I really don't feel like making amends to these. I'll make amends to those people, but I'm not making amends. Oh, really? Well, have a drink on me, pal, because that's pretty much what it boils down to. It's either make amends or drink. You got it? So there's where the willingness comes from. Just like in step 6, where he says if we have the willingness to have God remove these defects of character, where do you get the willingness from? From the respect, I like to say, not from the fear that alcohol will come back into my life and I will drink again, because a fear-based sobriety is a recipe for failure. What you want is a faith-based sobriety. Or, I always say early on I may have had a fear-based sobriety, but later on it turned into a faith-based sobriety, because eventually a fear-based sobriety will fail you. What does he say in that one? I forget. The knowledge of your condition, the knowledge of that we fail to bring into our memories, even the knowledge of a week or a few days ago, the pain and suffering, that eventually it will be blotted out by the fear that compels us to drink. That the fear that is at the root of the obsession for the first one. Now, when we get into the ninth step, there are many things here that we need to be paying attention to. Number one is, why do I have to make amends? Because remember what we're trying to do here. We are looking to find what blocks us from God, and we're looking to get rid of what blocks us from God. And what blocks us from God in this particular aspect that we're looking at here, this list that we're looking at, the list of persons that we had harmed, is the guilt that we feel inside for what we had done. And, the way my sponsor used to put it, he said, if you do good, you're going to feel good inside about who you are. It's not a matter of whether you want to feel good and you're doing poor behavior. If you're stealing and lying and cheating and you say to yourself, no, but I want to feel good, then you need to change your behavior, because how you feel inside about who you are is a direct result of what it is that you do in the world through your actions. You understand that if you're lying and cheating and stealing from people, you're going to be feeling that on the inside, because it's just the way it is. That's the way that the conscience of the human mind is. Unless somebody truly has a mental illness and that antisocial, I forget the name of that. I keep wanting to write that thing down. There's a antisocial behavior that they have, not psychotic, but it's what do you say?
Borderline personality disorder.
No. There's a certain word that the psychiatrists use for people who have no conscience and hurt other people, and it doesn't affect them. You understand? You're familiar with it. I just can't remember it right now. Anyway, the antisocial behavior. So what we're talking about here is, by making these amends, I'm going to free myself. Number one, I'm going to free myself from the guilt that I feel for what I've done to the people in my life, primarily my family and the people that were close to me. And another thing that we're expected to get from this is we're going to, the way Bill Wilson put it was, he said, we learned a lot from psychiatry early on in sobriety. And one of the things we learned was that the human mind has a certain behavior to it, whether we want to or not. Let me put it to you this way: when he's dealing with anger, Bill Wilson writes in the resentment list, he says, we could no more wish this anger away than we could our alcohol. We have to have God's help. And what he's saying in that statement is that I can tell you as a person, I say, you have a problem with anger. You need to deal with, and you're going to say, oh, yeah, I've had several people tell me I have a problem with anger. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a conscious decision to not be angry anymore. I'm going to work on my anger. But guess what? You are powerless over your anger, so you can't work on it. It's like saying I'm going to stop drinking. You understand? Someone says, you got a problem drinking. And you go, okay, I have a problem drinking. I'm going to cut back on my drinking. Well, guess what? You ain't got no power over your drinking. And that's why he makes that reference when he says that we're just as powerless over anger, and I'm just as powerless over my guilt. You see, what we're dealing with is, as Bill Wilson put it, was the inner workings of the subconscious human mind. We're dealing with parts of the human mind that operate below the level of conscious thought. And I'll give you another example. Let's say you're in a room full of 15 people, somebody pulls out a gun and starts shooting, blah, 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 blah. You don't sit around and go, somebody's shooting in this room. I think I'm going to head for that door as fast as I can, just without even thinking about it. There you go. You know, you just bang for the door, you know. Or you're in a crowded theater and somebody yells fire, and there's a big fire. You don't make a conscious decision to run out the door. You just subconsciously, your mind operates, many parts of our minds operate on subconscious level. And so too does what Bill Wilson calls the root cause of alcoholism. Anger, fear, and guilt, all three operate below the level of conscious thought. You understand that what he's saying is, I do not make a conscious decision to get angry. What happens is somebody does something, I feel like I'm threatened by it, and I react to it without, I don't sit around and think, you know what, I'm going to get angry about this. It's just you react, and that's all there is to it. We're dealing with something that operates below the level of conscious thought. And when we're talking about the ninth step, what we're dealing with is guilt, okay? Guilt operates below. Nobody makes a conscious decision to either feel guilty for what they did or to turn it off and not feel guilty for what they did. If you have done behavior that has affected another person negatively or adversely, you're going to feel bad about it. You're going to feel guilty about it, and you don't have a decision on whether you're going to feel that way or not. You understand? But there is a way of how to retrain our subconscious minds how to react in the future. And that is by not doing these things in the first place, by paying the price for what we've done in the past. Do you understand? As Bill puts it in the promises of the ninth step, he says, we will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. I always say, do you think he's talking about a situation, let me say, somebody spills their soda pop on the table or something. You think, I will intuitively know how to handle that situation? Or do you think he's talking about what we've been dealing with here, the inner workings of the subconscious human mind, how we deal with anger, how we deal with fear, how we deal with guilt? Those are the situations that we're going to intuitively know how to handle. That's the things that we're going to teach our subconscious human mind how to deal with intuitively. And you have to, and there's a promise in the 10th step where he says, I'll take you out there just for a second, and we'll show you, because you know the 10th step and the 9th step are real close to one another, and the 9th step is actually in step 10 on a daily basis. Go to page 84, yeah, the promises of the 10th step. You'll see where he says on the top of page 85, we will react sanely and normally, you know, and when someone sets one of our favorite whatever it is down in front of us. Jack Daniels, Budweiser, whatever it is. We will react sanely and normally. We will find that this has happened automatically. We will see that our new attitude toward liquor has been given us without any thought or effort on our part. Why is that? Because I've been training my subconscious mind how to deal with the things that were at the root of my obsession for the first one. Do you understand? That we're saying that in my mind, there is something that drives my brain to the first one. There's an underlying cause and condition. That's the words he uses in the 4th step. There's an underlying cause and condition that is the driving force behind my obsession for the first one. And when I begin to reteach my mind how to deal with my anger, how to deal with my fear, and how to deal with the guilt that I feel, through the process that we've outlined here in what we call the spiritual solutions. Okay. Now, in these spiritual solutions, all 4 aspects must be present. Like he says, it's easily seen in step 5, where he says we admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. Well, you can see all 4 of those aspects easily in that 5th step. Well, so too are all 4 of those aspects in the spiritual solutions of forgiveness, faith in God, and making amends. Each one of them includes ourselves, God, another human being, and action. The action of the admission in step 5 is the action of actually sitting down with somebody and telling them that. But in the forgiveness, the action is how can I be of help to them? And making amends, the action is quite clear, making amends, and you know it's not rocket science. One of the things you need to notice about the 9th step too is the idea of not creating more damage as you go along. You know, I always use the example of saying, you can tell your wife you cheated on her, but you can't tell him it was with who, his sister or something, you know, or her sister or whatever. Anyway, back to where we were reading. So that's the idea we're going to be getting from these next few pages. Is we're going to reteach our subconscious minds how to deal with the guilt that we feel, and how are we going to intuitively know how to handle these situations? Because we're not going to create them in the first place. We're going to teach our subconscious minds that there is a price to be paid when you lie to somebody. There is a price to be paid when you steal or cheat from somebody. You cannot do it and think nothing's going to happen to me. Of course something's going to happen to you. You're going to keep drinking, wondering, what the hell's going on with me? Okay. Our next, no, wait a minute, I'm in 10. We're back on number 9 on page 76, and now we go out, this is the middle of the page here. Now we go out to our fellows and repair the damage done in the past. We attempt to sweep away the debris which has accumulated out of our effort to live life on self-will and run the show ourselves. If we haven't the will to do this, we ask until it comes. Remember, it was agreed at the beginning that we would go to any lengths for victory over alcohol. So that phrase right there, we would go to any lengths for victory over alcohol, is, in this state of the recovery, a reference to making amends in the 9th step. And later on, when he says we would go to any lengths for victory over alcohol, this is making your 12th step work the number one thing in your life. You say, well, my relationship with God is the number one thing in my life, and your relationship with God is going to be based on step 12. The other steps, like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, all of these steps are essentially designed to bring you to step 12. That's like their sole purpose for existence, okay? Probably there are still some misgivings. As we look over the list of business acquaintances and friends we have hurt, we may feel diffident about going to some of them on a spiritual basis. Let us be reassured, to some people, we need not and probably should not emphasize the spiritual feature on our first approach. Obviously, what he's saying there is, you don't have to tell them why you're doing it. You just have to say, look, I was feeling real guilty about what I did, and I think I need to apologize for something. Instead of telling them, look, I'm in AA, I'm doing my step 9, and I was wondering. We might prejudice them. At the moment, we're trying to put our lives in order. And this is one of the second places in the whole big book where I see the will of God actually described in this one sentence right here. At the moment, we're trying to put our lives in order. But this is not an end in itself. Our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be of maximum service to God and the people about us. That is essentially a reference to step 12. Because if you'll remember back in the third step, Bill Wilson wrote, here, I'll tell you, we'll go back to it real quick. I have a problem with, sometimes I'll just say things off the top of my head and people don't know whether I'm just coming up with this stuff or whether it's in the book. So go back to page 62 down at the bottom of the page. And this is what I was getting at, was the idea that Bill Wilson states that our relationship with God is going to be based essentially on our 12th step work. And the spiritual solutions outlined in the other steps are designed for that purpose in mind. Okay, this is at the bottom of the page on 62, about 8 or 10 lines up, where he says, this is the how and why of it. It's essentially talking about these 2 paragraphs are the whole program in a nutshell, okay? He says, this is the how and why of it. First of all, as in the first step, we had to quit playing God. And remember, because in order to become completely dependent upon a God of your understanding, you must first smash the idea that you are it, okay? First of all, we had to quit playing God. It didn't work. Next, we decided, and what's decided, that's the third step. So in the third step, we decided that hereafter, in this drama of life, God was going to be our director. And the reason he's saying director is because he just gave us that analogy of every person is like an actor who wants to run the show. He wants to arrange the lights, the furniture, the scenery. He wants to do everything instead of just acting and having a director tell him what to do. So that's why he's given that God was going to be our director thing, because we haven't really gone back. But in this last previous page, he gave us that analogy, one of many analogies that he gives in this book. Now, this is what I was getting at right here. The reason I brought us back here is that he is the principal and we are his agents, okay? He is the principal and we are his agents. That's a reference to step 12. That it's essentially a reference to like an insurance policy and an insurance agent who goes out and sells on $1 million life insurance policy, and he sells to as many people as he can, and whoever dies first gets the $1 million while the others pile into. So that's essentially what he's saying, is that God is the principal and we are his agents, is we have to go out and sell God as the principal, and we are an agent of God. And the way I look at it is the unconditional love idea, that we are to, as an agent of God, we must express this unconditional love, and in the form that it takes in Alcoholics Anonymous is when someone says, will you take me through the steps, you take them through the steps unconditionally. Back to, this is not an end in itself. This is where we were on page 77 in the ninth step amends here. This is not an end in itself. Our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be of maximum service to God and the people about us. And what I was going to get to was how do we be of maximum service to God? By being his agent, by going out there and selling God to the drunks who haven't found him yet. Okay, and you see, there's an underlying purpose about this that's not really mentioned much in here, but it can be found in some of the other literature, like Comes of Age, or Dr. Bob and the Good Old Timers, Pass It On, Language of the Heart. There's a lot in there about ego deflation, and there was a quick mention of ego in the third step where he said. I'm not going to go back to it now, but the idea of ego deflation and humility are essentially the same thing, and this ego deflation is what was initially delivered to us as alcoholics. And remember the idea that I was talking about with the subconscious human mind, the inner workings of the subconscious human mind, and the idea that one of the psychiatrists who Bill Wilson actually called, one of the founders, and they often said, Bill would humbly say, look, I'm not a founder of AA. These guys are the founders of AA. And he would go on to mention, Frank Buckman, the guy that invented Oxford groups, the Buckmanites or whatever you want to call them, and the way the things that sprung AA, the things were at the root of why and how AA became what it is. And he would point to the psychiatrists too and say, and one of them was Harry Tiebout. And Harry Tiebout's deal was he really stuck to the idea of ego deflation because it was this initial ego deflation that would sober people up. His experience was that he didn't know how to point people, and he worked with people for many years before he ever met Bill Wilson, that he would point these people in the direction of ego deflation, but he didn't know how to induce that ego deflation. That he would see people, before he ever met Bill Wilson in New York, in that New York meeting, he was at the one of those Knickerbocker or whatever it was, hospital in New York. His observance of the people that he would work with was that they would come in beaten and crying and in tears and smashed as a human being, completely broken. And there was no thought of a drink in their head. That's all they were thinking of was, I don't want to do this anymore. And they seemed safe and protected, and they would even say something along the lines of, I feel like something's happened, something's different with me. I feel as though I will never take another drink as long as I live. And then through no fault of their own, just through as Harry Tiebout said, the human ego has an amazing ability to restore itself to its former omnipotent glory. Those were his words, he said. And he said that he would observe these people and see, he didn't know how to induce this ego deflation and this humility, which is what AA does for us, by the way, if you hadn't figured that out yet. What AA does, and this is what Harry Tiebout said after many years of studying why, he was failing to help anybody get sober, but 1 in 100 or something, and that's like a natural thing for 1 in 100. You wouldn't have to do anything for that to happen. His ability to help people, was virtually non-existent, and he came to AA as Bill Wilson put it, an honorary member of Alcoholics Anonymous who was not really an alcoholic and could take one drink and put it down. But he said, after a number of years of studying his people, he said, what it seems to be happening in this AA place is that these alcoholics come in and they just completely smashed and broken, and they go through this program of recovery in which they have a process that they keep this ego deflation, maybe not at the level that it was originally when they were smashed by alcohol, but they keep this humility, this ego deflation He called AA for recovering alcoholics. AA and its program was a continued source for ego deflation. How that works is, and what I was getting at was where he says our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be of maximum service to God and to the people about us. So how does, and it's step 12 that we're talking about, remember, how does step 12 deflate my ego? How does step 12 keep me a humble person? Because it's sort of an action of acknowledging that I am not the God of this world. I am not in control of anything. I can't even control I like to say I can't even control my own breathing when I'm asleep. God is controlling my breathing and my heartbeat while I'm sleeping. And in that same context, that's how out of control every area of our lives is. Some people think they have control of other things, but here comes a heart attack real soon. It's going to straighten them out on that matter. You have little or no control over almost anything in your life. God controls everything except for your free will. That's the only thing that God does not control. Your free will to do whatever you want to do, and this is what's given you so much trouble, that you must offer your free will back to God on a daily, if hourly, if not basis. I think even Silkworth said that they must submit their will. They must submit to God's will and offer their will back to God on an hourly basis if they have to early on. But that what they must do is acknowledge that God is in control of all things, and I control nothing except for my free will. And the correct use of my free will is to see it for what it is and offer that back to God and say, thank you for my free will. What do you want me to do? That's essentially what we're saying here, is I have to be an agent of God and sell God to others. You understand that? So, back to the reading. It is seldom wise to approach an individual who still smarts from our injustice to him, and announce that we have gone religious. In the prize ring, this would be called leading with the chin. Why lay ourselves open to being branded fanatics or religious bores? We may kill a future opportunity to carry a beneficial message. But our man is sure to be impressed with a sincere desire to set right the wrong. He is going to be more interested in a demonstration of goodwill than in our talk of spiritual discoveries. We don't use this as an excuse for shying away from the subject of God when it will serve any good purpose. We are willing to announce our convictions with tact and common sense. Now, this is where the directions on how to make amends begins. There are essentially 6 types of amends, and one of those types is more geared toward people who are dead or people who we will never see, a type of amends that we will never be able to make. Okay, and this first one of these, the next 8 pages, we've already into the first page. The next 8 pages deal exclusively with what types of amends and the general idea of how to make those amends. And this first type of amend is the type of the man that we hated. And he says the question of how to approach the man we hated will arise. It may be he has done us more harm than we have done him, and though we may have acquired a better attitude toward him, we are still not too keen about admitting our faults. Nevertheless, with a person we dislike, we take the bit in our teeth. It is harder to go to an enemy than to a friend, but we find it much more beneficial to us. We go to him in a helpful and forgiving spirit, confessing our former ill feeling and expressing our regret. So forgiveness is in here too. So I guess what he's doing here is he's making a reference to the fact that this person that we hated has done something that's wronged us in the past, and we have already gone through steps 4, 5, 6, and 7 and have dealt with this idea of forgiveness in steps 6 and 7. I'm going to open up the floor for open discussion, and we'll pick up right there, which is at the end of the that's not the end of the question of how to approach the man we hated will arise. That's not the end of those directions for how to approach the man we hated, but we'll pick up right there. Under no condition do we criticize such a person, okay? We'll pick up right there next week. And all right, we're in the 9th step tonight, and I think we were like halfway through the category of how to make amends to the people that we hated, how to approach the man we hated, it says. And remember that there's several reasons why we're making amends. One of them is to free ourselves of the guilt that we feel for the harms that we had done others. And one of the key points we want to remember is that no one makes a conscious decision to feel guilty. Remember when we were doing the fourth step, we were talking about how the fourth step is not a search to see how bad of a person we were. It was a search to find what blocks us from God. And essentially, the way I put it is, because the ultimate service to God is to bring others to God, is the step 12 in the Alcoholics Anonymous program of action. So essentially what we're trying to do here is we're trying to get to step 12 with these steps. They're all primarily designed to bring us, and I always say to make us the best step 12 person, the best carrier of the message of the 12th step to others that we can be. And the guilt that we feel for what we had done to others is one of the things that blocks us. In the fourth step, he says that to the precise extent that we permit these things in our lives, do we squander the hours that might have been worthwhile because these things block us from the sunlight of the Spirit. And you know what? One of the things, my sponsor that I have now is a real religious guy, and he used the word love a lot, and he'd do the religious thing in the AA meetings, and it'd piss a lot of people off. But he was real good with the whole unconditional love and the idea of that God was the source of this unconditional love, and that you were supposed to be, as the book puts it in our third step, he says that God is the principal and we are his agents, that we are to be agents of God's power and his love and his way of life. So this guilt that I feel inside for the harms that I had done people in my life is one of the things that blocks me from being a person who can give this unconditional love, because I'm so caught up in my own head that we alcoholics are so caught up in our own heads that we can't find our way out to think. And when someone who's consumed with self attempts to do something for someone else, there is still a selfish motive behind it, and all selfish motives must be cleared away in order to get the full benefits. I think Bill Wilson had said whenever we placed conditions on our 12-step work, we found that our 12-step work fell flat because the benefits that we were trying to get, which was an inner peace, a sort of a feeling inside that we were a good person and that we were doing good things, it fell flat because there was a selfish motive behind it. So what we're trying to get to is to be able to do things for other people and not expect anything in return in order to get the full benefit of unconditional love flowing out of us and into other people. And as Bill put it in A Vision for You, he wrote, although these alcoholics, I'll tell you what, I'll take you out there just for a minute. It's on page 140, blah, blah, blah. No, that's employers. 155, no. This is 159. And A Vision for You in 159. And, we're sitting in here and we're trying to figure out these steps, and we're trying to implement these steps into our lives every day and live the 12 steps into our lives. And then Bill Wilson comes along and says that this is a secondary motive, that there's something behind it, that this the driving force behind. This is what he says. He says, this is like the 8 or 10 lines down from the top on 159. And, I use this because this really is one of the best descriptions of there's many places in here that he gives good descriptions of what we're doing. And you really have to cross-reference what it is that you find on one page with something you find, and try not to take it out of context. Try to keep it in the context that it was written. Because if you could take this, phrases and words in here and mix them all up and take them out of context. But the context he's telling us here is what this is all about. What are we doing here? So he says, all this time, our friend of the hotel lobby incident. Remember, we're about 10 or 12 lines down from the top there. All this time, our friend of the hotel lobby incident, which is Bill Wilson. He's on the edge of a drink, remember? He's standing outside of a bar, and his 6 months of sobriety are up, just like mine were so many times. I'd get 3 months and drink, and 4 months and drink, 2 weeks, drink, 4. And Bill's 6 months of sobriety were over. And he says, the hotel lobby, he remained in that town. He was there 3 months. So Bill was, He was in Akron, Ohio for 3 months. So he got there when he had 6 months, and he left back to New York when he had 9 months of sobriety. He now returned home to New York City, leaving behind his first acquaintance, which was Dr. Bob, the lawyer. That's that guy in the bed, AA number 3, Bill Dobson, and the Devil May Care chap. These men had found something brand new in life. Though they knew they must help other alcoholics if they would remain sober, that motive became secondary. It was transcended by the happiness they found in giving themselves for others. So it's essentially what he's saying there is all throughout these 12 steps is we're trying to work hard at freedom from self to put us in a better position to think of others and have genuine concern and be this agent of God and be a catalyst, or what was my sponsor always said? Conductor. My sponsor said, you are not to be the recipient of God's love. You are to be the conductor in which it flows into you and back out of you and into the people around you. What's that thing where they say you can have all the gold you want? It's a limitless amount of gold. The only catch being you got to give it all away. You know, that's back in, I think that's more about alcoholism or something. So back to, we're in the 9th step now, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to see that there are benefits of making amends. One of them is freedom from guilt. Another one is to teach our subconscious minds that there's a price to be paid when you hurt other people. You cannot go on doing things that affect other people negatively, thinking that it's water off a duck's back, that it's not affecting you in any way, that somehow the things that you have done that have affected other people negatively, you know, either they had it coming or you don't care. Wrong. This is the root cause. This is the way Bill puts it. These things are the root cause of our alcoholism. My sponsor put it real simple. He said, when you do good, you're going to feel good about who you are. And when you do bad, you're going to feel bad about who you are. It's not a matter of whether you want to or not. If you do bad things and affect other people negatively, you don't really have any choice as to whether you're going to feel good about who you are on the inside. Do you understand that? And that's what this is. We're trying, through the practice of these amends, when we find that we've harmed somebody and we make these amends, we're trying to teach our subconscious mind, because remember that we're dealing with the human mind, the thoughts in our human, the things that we do that lie below the level of conscious thought. And it's easy to see back in step 4 where he's got that 3rd column where he says the part where it affects my. He says that I was angry with Mr. Brown. The cause was he's paying attention to my wife, and it affects my security, my personal relations, my ambitions, my self-esteem. And the reason he's got that 3rd column on there is to see that what's happening is that he feels threatened by what Mr. Brown is paying attention to his wife, and he's not making a conscious decision to get angry, that he's being threatened. His self-esteem, his security, his personal relations and ambitions are being threatened by something someone else is doing, and he's reacting to it. And that's essentially what anger is. No one really has control over any of their anger or our fear or our guilt. Remember, those are the 3 most common manifestations of self that block us from receiving and doing God's will, which is a life of sacrifice for others. Okay, and all those words come from the Big Book. It's just that I've put them together in the way that I've come to know that best describes what it is we're doing in here. So we are on page 70. We're on page 77 at the bottom. We'll try to get through. Remember, we started. There are 6 types, 6 categories of amends. There are, in the order that they are, hated, owed money, criminal offense, marital, family, and never fully right. Wrongs we can never fully right. That's 6 different categories of how to make each one of these different types of amends. And we are now in the pages, there's like 2 pages here, I think. Let me see. No, that's probably 1 whole page of how to approach the man we hated. Last week, if you'll see in the middle of the page on 77, it says, about 4 lines down in that second big paragraph there, it says, the question of how to approach the man we hated will arise. And that's the beginning of the directions on how to approach the man we hated. We got down to the bottom of this paragraph last week. where he says, we go to him in a helpful and forgiving spirit, confessing our former ill feeling and expressing our regret. So right there, he's telling, there's three of our spiritual solutions in that little, that little sentence right there. Forgiveness, confession, and making amends. Right there in the in that one little sentence. So here we go. This is where we left off last week. Under no condition do we criticize such a person or argue. Simply we tell him that we will never get over drinking until we have done our utmost to straighten out the past. We are there to sweep off our side of the street, realizing that nothing worthwhile can be accomplished until we do so. Never trying to tell him what he should do, his faults are not discussed. We stick to our own. If our manner is calm, frank, and open, we will be gratified with the result. And that's pretty much the explanation of what it is we're doing. We'll be gratified with the result means that we're going to feel better about ourselves. That an attempt to free ourselves of the guilt will be felt. In 9 cases out of 10, the unexpected happens. Sometimes the man we are calling upon admits his own faults. So feuds of years standing melt away in an hour. Rarely do we fail to make satisfactory progress. Our former enemies sometimes praise what we are doing and wish us well. Occasionally they will offer assistance. It should not matter, however, if someone does throw us out of his office. We have made our demonstration, done our part. It's water over the dam. And that's the end of how to approach men that we've hated, or the person that we've hated, whatever. And this next paragraph is most alcoholics owe money. This is the second category, or the second type of amend, owed money. It's not rocket science. You try to pay them back or something. Most alcoholics owe money. We do not dodge our creditors. Telling them what we're trying to do, we make no bones about our drinking. They usually know it anyway, whether we think so or not. Nor are we afraid of disclosing our alcoholism on the theory it may cause financial harm. Approached in this way, the most ruthless creditor will sometimes surprise us, arranging the best deal we can let these people know we are sorry. Our drinking has made us slow to pay. We must lose our fear of creditors no matter how far we have to go, for we are liable to drink if we are afraid to face them. And you have to ask yourself, why is it that I'm going to drink if I don't pay these people back the money that I owe them? Because remember, one of the best descriptions that he has about these 3 most common manifestations of self is back in the angry, the resentment list, where he says, we saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how? I'll tell you what, I'll take you to it and show it to you, because if you're not familiar with it, you just me telling it to you off the top of my head is probably not a good. This would be on like 66 at the bottom. The bottom of 66. And what I'm getting at here is he's going to tell us that this guilt that we feel, no matter how much you want to get rid of this guilt, it cannot be gotten rid of without the spiritual solution. And we'll get into that a little bit in just a minute here. He says at the bottom of this page 66, now what he's trying to tell us here is that we're dealing with, as Bill put it in Alcoholics Anonymous Comes of Age, we're dealing with the behavior of the subconscious human mind, the things that operate below the level of conscious thought. We don't make a conscious decision to get angry. We don't make a conscious decision to feel guilty, and we don't make a conscious decision to be afraid. Okay, these are all sort of a human. You got a guilty conscience type thing. You ain't got no choice in the matter. If you're a relatively normal person. At the bottom of the page there, he says, how could we escape? I'm about 6 lines up from the bottom. How could we escape? We saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how? ? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. So you see how he's made a reference there, almost all the way back to step 1, and making a connection between anger and alcohol. He says that we saw that these resentments must be mastered because they're at the root of our alcoholism. But how are we going to master these things? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. So what he's telling us, and this is the same thing with guilt and fear. And we're dealing with the guilt right now, and you have to ask yourself, okay, so let's say I've done something that has hurt another person adversely, or I owe money, as we're reading right now, that part where he says we've got to pay this money back. And why is it that if I owe money, it may make me drink? Because I'm going to feel guilty about owing somebody money and not paying them back. And that guilt is going to block me from receiving and doing God's will, which is unconditional love and outflowing love towards others. And I will drink again. There's a up in the middle of this page here, there's that whole paragraph in the center of the page where he says, "It is plain that a life which includes deep resentment." Now, this paragraph is dealing with anger once again, but it's the same basic principle for fear, guilt, and anger. All three of these things, as Bill Wilson puts it, they are the most common manifestations of self, and from these most common manifestations stem all others. Okay, so by bringing these three under control, all the other forms of selfish, self-centered behavior will follow and then be into their rightful place. And this paragraph is an explanation of why these things must be gotten rid of. And he says, and you know what? Even when I tell my sponsees to work these steps, I throw that in there. I say, he says, "It is plain that a life which includes deep resentment," I say, "fear and guilt." It is plain that a life which includes deep resentment, fear, and guilt leads only to futility and unhappiness. And to the precise extent that we permit these things, do we squander the hours that might have been worthwhile. But with the alcoholic whose hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave. Resentment, fear, and guilt is infinitely grave. We found that it is fatal. It's fatal to harbor this guilt, okay? For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit. The insanity of alcohol returns, and we drink again. And with us, to drink is to die. So that's the basic idea behind not just forgiveness to get rid of anger, but now we're dealing with, in step 9, making amends to get rid of guilt. When harboring these feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit, and we drink again. When he says we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit, he's essentially saying that it's going to be there's a really good description of this idea out in step 11 where he says, when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. I'll tell you what, I'll take you out to it. I got to stop doing that, just trying to throw things at you off the top of my head. This is on page 86 at the bottom of the page. Now, this is how to pray in step 11, where he says we sought through prayer and meditation to improve. And this is on the bottom of that paragraph, which says, on awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead. This is the 11th step prayer. It is not... The hell was that?
That was the nuclear siren.
Oh.
The bomb you were talking about before.
Sounded like a gearbox going through the gears or something. Anyway, now this is the 11th step prayer here, and many people confuse what's his name, Saint Francis of Assisi, as the 11th step prayer, which it's really not. This is. And on the bottom of that paragraph where he says, on awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead, we consider, in the bottom of that paragraph, he says, our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. That's a very intense statement right there. When you say to yourself, my thought life will be placed on a much higher plane. Which plane is this? The plane that we're trying to get to. We're trying to get closer to God. We're trying to develop a relationship with God, and we're trying to be, what did he say in the third step? We're trying to be an agent to go out and sell God as the principal. We are to be agents of God and his emissaries, whatever you want to call it. Our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane, more along the plane of God's plane. No one should be so arrogant to think that they'll ever get there, but we're trying to. You understand? We're making some effort. And then he says, when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. Remember, for an alcoholic, what's wrong with us? Wrong for an alcoholic is selfish, self-centered self-will. And right for an alcoholic, the correct thing is God's will. And those are the two opposite ends of the spectrum that we're dealing with in Alcoholics Anonymous. That self-will is all the way on this side over here, and it's what's wrong with the alcoholic. And God's will is all the way on the other side of the spectrum, and that is what's right. So When our thinking is cleared of wrong motives through the application of these spiritual solutions, it's the spiritual solution of forgiveness when we are angry, the spiritual solution of making amends when we've harmed other people, and when we get out to step 12, that's the spiritual solution of faith in God. That essentially faith in God is the result of working step 12 in a daily, program of recovery and bringing others to God. So the idea there is that we're trying to get through here is that we're trying to clear our thinking of these wrong motives, these guilty motives, okay? Back to page 78, was it? 70, where was I? 78, yeah. We must lose our fear of creditors no matter how far we have to go, for we are liable to drink if we are afraid to face them, okay? Now, this next paragraph it's more than that paragraph. It goes all the way, it goes for the next two pages, actually. This is a criminal offense. But I think he transcends into another area on this other side about the general amends, okay? Perhaps we've committed a criminal offense. This is category 3, or classification there. This is the third classification of amends, criminal offense, which might land us in jail if it were known to the authorities. We may be short in our accounts and unable to make good. We have already admitted this in confidence to another person, but we are sure we would be imprisoned or lose our job if it were known. Maybe it's only a petty offense, such as padding the expense account. Most of us have done that sort of thing. Maybe we are divorced and have remarried but haven't kept up the alimony to number 1. She is indignant about it and has a warrant out for our arrest. That's a common form of trouble, too. All these reparations take innumerable forms. Now, this little paragraph is telling us, in general, what these amends are about, and he's given us he's given us directions to ask God in a prayer to help us with this. Remember when we were going over spiritual solutions back in 6 and 7, actually 5, 6, and 7, all throughout the last 2 or 3 steps, we've been discussing the difference between spiritual solutions and human solutions. Human solutions are any type of solutions that do not include God in there. And spiritual solutions include these 4 aspects in all cases. They include, it's more easily seen in the 5th step. In the 5th step where he says we admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our wrongs. And the action of that admitting is the 4th one, is action. So we got, in all the spiritual solutions, like faith in God. In order to have faith in God, it must have all these elements. Myself, another human being that I'm going to do something unconditionally for, and God is who I'm going to make contact with God through this action. You see, one of the things I've learned over the years is how close you feel to God is not a matter of sitting down and trying to think your way, where are you, God? I'm trying to think my way to you. Where are you? It's not a matter of that. It's a matter of what you do with your life. How close you feel to God is going to be in direct proportion to what you do for God. What you do for God is going to be your action. And in the faith in God, there's just myself, there's the person that I'm going to do something for unconditionally with no conditions on it, and there is God because he's the one I'm trying to get to, and there's the action of doing this act, okay? All 4 aspects. In making amends, there's myself, there is another human being that I'm going to make amends to, and here in this paragraph he's going to tell us to ask God for guidance and direction, and then there's the action of making the amends. So spiritual solutions have these 4 aspects, and other solutions, any other solution that doesn't have all 4 of these aspects is a human solution, and human solutions fail to go as far as we need them to go as people trying to have a spiritual experience. So he says, although these reparations take innumerable forms, there are some general principles which we find guiding, reminding ourselves that we have decided to go to any lengths to find a spiritual experience. And when he says we ask that we be given strength, is a direction to turn to God for help with this. And I believe it's a reference backwards to 6 and 7, because if you'll think about it, 6 and 7 are the steps in which we turn to God and say, please remove this from me. It's essentially, please remove this guilt from me, and then we set out on the action to make the amends, okay? We ask that we be given strength and direction to do the right thing. So you have to say, who are we asking? Well, we're obviously asking this higher power on a higher plane. No matter what the personal consequences may be, we may lose our position or reputation or face jail, but we are willing. We have to be. We must not shrink at anything. Usually, however, now this is the except when to do so would injure them or others paragraph. Okay. Usually, however, other people are involved. Therefore, we are not to be the hasty and foolish martyr who would needlessly sacrifice others to save himself from the alcoholic pit. I use an example sometimes of someone who, let's say, like he was talking about, you padded the expense account. So let's say there was a big jar of petty cash at the office or something, and two people reached in there and cleaned the thing out one day of $200 or $300. And one of these two people says, I'm going to come clean. I got to free myself of the guilt. And he steps into the office and he says, I had something to do with the missing petty cash. I was the one that took it. And if you include this other person who's not ready to come clean about stealing the money, then what you're doing is you're making more amends for the future. You're trying to clean up and feel free of the guilt, and you're going to feel even more guilty. Or not more. You're going to bring up more guilt associated with saying something about this other guy who didn't want to come clean on it yet. Maybe in another year or two he might say something about it, but he's not ready right now. So we can't create more guilt in trying to get rid of the guilt we're trying to get rid of. You understand? That's what he's trying to tell us here. A man we know had remarried. Because of resentment and drinking, he had not paid alimony to his first wife. She was furious. She went to court and got an order for his arrest. He had commenced our way of life and secured a position and was getting his head above water. It would have been impressive heroics if he had walked up to the judge and said, "Here I am." We thought he ought to be willing to do that if necessary. But if he were in jail, he could provide nothing for either family. We suggested he write his first wife, admitting his faults and asking forgiveness. He did, and also sent a small amount of money. He told her what he would try to do in the future. He said he was perfectly willing to go to jail if she insisted. Of course she did not, and the whole situation has long since been adjusted. Before taking drastic action, which might implicate other people, we secure their consent. If we have obtained permission and consulted with others, ask God to help. So there's another reference to 6 and 7, asking God for help. And one of the things over the years I hear people say, and I try to bring this up as much as possible, is some people make a reference to asking God to remove these defects of character, and then they're magically gone. And to me, that's not the directions that I read when I read this book. You can clearly see where he says we ask God to help. And there's another place, and forgiveness. We're asking God to help with these amends. We're not asking God to do it for us. We're not saying. So if you're asking God to free you of guilt, and the only way to free myself of guilt is to make amends, then how is it that I ask God to free me of the guilt and don't make amends and I'm free of it? It's not. You have to have the action involved. And so what you're saying here is essentially that God is going to help us be free of self. He's not going to do it for us. And I always make a reference to like a new car. You say, hey, God, will you give me a new car? And then you just sit down and wait for it. He ain't going to get you a new car. But if you go out and go to work and you save your money and you get some credit line built up or whatever, and it's a little work involved there. And so too does it say this back in the directions for how to forgive. We ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. And back in the third step where he says we could no more be free of self than we could women. That was the resentment thing. This is in the third step on page 62. Yeah. He says, above everything else, we alcoholics must be rid of this selfishness. We must, or it kills us, and God makes that possible. And there often seems no way of entirely getting rid of self without his aid. not without him doing it for us, not without him magically just poof, removing it from us. And at the bottom of that paragraph, he says, neither could we reduce our self-centeredness much by wishing or trying on our own power. We had to have God's help. So, back to where we were. Ask God's help, and the drastic step is indicated. We must not shrink. This brings to mind a story about one of our friends. While drinking, he accepted a sum of money from a bitterly hated business rival, giving him no receipt for it. He subsequently denied having received the money and used the incident as a basis for discrediting the man. He thus used his own wrongdoing as a means of destroying the reputation of another. In fact, his rival was ruined. He felt that he had done a wrong he could not possibly make right. If he opened that old affair, he was afraid it would destroy the reputation of his partner, disgrace his family, and take away his means of livelihood. What right had he to involve those dependent upon him? How could he possibly make a public statement exonerating his rival? After consulting with his wife and partner, he came to the conclusion that it was better to take those risks than to stand before his Creator guilty of such ruinous slander. So there's the idea right there, the guilt thing. Because nowhere in here does he actually say we're trying to be free of guilt. But there stands the normal mind of a normal person would ask, what's the big deal about making these amends? Why is it such a big deal around here? Because it's the guilt that we're trying to get to. So he's thinking it would be better to risk this, humiliation and being discredited than it is to carry this guilt around, because he's saying, well, I'm going to feel guilty for doing that, and then I'm going to end up drinking, and then everything I'm trying to protect's going in the toilet anyway. So it's better to take this and deal with it as it comes than to put it on a shelf somewhere. He saw that he had to place the outcome in God's hands, or he would soon start drinking again, and all would be lost anyhow. Okay? So anyway, we got one more little sub-paragraph, and then we get into the marital, and we'll start there next week. He says, he attended church for the first time in many years. After the sermon, he quietly got up and made an explanation. His action, there's another word for us, action met widespread approval. And today he is one of the most trusted citizens of his town. This all happened years ago. So we got that idea of action and the God's help. We ask for God's help. So the chances are that we have domestic troubles. That's the beginning of how to make amends, marital amends, like to the wife. All right, so we're going to open the floor for open discussion. Anyone who would like to give us any insight into the ninth step, anything? One of those promises of the ninth step is we will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. And I always say, and what situations is he talking about? He's talking about the situations in which we feel angry, the situations in which we feel guilty, and the situations in which we are afraid. We will intuitively know how to handle these situations because we're going to practice these spiritual solutions in all of our affairs, and we're going to teach our subconscious human mind that it's in our best interest to put the welfare of others ahead of our own. Remember what he said out in A Vision for You. It was transcended by the happiness they found in giving themselves for others. Anyway, we got 20 minutes for open discussion. Who would like to share something tonight? Any insight into the ninth step, making amends? Anybody? Nobody? Any questions? Hey.
I'll share. My name's Tom. I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Tom.
You really did a good job there. I liked what you had to share about it, especially with the spiritual aspect of it. And I think about how I was when I first came here, and how all this stuff just went right over my head when I came to my first year worth of meetings. But in the beginning, I heard the words, the action, and everything leads up to the 12th step, and they go in an order, and that kind of a thing. And the biggest thing for me was discipline and something that I was told that I didn't wanna do, including going up to somebody and saying, I'm sorry, whether I had a resentment or not, you know, all this stuff was new lingo to me, you know, it was like learning a new language when I came here. Even the word resentment was foreign to me. So I had a long way to go, but I'm grateful that there was guys like you who sat up there and explained line for line what this stuff means and how to go about it and what is the benefit. You know, that was the biggest thing for me. What am I gonna get out of this? You know, I meet with this guy and I talk to him every week and tell him how I'm doing, and he's telling me about the first step and the third step, turn my will over. What is my will? And I was lost. And you know, I had good people in my life who held my hand and taught me what it was about, and eventually things started to click. So, you know, the most important thing for me was to establish that discipline in the beginning. You know, make a decision to myself that I was no longer gonna bullshit myself anymore, and that I was gonna give this program an honest try. You know, and that's when I started to feel better. And I could tell you today that I know what you're talking about the faith in God, and how good that feels, you know, and how good it feels to not have to worry and you know, start a job and not have to have anxiety or fear over, am I gonna work out, is it gonna work out, or am I making the right decision? I know that things are exactly the way they're supposed to be today, and that's a mile away from where it was 6 years ago when I came into this program. I was a mess, you know, and just the level of serenity that I have today to then, like I said, it's a mile away. And at the time, I thought all of this stuff was just something to keep you busy so you don't have to drink. Oh, sit around and read the book for an hour so you don't have to be at the bar for that time. That's how shallow my thinking was at that time. Now I'm open to it, you know, I'm tuned into this stuff because it works. It's very, very good design for living. It really is, and that was the only reason why that has happened for me is because I got out of my own way. Thanks for letting me share.
Hey, Tom.
What's up?
My name's Tom Alcoholic.
Hey, Tom.
I like what you shared. Not only is it a different way of talking, like you said, I like that. It's a different way of living. It's like when it says here when we go to an ex-wife to make amends. Excuse me the way I talk. When we go to make amends, we can go to an ex-wife to make amends, to give her money, and not be afraid. We lose fear of other people. What is that promise? We lose fear of people and of economic insecurity. And it's a whole different way of life, you know. And we can go. Well, no, we don't have to be afraid of nothing. And I have another disease called MS, so I talk funny every time. And it's really cool because when we get rid of all this stuff that blocks us from the sunlight of the spirit, you know, we get so much strength. We can do anything. Thanks for sharing. That's all.
Alcoholic and Colin.
Hey, Colin.
Doug, man, I like what everything you had to say. I've got my my step 8 list completed, and I'm waiting to go over it with my sponsor. About the last week, but hopefully we'll get together tomorrow. Looking forward to doing the amends. Of course, it's gonna be uncomfortable, but I am looking forward to getting it done. Just for everything we're talking about, the spiritual aspect, hopefully being I really want to feel that strength. An opportunity that my ex-fiance was down
kind of making my amends, just living amends with her, and she's coming around, we're taking it slow, and I think things will turn out well as long as I keep on the right path, but I've got an opportunity every March we go to Hilton Head together. She travels for work. And, it's basically an all expenses paid trip to Hilton Head. They don't have tickets, hotel, and food and all that stuff, so we go every year, but she asked if I would go with her in March. And, her family I know would not approve of it. And so family, they're scared to death of letting her go back to me and stuff. Especially if they found out we were sneaking away, which, in the past I would have just said, well, let's not tell your family, let's just go to Hilton Head. Go to Florida, I'll meet you there, and they don't need to know, but I know that's not the right thing to do. I can't do that this year, so I'm trying to figure out, what do I do? Do I get in, on a Southwest flight, go to Baltimore, and try to make these amends just so I can go to Hilton Head? Because really, I want to go with her, this is my first opportunity to, this would be the first opportunity for us to spend the night together and really, spend some quality time together. And, but I know what I shouldn't do and what I can't do, but at the same time, I know this is something for my sponsor I gotta talk to him about, but, I don't know if I should be impulsive, jump on a plane and get up there and spend a weekend and go over and try to make my amends with her family just do on this trip, or just accept the fact that maybe I shouldn't go on the trip. There'll be plenty more trips if I continue the way I'm going, I'll have plenty more chances to do it. So, I know it's not a quick process, like you can't get them all done. It's a good timeline. It's, I think, what they call a sponsor step, whatever it's that. I need to consult with my sponsor. He needs to tell me when and how and if I should do it. So, I guess I'll wait for that, but, that's all I got.
Thanks, Sean.
Thanks.
Now, Ron, I'm an alcoholic.
Ron.
Yeah, I was thinking, I think, the reason, let me first say, I stopped having the urge to drink a long time ago, but, I have difficulty with these steps, I think, when we're young, we learn to build up walls and stuff and all. We learn not to be vulnerable, so we don't get hurt and we don't get abused by this world, because this world will abuse you, if you let it. I find it's against my nature to show any weakness, or to show anyone that they're getting to me. And I think to properly work this step, you really have to let your guard down, and you have to kind of make yourself vulnerable. There was a reading in one of the stories last night where an old timer told a guy, that he would trade his 30 years for somebody's 30 days because it's the journey. And I think that's where I'm at. But I'll tell you, man, I might have to hear this stuff for 10 years before I'm able to get this, because I just cannot let my guard down. I don't ever want to be in a position to be hurt again, and that's what I see coming. If I don't know, maybe you can set me straight on this, but I know I'm just gonna have difficulty with this one.
Hey.
My name's David, I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Dave.
My concern is similar to yours. I've never done an 8th or 9th step before. I'm still coming to grips with the broken friendships, that, you know, there are, wrongdoings on my part and on the other person's part, and maybe they're teeter-tottering, you know, not really sure who's more at fault, and I'm okay and comfortable with the idea of cleaning up my side of the street. And then I think of the ones where, you know, the wrongdoing that was inflicted on me just completely, you know, outweighs any wrongdoing on my part, but there was some wrongdoing on my part. And I guess the fear is that, you know, I mean, some of the only comfort that I can take is that, you know, perhaps this other person, you know, has a guilty conscience, and that, you know, at least they know that God is their witness, you know, if nobody else, and by making amends and receiving none, I'll be more injured than I was in the first place. Maybe I'm wrong, you know, and that's probably why the steps are in the order they're in. But I have to admit, I think about it, and I know that when you forgive somebody, it's not a validation of what they did. It's a gift for yourself, you know, rather than a gift for them. And I can intellectualize that and understand it on some level, but I don't know. This is gonna be tough for me when I get to it, whenever it is. Just wanted to share that.
Thanks, Dave.
Time for one more. Somebody wants to say something. I will say one thing. One of the things that I've learned over the years is that if someone's thinking about asking someone else what they should do in any given situation, we were instructed to ask God what to do. And remember that we're trying to get a new relationship with God. And if we make mistakes on our path and we have a sincere desire to become a better person, then those mistakes will be learned from. But if you make mistakes and don't care whether you made a mistake, then you don't learn anything from it. And another aspect is, and this is one of the most important ones, that what we're dealing with here is ego deflation and humility, which are essentially the same thing. And you have to ask yourself, if you've got one human being who's telling another human being what he should be doing with his life in any situation, it might be different if I said, well, you know, if I was in that situation, this is what I would do. But I'm not going to tell you what to do with your life. This is between you and God. I will help you turn to God. So I'll help you see how you are instructed to turn to God for help with these things. Because you're trying, like it said, we will pay for these with all sorts of absurd ideas and actions, and we will find that as time passes, our thinking will be more and more on the plane of inspiration. We will gradually begin what used to be the hunch or the occasional inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind. In other words, you're going to get better and better at it through practice, like some kind of Olympic swimmer. They don't go swimming one day and they're an Olympic swimmer. They've been practicing for hours and hours and hours, and that's what you are to do with amends, as long as you're on the right path and you have the right idea. And the other idea I was saying was, one of the things Dr. Bob said was it is imperative that we wean these sponsees, these people that we're working, these pigeons, off of our support as quick as possible and onto a God of their understanding. Because it's just as unhealthy for me to tell you what to do as it is for you to be told what to do by me. Because I'm trying to essentially submit my will to God and come before my God and say, you are the God of this world. Without you, I am nothing. And then I turn around with my ego and go, I know what you ought to do with your life. You follow my direction, and wait a minute. This is about God, not another human being. So that would be more along the lines of human solution. Remember what we were saying, where's God in there? There's no spiritual solution aspect. But anyway, we will pick up where we left off in the domestic troubles. It says, it doesn't say marital, it says domestic, but that's a reference to wives and ex-wives or whatever. But anyway, could I please have 8 volunteers clean up after the meeting? And we need a volunteer to hand out the chips. Oh, wait a minute, the promises of the 9th step. Who wants to read them? What a coincidence, we're on the 9th step tonight. Yeah.
Promises of the 9th step. We're painstaking about this phase of our development and will be amazed before we're halfway through. We're going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. We will not regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it. We will comprehend the word serenity and we will know peace. No matter how far down the scale we have gone, we will see how our experience can benefit.
Page 80. We're on page 80. Middle of the page, somewhere in there. After consulting with his wife, the third full paragraph from the top. So we were reviewing, why are we making amends to people? Because in the 3rd step, we made a decision to turn our lives over to the care of God. And what we're looking for, in the words of the 4th step, we're looking to find what blocks us from doing God's will. And in the search to find what blocks us from doing God's will, we went through the list, and resentment was the number 1 problem. And we went through in 6 and 7 that forgiveness is the spiritual solution to resentments. We made a list of the people that we had harmed, which was usually that same list of resentments, and maybe some of the people weren't on there, and there were some extra people that were. But give or take, it's usually the same names. And remember, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to get to a place where we can be of maximum service to God and the people about us. And this was on the previous page. Oh, maybe that was 2. This is on page 77 at the top. This is a description of what we're doing in the 9th step. It says at the top of page 77, at the moment we're trying to put our lives in order. But this is not an end in itself. Our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be of maximum service to God and the people about us. So that's what we're looking to do here. And the question might be there, how does making amends for something that I've done that's harmed another person allow me to put my life in order and to be of maximum service to God and the people about me? And the idea is not actually in these pages. The idea, the way I understand it, has been handed down by word of mouth, and that is, it's a simple matter of thought and deduction. You say to yourself, well, there are several reasons why we make amends. One of them is to free ourselves of the guilt that we feel. And based on the idea that guilt is one of the most common manifestations of self that blocks me from being, as Bill Wilson put it, an agent of God's outpouring of love. I'll take you to the 3rd step, and we'll look at the 3rd step prayer and see that on the 3rd step prayer, he says, this is page 63 in the middle of the page. Now, this 3rd step prayer is a pretty good description of what we're trying to do with our lives. And by making amends, it's going to put us in a better position. When you go out to step 11, Bill Wilson writes, our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. Okay? And the idea behind making amends is going to clear our thought life of wrong motives being selfish and self-centered ones. In the middle of the page, he says we were now at step 3. Now remember, this is the 3rd step prayer, but it's given us a pretty good description of what we're going to be doing with our lives. We're essentially going to be an agent of God's outflowing unconditional love to other people. We're going to be we're going to be an example of God's love. We're going to be one of His agents out there doing His work. We were now at step 3. Many of us said to our Maker as we understood Him, God, I offer myself to thee, I'm going to say you, because that's kind of creepy, that thee, thou stuff. God, I offer myself to you to build with me and do with me as you would. Relieve me of the bondage of self. And that's what we're talking about here, is that in this making of amends, we're going to be relieved of one of the most common manifestations of self. Anger, fear, guilt. These are the three most common manifestations of self, and from those three stem all other subforms, okay? So what we're looking to do is be relieved of the bondage of self, and in that process, we bring God into this thing. And in the 9th step, he says we ask God to help us. I'll take you to that page in a minute. But remember that the spiritual solutions differ from human solutions because human solutions don't include God. And in these spiritual solutions, we're going to have all four of these aspects of ourselves, God, another human being, and the action involved. And in the making of amends, there's myself. I've wronged somebody else. There's someone else that I'm going to be making amends to. There's God. I'm going to ask God to enter into this, and I'll show you where that is. And it's probably on that page we were reading at the top right there, or we started on 80. And then there is the action of making those amends, okay? So relieve me of the bondage of self is a description of what we're trying to do right now. Remember, at the moment, we're trying to put our lives in order. And this is why should I be relieved of the bondage of self? That I may better do your will, take away my difficulties, and the difficulties being the most common manifestations of self that block us from a life of sacrifice for others, okay? That victory over them, victory over these most common manifestations, these difficulties, the most common manifestations of self, will bear a witness of those I would help, of your power, your love, and your way of life. So this is essentially what we're looking to do. We're looking to get rid of what blocks us from being an agent of God's power, God's love, and God's way of life. May I do thy will always. Back to, what page were we on last? I'm on 82 somewhere out there. Okay, so so we were on 77. We're going back to page 80 at the top right there, is where he says, ask God to help. Before taking this at the top of page 80 real quick, and this is the part where this spiritual solution includes God, and that's the difference between spiritual solutions. And remember, like in step 10, Bill Wilson points out, he says, we have begun to become God conscious. To some point, we begin to feel the nearness of God in our lives. We begin to feel that God is actually there with us. And this is part of the reason why, is because during the implementation of these spiritual solutions to be free of the most common manifestations of self, we are bringing God into our lives to help us with these things. And at the top of the page he says, before taking drastic action which might implicate other people, we secure their consent. If we have obtained permission, have consulted with others, ask God to help, and the drastic step is indicated, we must not shrink. Ask God to help. That's one of the places, but there's 2 or 3 different places in here. On page 79, at about 9 lines down, about 8 or 9 lines down from the top of 79, he says, reminding ourselves that we have decided to go to any lengths to find a spiritual experience, we ask that we be given strength and direction to do the right thing. That's another reference to asking God to help us with these amends. So these amends are not something that you just run out and start doing. You're going to ask God for help with these things. But back where we left off on the 3rd full paragraph on page 80. And real quick, one of the things that we're trying to get from these amends too is we're trying to remember the promises of the 9th step amends. One of them that may best fit the point that I'm trying to make says, we will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. Now you have to ask yourself that question, okay, so there used to be a situation that used to baffle me, and in this particular situation we're talking about the guilt that I feel for what I have done that has harmed other people, whether I lied to them, stole from them, or hurt someone in some way that has made me feel guilty about what I've done to them. So how will I intuitively know how to handle those situations? Through the practice of making amends. When I harm other people, I'm going to teach my subconscious mind that there's a price to be paid. Essentially, I'm going to be teaching myself that I cannot continue to hurt other people with immunity from my actions. That it's not just something I go, that they had it coming. That guy's an asshole anyway, or whatever, whatever the situation may be where you say something along the lines of, they had it coming, and I'm not making amends for it. But now you say to yourself, well, I don't know where it's coming from, but every once in a while I get this urge to pick up a drink, it's obsession, and I can't fight it, and I pick up a drink and I'm drunk again. Where does it come from? And what we're saying in Alcoholics Anonymous is that it comes from a lack of thinking of other people and a lack of doing things for other people without expecting conditions on there. We're saying that it is a lack of a nearness to our Creator. Remember, he says, we have been trying to get a new relationship with our Creator, to discover the obstacles in our path. These are some of the ways that we describe what it is we're trying to do here. And during the process of making these amends, this is the point. If my mind, without ever having to be told, knows that there's going to be a price to be paid, if I hurt somebody tomorrow, I'm less likely to set out to do it. You understand that? What I'm saying, and a lot of the things in here that we're dealing with are all things that operate below the level of conscious thought. That nobody makes a decision to be angry about something. You react, and you're angry. And nobody makes a conscious decision to be afraid. When we're dealing with fear, nobody sits down and says, I think that this is something that I should be afraid of. And so what we're trying to do is, I'm trying to get into my subconscious human mind and reteach it how to intuitively handle situations which used to baffle it. That I don't have to sit down and think to myself, should I lie to this person, or should I steal something from them, or should I do something that hurts enough? I don't have to think about it. I go, hell no, you don't. You may drink over this shit. You may stand there one day with a beer in your hand going, what the hell happened this time? I got a beer in my hand again. So by heading this off at the pass on the premise that, as my sponsor used to say, if you do good, you feel good. If you do bad, you feel bad. What does an alcoholic do who feels bad on the inside? We turn to the instant courage. What do you call it? I don't know what else to say other than when I feel bad on the inside, that's where the obsession for the first one comes from. Let's say I got 2 months of sobriety. I've just gotten out of the rehab or whatever, and I am not caring about other people. I still lie, cheat, and steal. Well, the chances are you're going to drink. That's all there is to it. So I'm trying to teach my subconscious self that there's a price to be paid, and how it starts off as making amends. By making amends for what I've done that's harmed other people, I will teach myself in the future without ever having to stop and think about it. It'll just be there. I will intuitively know how to handle that situation. Go, hell no, don't lie to somebody, steal from somebody, cheat from somebody. This is the root cause of your alcoholism. It's the chief block between me and God's unconditional love, outflowing love to other people. Is my most common manifestations of self, being guilt being the one we're dealing with now. After consulting with his wife and partner, he came to the conclusion that it was better to take those risks than to stand before his Creator guilty of such ruinous slander. This is where we left off the last time we were going over this stuff. He saw that he had to place the outcome in God's hands, or he would soon start drinking again, and all would be lost anyhow. On the premise here, remember what he's saying. If you don't free yourself of the guilt for what you've done, then all is lost. And he saw that he must place the outcome in God's hands, or he would soon start drinking again, and all would be lost anyhow. He attended church for the first time in many years. After the sermon, he quietly got up and made an explanation. His action met with widespread approval. There's that word, action. Remember, the 4 aspects of the spiritual solutions are God, ourselves, another human being, and the action. And human solutions don't usually have one of those, they have the God thing missing there. Or any one of them, actually. His action met widespread approval, and today he is one of the most trusted citizens of his town. This all happened years ago. Now, this is the next category. That category we were just reading was hated. No, that was criminal offense. That was criminal offense category. The category we're here now is the domestic category, which is marital, obviously, your spouse or whatever. And this marital section goes for about 2 pages. Let me see, where's family? Anyway, so we'll read this. This is the chances are we have domestic troubles. And these next few paragraphs are dedicated to explaining how to make amends for domestic harms or wrongs. Perhaps we are mixed up with other women in a fashion we wouldn't care to have advertised. We doubt if, in this respect, alcoholics are fundamentally much worse than other people. But drinking does complicate sex relations in the home. After a few years with an alcoholic, a wife gets worn out, resentful, or uncommunicative. How could she be anything else? The husband begins to feel lonely, sorry for himself. He commences to look around in the nightclubs or their equivalent for something besides liquor. Perhaps he is having a secret and exciting affair with the girl who understands. Quote, in fairness, we must say that she may understand. But what are we going to do about a thing like that? A man so involved often feels very remorseful at times, especially if he is married to a loyal and courageous girl who has literally gone through hell for him. Whatever the situation, we usually have done something about it. If we are sure our wife does not know, should we tell her? Not always, we think. If she knows in a general way that we have been wild, should we tell her in detail? Undoubtedly, we should admit our fault. She may insist on knowing all the particulars. She will want to know who the woman is and where she is. We feel we ought to say to her that we have no right to involve another person. We are sorry for what we have done, and God willing, it shall not be repeated. So that's part of the amends there, is it shall not be repeated. So it's kind of like if you say you're sorry and then you go out and do it again, where's the sorry, And that idea that he's talking about right there is the idea of except when to do so would injure them or others. So I know it's a big controversy, and I've had arguments with other people, but I do believe that we are instructed to lie. Because anything less than the whole truth is not the whole truth, right? So we are instructed, when it will protect somebody else, we're instructed to not tell the whole truth. And like I say to other people, I say, well, you're splitting hairs now, ain't you? You're not telling the whole. By omission, that's still a lie. You know that if you tell somebody something and leave a part out that's an intricate part, an important part, that omission is a lie, and that's all there is to it. So we are instructed, in my opinion. And like I said, I've had arguments with other people who are very smart on this particular topic, and I believe, and I stand on the side that we are instructed to lie because it will keep from creating more damage as we go along. Because, like he's saying, if he told his wife where this woman was, what her name was, she'd probably want to go out and beat the shit out of her or talk to her or something or whatever the hell. And she didn't have anything to do with it. She just got cornered by him somewhere. More than that, we cannot do. We have no right to go further. So he's almost saying we have no right to throw this other woman's name in there, or man's name, or whatever. We are obligated to lie almost. Though there may be justifiable exceptions, and though we wish to lay down no rule of any sort, we have often found this the best course to take. Our design for living is not a one-way street. It is as good for the wife as for the husband. If we can forget, so can she. It is better, however, that one does not needlessly name a person upon whom she can vent jealousy. Perhaps there are some cases where the utmost frankness is demanded. No outsider can appraise such an intimate situation. It may be that both will decide that the way of good sense and loving kindness is to let bygones be bygones. Each might pray about it, having the other one's happiness uppermost in mind. Keep it always in sight that we are dealing with the most terrible human emotion, jealousy. Good generalship may decide that the problem may be attacked on the flank rather than risk a face-to-face combat. And that phrase he used there, the most terrible human emotion, jealousy. Whenever you turn the news on and you hear about somebody shooting 2 or 3 people, and it's almost always something along those lines, Jealousy is, as he put it, the most terrible human emotion. And this is where the end of that marital situations ends, and this next paragraph is family. If we have no such complications, there is plenty we should do at home. So this is the beginning of the 5th category of making amends, family. And this goes to the middle of the next page. Top of the next, maybe the middle, the second paragraph of the next page there. If we have no such complications, there is plenty we should do at home. Sometimes we hear an alcoholic say that the only thing he needs to do is keep sober. Certainly, he must keep sober, for there will be no home if he doesn't. But he is yet a long way from making good to the wife or parents for whom years he has so shockingly treated. Passing all understanding is the patience mothers and wives have had with alcoholics. Had this not been so, many of us would have no homes today, would perhaps be dead. The alcoholic is like a tornado, roaring his way through the lives of others. Hearts are broken, sweet relationships are dead, affections have been uprooted, selfish and inconsiderate habits have kept the home in turmoil. We feel a man is unthinking when he says that sobriety is enough. He is like the farmer who came up out of his cyclone cellar to find his home ruined. To his wife he remarked, "Don't see anything the matter here, Ma. Ain't it grand the wind stopped blowing?" Yes, there is a long period of reconstruction ahead. I often think, and maybe a lifetime, how will I ever make amends to the family members I have that I hurt? It'll never finish. Like the 10th step, it's the 10, 11, and 12. You never say, well, I'm done with them. It's a lifetime. You'll spend the rest of your life making amends. A remorseful mumbling that we are sorry won't fill the bill at all. We ought to sit down with the family and frankly analyze the past as we now see it, being very careful not to criticize them. So you see, these are directions that are very important. And when you see something like being careful not to criticize them, you don't want to just breeze right through something like that. You want to stop and think to yourself, while I'm making amends to my family, I don't want to say to them, hey, it was partly your fault too, Because remember, we're trying to clear up our guilt, not affix blame for any of this stuff. We're trying to get closer to God. One of my favorite passages by the guy who taught me was that this is not an indictment of how bad of a person as you have been. When we're out there making amends, we're not saying, hey, look at you, look what you did to these people. What we're doing is we're saying, I'm trying to get closer to God. I need to find what it is that's blocking me from being closer to God. And that's what this is. This is a search to find what keeps me from doing God's will, not an indictment of how bad of a person I have been. Their defects may be glaring, but the chances are their own actions are partly responsible. So we clean house with the family, asking each morning in meditation that our Creator show us the way of patience, tolerance, kindness, and love. The spiritual life is not a theory, we have to live it. Unless one's family expresses a desire to live upon spiritual principles, we think we ought not to urge them. We should not talk incessantly to them about spiritual matters. They will change in time. Our behavior will convince them more than our words. We must remember that 10 or 20 years of drunkenness would make a skeptic out of anyone. All right, we'll stop right there, and that'll give us 30 minutes for open discussion. We'll pick up on, this is the next paragraph. That's a paragraph that I have circled as wrongs you can never fully right, such as dead people or someone who is on the other side of the world, someone who's in Bangladesh or something, and you ain't going to Bangladesh no more. But there may be some wrongs we can never fully right. I always categorize that as, for me, my experience was people that have died, and you can't make amends to someone who's died. So, but you see, you still have to get rid of that guilt. So we'll go over that next week, and that is that the willingness to make those amends will go a long way to freeing us of the guilt. And I know we're breezing right through a lot of these directions, and if you come across, what I tell some of my sponsees is, you're supposed to be taking your 4th step and taking one name off of that 4th step and saying, Okay, so here is one of the names on my fourth step of somebody that I had harmed. Which one of the categories in the ninth step amends does this fall into? Was this a hated, a monetary, what was the other one? Law related, family, and marital. Which one of those categories does this amend fall into? And find that area, those 2 or 3 or 4 paragraphs which describe how to make that amend, and use that as your guide to help you make those amends. Because remember that this book was written by people who was written by Bill Wilson, actually, and his ability to comprehend, it must be far greater than mine, obviously, because he's got stuff in here that's just so condensed, like the idea that we must be careful not to criticize them, and although their actions are partly responsible, we're there to make amends for our actions and free ourselves from our guilt, not to affix blame. Been doing that for years. But so we got like one more category of alcohol, one more category of amends, and then the promises, and we'll get to step 10. We might make it to step 10 next week. And step 10 is only like 1.5 pages, but it might take a little longer because explanations. So remember what we're doing. We're trying to get closer to God, and we believe. One of the things I've come under criticism around here lately is someone making references to actually, knowing God's will and talking to God and listening to God. And for me, I may use those phrases, and about when you get to step 11 where it says you pray only for the knowledge of God's will for you, and, hey, is it coincidence this is step 11? You still got one more step to go. And the way I've experienced it is, in step 11, he says that our thinking, our thought life will be clear. Our thought life will be on a much higher plane. This is what he says. Our thought life will be on a much higher plane when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. And on that idea, when you see in a vision for you, he says, if your house is in order, the right answers will come. Now, he may be talking about helping others, but I think he may be also talking about the entire program of Alcoholics Anonymous. If your house is in order, the right answers will come deals primarily with what answers are you looking for? What do you want me to do, God? That's one of the most glaring answers that we're looking for. What does God want me to do? And you're not going to get, like 10 Commandments. You're not going to get a burning bush with some voice coming out of it telling you, go do this. You're going to be taking your best educated guess based on the people that have gone before you, given their advice to you, and you assessing which one of these, you say you get 3 or 4 conflicting or even agreeing points of view on what to do with any specific matter, like God's will. That's a simple one. What does God want me to do? And when you come across like Bill Wilson's idea of in the third step where he says, relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do your will, that victory over them will bear witness to those I would help. So that's essentially what he's saying in there, that God's will, of those I would help, of your power, your love, and your way of life. It's essentially, so when you come across something like that and you say to yourself, okay, so I got this idea, and then there's the angry what's-his-face comes in here and says, they're strapping bombs around their waist, and God tells them to go blow themselves up in a pizza parlor. And you say to yourself, well, is that God's will? Does God want me to blow myself up in a... You understand what I'm saying is it's easy to determine once you get away from the selfishness and the self-centeredness, and you get away from your anger, you get away from your fear. Through the spiritual solutions, you find your anger, apply forgiveness. You find your fear, apply faith to it. You find your guilt, you apply making amends to it. And as it says in the 11th step, our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane. Remember, the 11th step says, we pray for one thing and one thing only, the knowledge of God's will for us. And so therefore, the answer that you're looking for is more likely to be the unconditional outpouring of love towards others that we're trying to find our way to. And that's the purpose of the 12 steps. And that's the purpose of the spiritual solutions. That's the purpose for the whole shebang. I mean, what is the 12th step? The 12th step is essentially that I sit down with one other person and do my best to help them find their way to a God of their understanding. And that is like the purest form of unconditional love in AA. That's the purest form of humility, of an admission that I am not God, that by trying to bring others to a God of their understanding is proof positive that I no longer feel that I am in control of anything. It's the way I've experienced, the way someone else explained it to me, and it's the way that I've experienced it. It is the purest form of ego deflation, humility, unconditional love. It's all based in step 12. And that's what we're looking to get to, is helping others through the 12 steps. And that's what we're saying when we're trying to get rid of the guilt in the 9th step, is this is one of the things that is blocking you from helping others through the 12 steps. So we'll open up the floor we got plenty of time. I don't know where our two little buddies are. I guess they weren't up for the steps tonight. Hey, Ralph.
I appreciate you. You always give me a lot of insight and bring me into perspective. You remind me of my first sponsor.
A little past the middle of the page, and remember that there were essentially 6 types of amends. I was taught 5, but I come up with I count 6 with the one that we're reading tonight. It's that one paragraph where it says there may be some wrongs we can never fully right. I've called this the category of amends we can never fully right, obviously, just like the paragraph as they start, whereas the marital paragraph starts out as the chances we have some domestic troubles, perhaps we've committed a criminal offense, most alcoholics owe money, the question of how to approach the man we hated will arise, and these are the types and the categories of amends that we will be making as we set out to clean up the wreckage, the guilt and the shame that we feel for what we had done to other people out of selfishness and self-centeredness. And remember, what we're trying to do is we're trying to find what blocks us from God and to be free of what blocks us from God, which is that we be, in the words of the 3rd step prayer, relieve me of the bondage of self, which is what we believe guilt is, one of the most common manifestations of self. Relieve me of I'll read it for you so I'm not like ad-libbing it. I got it memorized, but not word for word. It says, relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. And this is what we're looking to do with making these amends here, is we're looking to be relieved of self, that I may better do your will, God, and take away my difficulties. And these are the difficulties that we're asking God to take away, is the guilt that we feel inside. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them will be a witness to those I would help of your power, your love, and your way of life. May I do your will always. So we're looking to be an agent of God's power, God's love, and God's way of life. And what's keeping us from doing that is the most common, in the words of the 4th step, the most common manifestations of self that block me from being a selfless, giving person who, whenever you do something for another person, if there's a condition behind it, a condition like if you don't stick to my ideas and my plan, I'm not going to help you anymore. If you don't show your appreciation, I'll never do anything for you again. Or I bring it to some of the real-world applications that I've seen, where some of the sponsors that I've seen sponsoring people say, if you don't call me every day at a certain time, I'm going to fire you. If you drink, I'm going to fire you. You see, that just completely nulls the idea that you have done something for another human being and expected nothing in return because you placed conditions on it. Selfish, self-centered conditions. And the idea is that when I do something for another human being and I place no conditions on what I do for another human being, that I receive a benefit of how I feel inside about who I am as a person. And this is easily seen out in the chapter of Vision for You, where Bill Wilson writes, though these men knew they must stay sober, he's talking about Dr. Bob, Bill Dobson, and the Devil May Care chap, as he puts it in that chapter out there. He says, though these men knew that they must help other alcoholics if they would remain sober, that motive becomes secondary. It's a secondary motive, helping other people, and putting no conditions on it is a secondary motive, and it is transcended by the happiness they found in giving of themselves for others. Essentially, in a real-world way of putting it is, when you do something for another person and don't place any selfish, self-centered conditions on it, you get the benefit of feeling good about who you are inside as a person. You understand? And the same in the opposite form of that. If I'm always selfish and self-centered, and I'm full of fear, I'm full of anger, and I'm full of guilt for the things that I've done to other people, so too do I feel that way inside. My sponsor used to say it is this simple. He's a real religious guy, and he said, when you do good, you feel good. When you do bad, you feel bad. What does an alcoholic do who feels bad? We know how to feel good, alcohol. You understand? That's exactly what's happening to us, is we develop an obsession for the first drink based on how we feel inside about who we are. And once the detoxification is done and you have gotten away from the alcohol and the drugs, it becomes a matter of that first drink coming back into your life, on the premise that there is a underlying cause and condition that drives me to the first drink. An obsession develops in my mind, and I give in to that obsession eventually, and I drink. And we combat that obsession with a life of selfless self-sacrifice and doing for others to make us feel better about who we are on the inside. That's how Alcoholics Anonymous works. And Alcoholics Anonymous making of amends is to be free of any guilt that I feel, and it's also to teach me through the process of the story of the cat on a cold stove. I don't know if you guys have heard that. Through the process in the promises, he says, we will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. And that's a reference to that I automatically know how to do this, right? My brain, I don't have to stop and think about. If I intuitively know how to handle this situation, then I don't have to stop and say, well, you know, if I lie, cheat, and steal from somebody, or treat somebody poorly and put conditions on what I do for other people, I wonder what will be the outcome of that. You see, you don't have to stop and contemplate something like that. You will automatically know that if I lie to somebody, there's a consequence to be paid, and that consequence is I may develop the obsession for that first drink, and I will have no defense against that first drink. So what we're doing by making amends is, number one, we're clearing away the guilt that we feel for what we've done to other people, because that's what blocks me from being a conduit of God's outflowing of this. What did he say? That would be a witness to those I would help of your power, your love, and your way of life. May I do your will always. This is one of the things that's blocking me from this. And in the 11th step, he has a statement that says, our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. Our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. Is a reference to the idea that my motives, being selfish and self-centered, they just nullify anything that I do for other people, because it becomes one more selfish act by me, okay? And when my thought life is cleared of wrong motives, which are selfish, self-centered motives, through the process of making amends, these wrong motives are that I do something for somebody else because I want something in return from them. That's a wrong motive. And when he says our thought life will be placed on a higher plane, he's talking about closer to God's ideal, like in the 3rd step, where he says, may I take away my difficulties, that victory over them will be a witness to those I would help of your power, your love, and your way of life. May I do your will always. Okay, so we're going to read a couple of paragraphs here, and I'll open up the floor for discussion. I don't know, about 5 after or something. This is in the middle of page 83. There may be some wrongs we can never fully right. Now, if I can't make amends for the wrongs that and I'll give you an example for me, it would be like my aunt and my grandparents. They saw me in the throes of, they were some of my favorite people in the whole world, and they saw me in the middle of, actually it was the end of my addiction, and it was not a pretty sight. I was obviously not the person they intended me to be, and it was for me it was a sad thing that they died never seeing me get sober. How can I make amends to those people? I'll never see them again. So he says there may be some wrongs we can never fully right. But if in my heart I say to myself, you know, if those people were here, right now, I would make amends for what I did to them, stealing their money, lying to them, cheating things out of them. If they were here right now, I am positive that I would make amends to them, because I know that it's in my best interest. I may drink over these things, right? And that goes a long way. But because of the fact that I can never make these amends, you can never be completely free of the guilt, because you don't know. But it goes a long way. Being willing to make the amends goes a long way to freeing you of the guilt. If you say to yourself, you know, look what he says. We don't worry about them if we can honestly say to ourselves that we would write them if we could. Some people cannot be seen. We send them an honest letter, and there may be a valid reason for postponement in some cases, but we don't delay if it can be avoided. We should be sensible, tactful, considerate, and humble without being servile or scraping. As God's people, we stand on our feet. We don't crawl before anyone. And these are obviously the promises of the ninth step. We read them all the time. If we are painstaking about this phase of our development, we will be amazed before we're halfway through. We are going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. We will not regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it. We will comprehend the word serenity and we will know peace. Now you have to ask yourself, how is it that all these things are coming true in my life when I'm making amends? What's the connection here between making amends? Because I'm being free of the guilt that I feel for what I've done to those people. And these are what he's saying is the result of being free of that guilt that I'm feeling inside. That I lied and stole from the people who cared about me the most. And I make amends for that and never do it again, obviously, And it frees me of these things. And no matter how far down the scale we have gone, we will see how our experience can benefit others. That feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. Here's a couple of them that I think are the best ones. We will lose interest in selfish things. Why is it that I will lose interest in selfish things? Because I see that this has been my number one problem. And I also, over the years, I have been given the benefit of feeling what it is that you get from doing something for somebody else. That the inner peace that he's speaking of, we will know peace. This is coming from knowing inside that I honestly want to be a better person. And I'm going to prove this to myself by learning from my mistakes and never, lying and cheating and stealing in the future. The cat on the cold stove theory, it's a stupid story I heard probably 15 years ago. And the cat jumps up on the counter, he walks across the stove, steps on the hot burner, jumps up and tears out running. A week later, cat's cruising through the kitchen, jumps up on the thing again, and he jumps back down and goes around the stove. The stove's cold, though. He doesn't care because the last time he got burnt, you see, he knows I have taught my subconscious mind that there's a price to be paid for lying and cheating and stealing and hurting, and I intuitively know how to handle those situations in the future. I don't do it because I paid the price for it. If you don't pay the price for what you've done, then there's much more likelihood that you're going to do it again because you haven't really learned the lesson. A lesson learned, you know what they say, a lesson learned is a lesson earned. Or is that the other way? Lose interest in selfish things, gain interest in our fellows. Why would I gain interest in my fellows? Because I know that this is what I agreed to do when I offered myself to God back in the third step. Self-seeking will slip away. Our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. How is it that my whole attitude and outlook upon life will change? Because as a process of the steps, I understand that I was a selfish, self-centered person, and even when I thought that I was doing something for somebody else, I really had a selfish motive behind it. That I hid a selfish motive behind a selfless one. That it looked like I was doing something for somebody, but it really, in the back of my mind, in the back of the whole deal, there was a selfish motive behind it, and it canceled it out as a selfless act, and I never got the benefits from it. That I was promised benefits from doing things for others, I just didn't know that there was a selfish motive behind it. And that whole attitude and outlook upon life will change is based on the two opposite ends of the spectrum of being a selfish, self-centered person and a selfless, self-sacrificing person. This is the whole idea behind recovery. Fear of people and of economic insecurity will leave us. Well, fear in general is what's going to leave us because the way we're taught in the steps, that fear is the reason behind anger. Fear is the driving force behind anger, and anger is the number one offender of alcoholics. Fear is obviously at the root of fear. And when you're talking about making amends, I never would have harmed those people if it wasn't because of fear. Fear is at the root of all the harms that I did when I lied, cheated, and stole. I would never have lied unless I feared the consequences of being honest. I would never have stolen unless I didn't fear the reasons that made me steal. I was afraid I wouldn't have what I wanted in my life. I was afraid I wouldn't get what I needed. Fear is at the root of all of this. Fear of people and of economic insecurity will leave us. We will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. That's a good one. We will intuitively know. That's an idea that one of the things that Bill Wilson writes about recovery is that we were born of psychiatry and medicine and religion. And one of the things that Bill writes is that psychiatry is the study of the subconscious, the inner workings of the subconscious human mind. Remember, if we have a full frontal attack on our alcoholism, it's doomed to failure. No amount of attacking alcohol head on will get us sober. We have to come around on the flank, on the back side of it, and attack our alcoholism from a underlying cause and condition standpoint. That there's something that drives us to that first drink, and that once you've been detoxed in the hospital or the jail or whatever form it is that has gotten you away from it long enough to get it out of your system, it becomes a matter of combating it with the idea that there's an underlying cause and condition. We will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we could not do for ourselves. Obviously, that's about the first drink. Are these extravagant promises we think not there being fulfilled among us, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly? They'll always materialize if we work for them. Now, step 10, we'll just do another paragraph or two here because there's a lot of stuff in here. This step 10, you could take this next paragraph and spend the next 2 hours looking at it and analyzing it and going over and over the last. Actually, when you read this next paragraph, what you're really reading is a summary of the last 20 pages. Page 64 is where the fourth step starts. This is page 84. That's 20 pages that you've just gone through. Step 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are 6 steps, which together become one step in step 10. Okay, all 6 steps of 4 through 9 become one 6-part step in step 10. The difference being that steps 4 through 9 are to clean up the wreckage of your past, and that same process is going to be to clean up the wreckage every day as you go along. And the as you go along is the words that he uses here for when to do step 10. So he says this thought brings us to step 10, which suggests that we continue to take personal inventory, step 4, and we continue to set right any new mistakes as we go along, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So remember, when we did the 4th step, we found in the words of the Big Book the most common manifestations of self that block us from God's will, which is a life of sacrifice and work and sacrifice for others, is what the way he puts it. To set right any new mistakes as we go along, we vigorously commenced this way of living as we cleaned up the past. We have entered the world of the Spirit. So let's stop right there and say we have entered the world of the Spirit. How is that I am at this step 10, and I really didn't see much in there that was about entering the world of the Spirit? And the first thought that I'm having is 6 or 8 people sitting around a table holding hands with a crystal ball in the middle with candles burning, and they're all holding hands, and they're trying to get together and find out where the dead Uncle Harry buried the money or something. Where do you hide the money? It's a seance-like thing, or some kind of connection between the world of the dead people, wherever everybody comes from and wherever everybody goes when they're not alive, and the world where we are, which is where we're alive. And I'm trying to think, where's the spiritual connection that I'm going to have to this other world? But that's not how it works, you see. The spiritual connection, he says here, we have entered the world of the Spirit. And how that is you stop and you go back over the last few steps and ask yourself, oh, wait a minute, where in these last few steps did I actually enter the world of the Spirit? In what we call the spiritual solutions, which are forgiveness, making amends, and faith in God, and admission. And the 5th step, the admission. Those 4 spiritual solutions are a working daily part of our lives right now. When I'm angry, we go back to the 4th step and say, okay, I found when I'm angry, and I know that the anger is blocking me from being an agent of God's outpouring love and his way of life and his power, okay? So in the process of being free of anger, I bring God into the process, and I say, I write down who it is that I'm angry at, what it is that I'm angry about, the part of my life that it affects. In step 5, I share it with another human being. I ask God to remove it in 6 and 7, and I direct my attention to how I can be of help to these people. How can I be of help to the people that I'm angry with? And the actual act of being of help to them is the 4 parts of the spiritual solution of myself, God, another human being, and the action. And that's the same way when you look at step 5. It says we've admitted to ourselves, to another human being, and to God the exact nature of our wrongs, and the actual admission is the action. In step 8 and 9, when we're making amends, there's myself, the person I'm making amends to. I'm bringing God into it to ask him to help me to figure out what to do. Remember, we went over that paragraph back in step 9 where he says we ask God to help us. I forget exactly what his words were. But anyway, in each one of these spiritual solutions, we bring God into there. And human solutions are any kind of solutions that don't bring this spiritual aspect in there, where I turn to God and say, please help me with this, God. What do I do? How do I make these amends? And then I set out in the action of making the amends. And in the faith in God, faith in God is essentially, we haven't gotten there yet, but we have reviewed some very detailed explanation, and like in the 2 paragraphs in step 4 where he says, perhaps there's a better way. We think so, for we're now on a different basis. These 2 paragraphs are explaining step 12, but they're in step 4. We've gotten some idea as to where we're going with this. Remember that all 12 steps, sole reason for existence is to bring you to step 12. Step 12 is the reason you make an inventory. Step 12 is the reason that you admit these things. Step 12 is the reason you ask God to enter your life on a daily basis and help you deal with these things. Step 12 is the reason for making amends. It's the reason for the daily inventory of step 10, because you're looking to get what's blocking you from being an agent of God's outpouring and unconditional love towards others. In our rooms of recovery, this is in the form of step 12. You understand? That as a recovering alcoholic, I dedicate my life to helping other recovering alcoholics find their way to a God of their understanding, and I place no conditions on that, and I get the benefits of feeling better about who I am as a person. There are many other aspects of giving of yourself to do things for others, but the primary form in Alcoholics Anonymous that it takes in here is to dedicate your time to helping other people. And from that, you get an inner peace, a feeling of being a good person, and that's essentially what this boils down to. And when he says here, we have entered the world of the Spirit, that's a reference to the fact that we're practicing the spiritual solutions in our daily life, and we're bringing God into these most common, the spiritual solutions to be free of the most common manifestations of self. Let's read on what he says here. Our next function after steps 4 through 9, our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness. Understanding and effectiveness at what? Obviously, we've just been through the inventory and the spiritual solution aspects. So this is what we're going to grow in understanding and effectiveness, and how to do the inventory and how to apply the spiritual solutions in our daily life. This is what we're looking to grow in understanding and effectiveness. This is not an overnight matter. It should continue for our lifetime. When you finish the 12 steps, you're not finished with the 12 steps. It's like brushing your teeth or taking a shower. You don't say to yourself, well, I took a shower 10 years ago when somebody showed me how to, so I never do that again. I brushed my teeth back in the 70s once, and I never do it again. This is a daily thing that you have to do every day to keep and to keep this thing going. Your next, this is not an overnight matter. It should continue for your lifetime. That you will be doing this inventory and these spiritual solutions every day for the rest of your life. Continue to watch for, and this was what we learned in 4th step. We continue to watch for selfishness in the form of dishonesty, resentment, and fear. Okay? Now, those are the most common manifestations of self, from which all the other manifestations of self stem. That's what he said back in the 4th step. From it stem all forms of spiritual disease. When these crop up, we ask God at once to remove them. That's in step 6 and 7. In 6 and 7, we're instructed to ask God to remove our defects of character. We discuss them with someone immediately in step 5 and make amends quickly if we've harmed anyone in steps 8 and 9. And this is a reference to step 12, where we're going with this. Then we resolutely turn our thoughts towards someone we can help. Love and tolerance of others is our code. So real quick, in almost like 8 or 9 lines, he has given us the last 20 pages wrapped up in a nutshell. How to do steps 4 through 9 quickly. Okay? We'll stop right there, and that next line is the promises of the 10th step. That's like the next 2 paragraphs. We'll start there next week, and we'll open up the floor for any open discussion we're going to have tonight. Any points of interest is remember that we just went through all 6 steps, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. The idea that we have entered, in the 10th step, we have entered the world of the Spirit. And it's not some creepy thing where we're all sitting around. It is something that takes place in this world right here, in our action, primarily. And what we do with our lives on a daily basis is how we enter the world of the Spirit. It doesn't take place with some connection with the other world where all the dead people are at, okay? The directions for when to do step 10 are like the third line down. As we go along, we can, he says, continue to set right any new mistakes as we go along. That's when we do step 10. I think in the 12 and 12, he calls the two different ones a spot check inventory and a daily inventory, which the daily inventory is step 11 in this book. We have the 11th step inventory. We do the same inventory and the same spiritual solutions at the end of each day. So next week we'll pick up on the promises of the 10th step down there where he says, and we have ceased fighting anything or anyone, even alcohol. There's some pretty matter-of-fact things in there. Anyway, we'll open up the floor for open discussion. We got like 20 minutes, 22 minutes, whatever. Anyone who would like to share or ask any questions, I'm game for. I don't know where that no crosstalk thing comes from. It's in none of our literature does it say that there's no crosstalk in an AA meeting. But some people think that it creates fights and stuff or whatever. But I've been in meetings where we have questions and answers. I'm pretty game for that. If you'd just like to share what you know about the 12 steps with us, or anything that you'd like to share that's bothering you, or raise your hand at any time. Oh, we got an AA party going out there. Change of times, huh?
Back to you.
What is this, the nightly news? All right, so tonight we're on the bottom of page 84 in the big book. We are in step 10. And why is step 10 only 1.5 pages? Doesn't it seem like that step should be a little more complex than 1.5 pages? Because it is. We've been instructed in step 10 to include the last 20 pages that are steps 4 through 9. Page 64 through 84 are the directions. There's 20 pages, the directions on how to do steps 4 through 9. And last week we read that first, I guess it's a large paragraph, and it starts in the middle of the page on page 84. This thought brings us to step 10. And that large paragraph right there instructs us when to do step 10, which is the third line down from that middle of the page there, as we go along. When do we do step 10? As we go along, which could mean at any point in time. 10 o'clock in the afternoon, or 10 o'clock in the morning, or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, or whenever you feel that there's a problem. There's another spot in step 11 where it says, the call to arms, as we go through the day, we pause when agitated or doubtful. So that's going to be like our call to arms. When we feel an agitated, angry, who's obviously agitated, angry about something, or doubtful about something, this is when we need to take our inventory. When we're feeling less than content, we need to try to find what it is that's making us feel this way. And remember, one of the things that we were talking about is, when I first got sober, I remember I was in a halfway house, and they gave us this sheet of roughly 100 good emotions and bad emotions, or whatever you want to call them, defects of character, shortcomings. And I used to think that each one of those steps meant something different, and it doesn't. When you're in step 4, it says moral inventory, and they're talking about these things in the middle of that paragraph, about 10 lines up from the bottom of the page there on page 80. We're in the big book on 84, step 10. I'm going to ramble on for about 20 minutes, and we'll open up the floor for open discussion. But these are the things that we're looking for, because remember, in the third step, we made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God. And in the fourth step, we found that we're going to try to find what's blocking us from doing that. We're going to find what is blocking us from turning our will and our lives over to the care of God. And one of the things we've learned is that God wants us to live a life of doing things for other people for God. We are to be, in the words of the third step prayer, I'll tell you what, go to the page 63, I think it is. On page 63 are the words of what it is we're trying to do. In the middle of the page there, he says, we are now at step 3. And this is good to read this because it helps us understand what we're doing in step 10. Steps 4 through 9 are 6 steps, and step 10 becomes those 6 steps every day. Step 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 we are going to be doing every single day in the direction, say, as we go along, which is when we're going to be doing this. So in this third step prayer, we're going to get some ideas to what it is we're doing in all the rest of these steps. He says, we were now at step 3. Many of us said to our Maker, as we understood him. That was from the anti-God people, which is, it's good because those are the people we're trying to get through to, too. That whole as we understand him thing there. God, I offer myself to you to build. I'm going to read it in like English, okay, not the biblical stuff here. God, I offer myself to you to build with me and do with me as you would. Relieve me of the bondage of self. So that's what we're looking to do here. We're trying to be relieved of self. And one of the things that we've learned in there is that self is not something we make a voluntary decision to be. It's a simple matter of like an instinct for self-preservation is what we're talking about here. I mean, look at when we find our anger. No one makes a conscious decision to get angry. You're reacting to something that's happened, that's threatened you. No one makes a conscious decision to be afraid. No one sits down and contemplates and says, I think I should be afraid of this. These are all instinctual things that are running our lives and our decisions, and we cannot get rid of these things without God's help. So he says here, relieve me of the bondage of self. And what we found, too, is that this self takes 3 primary forms. And from these 3 primary forms stem all the other subforms. The primary forms are anger, fear, and guilt. And from anger, fear, and guilt stem all the other subforms, as he says in the 4th step. From it stem all forms of spiritual disease. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do your will. Take away my difficulties. So this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to be relieved of self, and we're asking God to take away our difficulties, which are the same thing, that victory over these difficulties will bear witness to those I would help. So we're trying to get rid of self so that we can help other people for God. Those I would help of your power, your love, and your way of life, may I do your will always, God. So this is the 3rd step prayer, and it's a pretty descriptive. I keep referring back to this prayer because it's one of the best places that describes what we're trying to do in AA. We're trying to get rid of what blocks us from doing God's will. We're asking God to take away these difficulties and to relieve us of self. And one of the things I've learned over the years is remember that many people see the 4th step inventory as some kind of an indictment of how bad of a person we've been. Like, oh, look at you. Look, you've been lying and cheating and stealing from the people who care about you. And it's not an indictment of who we are. This is a search to find what's been blocking us from God. And when we look at it from that standpoint, it becomes a much easier task for us. For me, it did. So back to page 84, at the bottom of the page, we're actually into the promises of the 10th step. And many people go, you mean the promises of the 9th step? I go, well, this is what I've heard them called. And if you look at them when they have that piece of paper that says the 200 promises of the big book or whatever it is, I don't know how many, this comes out as one of them. And it really does. It's just a bunch of things like we feel as though we've been placed in a position of neutrality and safe and protected. There's many people call this the promises of the 10th step, so that's what I've come to know it as. But so back to reviewing what we were doing in step 10 here, we're looking to find those most common manifestations of self. Those are the words of the 4th step. Most common manifestations of self that block us from a life of self-sacrifice for others. And we're looking to, once we find them, we don't just write it down on paper and share it with somebody. That's important. Step 5 is important. But remember, we still got 6, 7, 8, and 9. Hang on. I got to sneeze. Whew. I don't know where that came from. We have 3 spiritual solutions that we are to implement into our daily lives. And those spiritual solutions are, remember, we made the list of when we were angry, and we had to be free of this anger because anger is what blocks us from being this agent of God's outpouring unconditional love towards others. The number one thing that keeps me from being that word, agent of God, is in the 3rd step. It says he is the principal and we are his agents. He is the director, and I don't guess it says anything after that, but it says God was going to be our director. He is the principal and we are his agents. meaning that we have to be like emissaries or agents of this loving God. And how much of an agent can I be if I'm filled with anger all the time? I can't. This is what's blocking me from doing God's will. I made a decision to do God's will. That anger is what's keeping me from doing it. Fear is keeping me. When someone, how I boil it down, and I say it to a lot of my sponsees, I say everything in relation to step 12, okay? You've essentially made a decision to help others find their way to a God of their understanding, is what you've made a decision to do. Because if you'll look at it, all the first 11 steps, sole reason for existence, is to bring you to step 12. Step 12 is the definition of how to have faith in God. You ask God to remove your fear. Of course, you write it down. You recognize it, write it down, share it with another person in step 5. And then in step 12, we direct our attention to helping others and thinking of others. And that is the essence of what do they call unconditional love. Of when I do things for other people through the 12 steps, I place no conditions on them. And whenever I see people doing that, I try to share in a meeting when I see people that I know are doing this. Like, I'll give you an example. A lot of the guys that I know sponsor people. They give them directions on what to, you better not do this, you better not do that. You're fired. If you don't call me at a certain time every day, you're fired. If you drink, you're fired. If you do this. And my first thought is, what does that sound like a loving Creator's direction? I don't think so. Because I don't believe in tough love. That's one of the things I've been wrestling with over the last few years, that tough love is an oxymoron. I heard a man say, you know what tough love is? That's a word I used to justify my turning my back on people that I should have been there for, you understand? That was I cleared my conscience by saying, I didn't help that guy because he went out and relapsed and I turned my back on him. He needs a little tough love. Instead of saying, hey, sit down and figure out where we went wrong with this. We'll review each one of these steps and spend hours, if we have to, sitting down trying to figure out where we went wrong. Now, which one of those two do you think is God's will? Do you think it's somebody went out and drank and you turned your back on them and said, don't even talk to me, get away from me, you're drinking, you bum? Or if they went out and drank and they came back in and you said, let's sit down and try to figure this out. I think we can get you sober if we work hard at this. I think it's the one where you work hard at it. I don't think it's the one where you turn your back on people. But anyway, what's blocking us from being that and doing that type of personality is this anger, the fear, and the guilt that we feel. And these are the most common manifestations of self. Anyway, back to where we hadn't read a thing yet. So anyway, at the bottom of the page, about 4 lines up, and we cease fighting anything and anyone, these are the promises of the 10th step. And you have to ask yourself, these are the things that happen to us if we carefully followed directions, and we are in step 10 where we're doing this daily inventory and we're applying these spiritual solutions in our lives. And we have ceased fighting anything and anyone, even alcohol. For by this time sanity will have returned. Now, what does that statement mean? For by this time sanity will have returned. Well, he's not talking about being a sociopath and not being a sociopath anymore. He's not talking about being a schizophrenic and now all of a sudden we're no longer schizophrenic. He's saying now we react sanely to that first drink. We're only talking about alcoholic sanity. Psychiatrists do not prescribe 12 steps for people who need the pills that they give them to fix them, you understand? The 12 steps are for alcoholics who can't say no to a first drink. If you say to yourself, I cannot drink, no matter what, I don't want to drink, and you're drunk anyway, that's insane, okay? This restores us, for by this time sanity will have returned, means that we are able to say no to a first drink. And you look around and you go, what the hell happened? Where'd that come from? I can't believe I stopped drinking. We will seldom be interested in liquor. If tempted, we recoil from it as if from a hot flame. We react sanely and normally, and we will find that this has happened automatically. Now, there's a question that might come to your mind right there. How exactly does that work? How is it that automatically I am now able to say, without even thinking about it, I don't have to stop and say, do I want to drink, yes or no? No, you automatically think, of course I don't want to drink. What are you, crazy? I'm an alcoholic. I can't drink. Automatically this happens, and you have to ask that question, just exactly how does that work? I'd like to know, because I hear people in AA say, oh, it's mysterious, and the ways of God, who's the question? The ways of God, he's mysterious, and this AA thing. I've heard many guys with 20 years go, I don't know how this AA stuff works, I just know that it works. And my first thought is, what are you, like retarded or something? I would have to know how this AA thing works. I could not go on if I thought for 1 minute that it was some kind of sleight of hand magician type crap, and there was really nothing there keeping me sober except for the mysterious ways of the universe or something. Screw that. I don't believe in this seance thing. I mean, some people do. Sitting around a group talking to your dead uncle or something, and not to make fun of it, but some people really believe in that. But I don't. I don't believe in. To me, the connection to the other world that I'm looking for a connection to a God of my understanding, and it's going to take place here in the real world, and it can be described easily by saying that I'm going to get out of myself by the process that we're doing here, and I'm going to force myself to think of other people and convince my subconscious human mind that it's in my best interest to live my life in sacrifice for others, because if I don't, then I'm going to be drunk, and if I'm drinking, it's over anyway. My life means nothing anyway. But anyway, over the years, I've learned myself that, like the promises state, that after I've done these steps for a while and I begin to think and live this new way of life, that this is really what I should have been doing all along. That it scared the hell out of me at first, but once I started doing it, I said, well, why didn't anybody say this is where we were supposed to be in the first place? But anyway, what he says that this has happened sanely and automatically. Remember that we were talking about that fear. We believe, we don't have any proof positive, but other than the fact that AA seems to be working for most of the people who, what does it say in those who come to AA and really try, 75% stay sober. And then I hear people come in here and go, oh yeah, 3% of us are going to make it, the other 7%, your history. But that's not the truth. You have to categorize the people who come in here as if you went to school and never picked up a piece of paper, never had a book, never wrote anything down, never went to any classes. Well, okay, so they went to classes. Like when you're categorizing people in AA as people who made it and people who didn't make it, then you have to take into consideration those who really tried. Those who sat down and went through the steps with a sponsor and understood what it was they were doing, versus the people who come through that door, sit down, kick their feet up, and have no idea what we're doing in here. And they sit back in the back and joke around, answer their phone in the middle of the meeting, hit on the women, the men, and they get up and leave early and come in late. If you're categorizing those people as someone who came to AA and didn't make it, I think you're wrong, because you could say that about anything like school or college. If you sat in school and did absolutely nothing and they failed you, would you be surprised? I don't think so, but if you gave it everything you had and got an A, see, the difference is some people come in here and it's not that important to them. Therefore, I believe, like it says, those who really tried are the people who come in here and make it. And anyway, what I was getting at was that the fear, we believe that fear is at the root. It is the cause of the obsession. Once you have cleared the addiction that your body has to alcohol, once you have gotten rid of, the detox, and Bill Wilson even says, if you look in the early AA, all of these early AA people came from hospitals and sanitariums. When Bill Wilson got back to New York, he didn't find Dr. Bob at the hospital. He found him through Walter Tunk and some priest guy. He found him from a priest, and Dr. Bob had been to the detox a number of times anyway. But anyway, the story is, where did Bill and Bob go? They went straight to that hospital in Akron, Ohio, where they found AA number 3 and 4, 5, and that's where it even says that Dr. Bob administered to 5,000 alcoholics, all from that Akron hospital, all from that hospital. He didn't find them at the AA meeting. He didn't find them at the drunk or wherever, at the jail or something. He found them at that hospital. And when Bill Wilson got back to New York, where did he go? He went straight to those 2 hospitals, Towns Hospital and Knickerbocker Hospital. Those 2 hospitals is where he found all the people that they started. The first buses that came in from AA came in from those hospitals. But once your body has been thoroughly cleansed of its dependence on alcohol, it then becomes a matter of your mental defense against the first drink, on the idea that you develop an obsession for the first one. It's not just a thought. You don't go, hey, should I have a drink? No, I don't think so. It becomes an obsession. That's all you think about. I got to have a drink. And the next thing you know, you're drunk. And the way we believe in AA is that obsession, it comes from fear. And we believe that because the people who have made an attempt to conquer this fear have developed a defense against that first drink. And that's why he says we will find that this has happened automatically. Because, as the 4th step puts it, we have gotten to the underlying causes and conditions that are at the root of the obsession for the first drink, which is fear. Fear is, and the other forms we have are anger and guilt, and those two are rooted and based in fear. That they come from, that we would have no guilt if we weren't afraid of the consequences of being honest, dishonest versus honest. We would have no anger unless it was that all anger is rooted in fear. When we make our list of resentments, we, on that third category, that third line in that thing, it says fear. Notice that the word fear is bracketed alongside the difficulties of Mr. Brown, Mrs. Jones, the employer, and the wife. That's essentially saying that every single thing that you are angry about is really something that you're afraid of. But it manifests in anger in most of us. Back to the reading. We will see that our new attitude toward liquor has been given us without any thought or effort on our part. We're combating fear, and we're given this immunity to that first drink. It just comes. That's the miracle of it. We are not fighting it, and neither are we avoiding temptation. And most people would say, hey, that sounds insane. If you knew how I was living my life, there's no way that I could come to this point. We feel as though we had been placed in a position of neutrality, safe and protected. We've not even sworn off. Instead, the problem has been removed. It does not exist for us. Remember, we're dealing with here is the idea that fear is the driving force and that we are attempting to free ourselves of this fear. One of the things that he says is about this this God consciousness that was mentioned back in the fifth step, where he says we have begun to become God conscious. And then when we went over that, we said, now wait a minute, what does that mean? That in the fifth step, I have begun to become God conscious. That somehow I start to feel the presence of God in my life, because we are instructed here to bring God into these spiritual solutions. When I am angry, as the fourth step puts it, I write it down. I make those 3 columns. Who am I angry at? What the cause of the anger, what it is that they did that made me angry, and what part of my life that it affects, my self-esteem, my personal relations, and that it is all based in fear. And then we are instructed to share this with another human being, tell someone else that I'm angry at something that someone else has done, and then we're instructed to ask God to help us forgive this person. We're asked, in the third step, he says, we could not be rid of self without God's help. And why is it that we can't be rid of self without God's help? Because this is an instinctual thing that's running our lives. That when I get angry, I don't make a decision to get angry. I don't sit down on a piece of paper and go, okay, I'm going to get angry about this because of that guy. Remember, you're instinctually, you ever see people fight? And can you stop and say to yourself, that's a grown man or a grown woman doing that? Do you think that if they had time to really think about something like a parking spot out in the 2 people fighting over a parking spot, and you could say to yourself, are you really grown people fighting over a parking spot out there, or something just as stupid as that? Anything. I mean, there may be some serious things to fight over, but most things you might see are really quite trivial. It's just that these people feel threatened, and they feel like there's someone's walking on them, and their instincts, my security, my self-esteem, that's a big one. Self-esteem getting stomped on by somebody, here we go, let's fight it out. But the spiritual solutions instruct us to bring God into each one of these. God, please help me to forgive this person that I'm angry at. Not because that guy, he needs the loving hand because I need to find what's blocking me from God. That's what. I can't stop drinking. And here I am storming mad for 3 days over some stupid something or other. I have to have God's help to get rid of this stuff, okay? And I have to learn to forgive people, not because I think that they need to be forgiven and God is a loving, but because I'm a stark raving lunatic when it comes to drinking, and I got to do something, so I must learn to put out of my mind the anger for what other people do that I feel like they're stomping all over me. I'm feeling like I'm threatened by them. I have to get rid of that anger. It is the chief stumbling block to being an emissary of God's outpouring unconditional love towards others. It's what's going to get me close to God, and God is going to keep me safe and protected, as this is stating here. We are neither cocky nor are we afraid. This was our experience. This is how we react so long as we keep in fit spiritual condition. Fit spiritual condition, once again, a reference to finding these 3 most common manifestations of self, anger, fear, and guilt, that block us from receiving and doing. Now, all these are words from the previous pages that block us from receiving and doing God's will, which is a life of self-work and sacrifice for others, is how Bill puts it in his story. For if a person failed to enlarge his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, he could not overcome the low spots that lie ahead. It is easy to let up on the spiritual program of action and rest on our laurels. We are headed for trouble if we do, for alcohol is a subtle foe. We are not cured of alcoholism. What we really have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. Every day is a day we must carry the vision of God's will into all of our activities. What is this vision of God's will? Back to the third step. I am to be an agent of God's outflowing, unconditional love towards other people. And what's blocking me from doing that is anger, fear, and guilt. Okay? We have the spiritual solutions to those, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. 8 and 9, we make amends. 6 and 7, we learn to forgive. And 5, we admit. And then 12 is the faith in God, which is where we're headed with all this. You know, one of the things that I tell my sponsees is, I'll be done in a few minutes. We'll open up the floor for discussion. It's my interpretation of the steps that you don't wait to have a spiritual awakening to start helping other people through the 12 steps. Because if you do, you'll never have it. And I'll explain what I'm talking about. First of all, Ebby Thatcher was the guy that sponsored Bill Wilson through another group called the Oxford Groups, where they had unofficial 6 steps and an official 4 absolutes: the absolute purity, absolute honesty, absolute unselfishness, and absolute love. And Ebby Thatcher was instructed that he would be free of his alcoholism if he helped other people. They didn't say alcoholics, but he thought to himself, I know the perfect guy. My childhood friend, Bill Wilson. Now, this is just a story because if you want what they have, you do what they did. And to see the most basic, simple idea of Alcoholics Anonymous and how it works is to take, for example, one of our, the guy that started the thing, Bill Wilson, and to see how it happened for him and how it's happened for millions of people since, including myself. You take Ebby Thatcher helps Bill Wilson through the steps, and Bill Wilson gets sober and never drinks again. Never takes another drink as long as he lived. Bill Wilson, however, has Ebby Thatcher for a sponsor. Ebby Thatcher drinks. Ebby Thatcher was able to carry the message of, helping others to be free of self, to get out of self. You do things for others. He was able to carry that message to Bill successfully, but he did not have the spiritual awakening, or he wouldn't have drank again. Therefore, I don't think that as the 12th step instructs us, it says, having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, period. And it says, okay, take the idea that now you have had a spiritual awakening. At that point, you can begin to help other people have their spiritual awakening because you have experienced it, and someone who has experienced it could better explain it to someone else. Therefore, you cannot start helping other people until you have had a spiritual experience. And if you ask yourself, okay, so what is the determining point in my sobriety in which I can stop and say, I have had my spiritual experience now. I am sure of it. There's the event. There's the day that it happened. There's the time that it happened. I have had my spiritual experience, because for me, that point has never actually happened. I've got over 20 years of sobriety, and the only thing I can say was there was one day when I was looking at the 3rd step. I was in jail again. This is 20 years ago. And I was looking at the 3rd step, and I said, okay, I get it. I turned my life over to God unconditionally. My only reason for living is to serve God. And if that don't work, then I'm out of here. And for me, there was a certain point that I could say, but as far as those other years that go along with that, I can tell you that there was no real point that I could say that I could pinpoint and say, that was the day I had my spiritual experience, my spiritual awakening. They're the same thing, by the way. I've heard many people say, what's the difference between them? The difference is Bill wrote spiritual experience, and this editorial board that wrote God as We Understand Him didn't like that word, so they put that's the only place awakening appears is right there. He's got 3 or 4 other places where he says spiritual experience. So the point being that you don't stop and wait, because our spiritual solution to fear is unconditional love, doing things for others. The 12th step is the spiritual solution to fear. And if you wait, this is what a lot of my sponsees are doing. They're saying, well, I don't really feel qualified to take other people through the 12 steps because I don't have a real working knowledge. And the only thing I can say to them is, look, neither did I. When I first started helping other people, I had no idea what the hell I was doing. But you have to start at some point and begin to make this transition into somebody who starts thinking of other people and doing things for other people. Even though and I hear there's a woman who keeps attacking me in here, and she says, "You're dealing with people's lives here, and you're going to sponsor somebody, and you don't know what you're doing. You could kill them." And my only answer to that is, yeah, but what if you do nothing? So your 2 points are that, one, you do absolutely nothing, make no attempt to help them whatsoever, or have some idea what you're doing, maybe a little bit, and try to help them a little bit. Try anything is better than nothing, right? And her argument is, you're dealing with people's lives, and they need someone who's experienced and knows what they're doing. And then how the hell are we ever going to get people who are experienced if you don't start from point A where you didn't know what you were doing and you started helping people and said, okay, let's get going. And I'll tell you how I started. I was forced to do it by my sponsor. My sponsor grabbed some other guy who asked him by the scruff of the neck, and he grabbed me and he pointed us together and he said, you and you. And they had about 4 other guys around him, and he goes, you and you, you and you, and you and you. Because he was just overwhelmed with people. The guy had like 40 years of sobriety or something. But anyway, the point being that you don't finish the 12 steps, finish the first 11 steps before you start helping people with step 12. I recommend, look at Bill Wilson, 6 months of sobriety. Dr. Bob had 3 days of sobriety when he and Bill helped Bill Dobson. Can you say that he was done with the 12 steps in those 3 days? That he wasn't even done detoxing, in my opinion. But he stayed sober, never drank again. Can you say that Bill Dobson, with a few days of sobriety under his belt, and the same thing with all the people, that they were 2 weeks, that one of the things that made the Cleveland group the biggest group of AA's expansion, it came from Akron, Ohio, spawned the Cleveland group, but even Akron and New York both admitted through Bill and Bob that Cleveland was the one that was largely responsible for the expansion of Alcoholics Anonymous. When it came to Dallas and Miami and Atlanta and all the other cities that sprung up after those first 3, Cleveland was the third group that sprang up after New York. But then they asked themselves, they said, why has Cleveland got literally thousands of people that they sobered up, and we're still in the hundreds in AA in New York and in Akron, where it was founded and made in New York and Akron? Why are these 2 groups only sprouting hundreds of people that are sober, and Cleveland has got thousands, and they have other cities that have been directly connected to it? Because Cleveland was assigning sponsees when they came through the door. The Cleveland group said they were so overwhelmed, they only had like 3 guys who had 2 years of sobriety, and they started assigning people as they walked through the door. They said, new guy, you're next in line. You got 2 weeks of sobriety. You help this guy through the door. And they're all doing the same thing. They're going, I don't know anything. Well, neither did we when we started. That's how you learn. You got to get out there and do it, right? You got to start sponsoring people. How are you ever going to get to be a master at sponsoring people if you don't start as that guy who didn't know a damn thing about what he was doing? So the moral of the story being, when he says here, what we have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. We're going with all of these steps into step 12. Remember that. I don't want to go any further. We'll open up the floor for open discussion, and we got maybe not plenty of time. We usually only have like 4 people in here, so usually people I know. Who wants to share? Anybody? Anything on? We'll pick up where we left off. Daily reprieve contingent on our spiritual condition. Would anyone like to share on step 10 or any of the promises or anything about the 12 steps? Questions and answers? I don't mind. Hey.
I'm very sorry that I was late, but I'm so happy that we arrived here. I went to 3 meetings and ended up here because of timing, and I'm getting your name after the meeting. But no, what I was thinking about was just what you were just saying. I love how you comment so deeply on it.
The big book meeting. We're on page 85 at the end of the promises of the 10th step. It's easy to let up on the spiritual program of action and rest on our laurels. But we're going to review real quick, just for a minute, where we've come to. And so over the last few weeks, we've been actually reviewing step 10. And remember that step 10 is steps 4 through 9, which is the inventory process and the application of the spiritual solutions to, as the book puts it, to face and to be rid of the things in ourselves that block us from receiving and doing God's will. Remember, in the 3rd step, we made a decision to turn our lives over to the care of God. And we're trying to find out what's blocking us from doing that and apply the spiritual solutions to be free of these things that are blocking us from receiving God's will and doing God's will. And we learned in the third step that God's will is that we are to be an agent of God. How does he put it? 63, isn't it? 63, the third step prayer. We are to be a power of, wait a minute, it says, take away my difficulties, which is what we do in 4 through 10, or 4 through 9. Take away my difficulties, that victory over these difficulties will bear witness to those I would help of God's power, God's love, and God's way of life. May I do thy will always. So we're looking to find what blocks us from doing God's will, which is the unconditional love, the way I've experienced it, the way I understand it, is that we are to be agents of an outflowing, unconditional love towards other people for the God of our understanding, as an agent of God, trying to do his will. And we learned that there are 3 primary things that block us from doing this. And from these 3 primary things stem all the other sub-forms. The primary forms of self, the most common this is the words that he uses in the 4th step, the most common manifestations of self are anger, fear, and guilt. Guilt coming from the harms that we had done others. We don't get to decide whether we're going to feel guilty. We don't get to decide whether we're going to get angry or not. And we don't get to decide whether we're going to feel fear or not. All of these things operate below the level of conscious thought. That's in the 4th step, in that 3rd column of the 4th step, the part of our lives that it affects. Why is that column there? That's to teach us that we are essentially at the mercy of our instincts for self-preservation or survival. The instinct for survival, and the way that I experience it, my sponsor always said, I am afraid of losing the things that I have and not getting the things that I want. And those, in my opinion, are instinctual things, things like your health and money and a place to live and a job and, the things that everybody's looking for, a family but anyway, so anger, fear, and guilt are the primary forms of this selfish, self-centered behavior. And how we apply the spiritual solutions to those are for anger, we apply forgiveness. And for guilt, we make amends for the things that we have done to free ourselves of the guilt. And for the fear, we apply faith in God. And we haven't gotten there yet, but faith in God is step 12. And this is where the whole process of being free of selfish, self-centered behavior and thoughts. And that's one of the things that I've been focusing on for the last few years is that the selfish, self-centered behavior begins with thoughts. And anyway, we'll get into the spiritual solutions. In this 10th step, he's going to tell us that we have this God consciousness that we are beginning to have, and that we're beginning to sense the flow of God's Spirit into us. And the things that he's talking about here is when we begin the daily application. And remember, in step 12, he says to practice these principles in all our affairs. And the way I've learned the 12 steps, and he also says if we follow directions thoroughly, if we follow directions, how does he say it? Now I can't find it. It was just there a minute ago. Anyway, if we have carefully followed directions, that's what he uses here at the bottom of the page here. But if we've carefully followed directions, what we've been explained to is that we're going to bring God into our life every day. I'm going to ask God to help me to forgive the people that I'm angry at. I'm going to ask God to help me to make these amends. How should I make them, and who should I make them to is the list that we have. I'm going to ask God to help me have faith and to help me find what it is that he wants me to do, which is step 12. When we get to 11, there's a question in step 11, what do you want me to do, God? And the answer to that question is step 12. But we'll read a little bit here and try to stop and understand what it is that he's explaining to us here. It is easy. This is like the first full paragraph down from the top on 85, and this is step 10. Step 10 is only 1.5 pages because step 10 is really encompassing the 20 pages before it, which are steps 4 through 9. So there are really 20. If you read step 10 in the context that it's encompassing the entire 20 pages before it, it's 21 and a half pages, because you're being instructed to do steps 4 through 9 every single day now, not just the past. 4 through 9 were the past, and step 10, which encompasses 4 through 9, in your daily your daily inventory is every day. So it is easy to let up on the spiritual program of action and rest on our laurels. We are headed for trouble if we do, for alcohol is a subtle foe. That's pretty self-explanatory there. I work with a lot of people, and I see a lot of people. Some people stay sober, and you would swear they should drink, and some people drink, and you would swear that they were going to do the right thing and stay sober. So I don't know how you could say who's going to stay sober or who's not. Nobody knows that but God. But it does seem to me that people who are more active in Alcoholics Anonymous and doing the right things that they should be doing, like a daily inventory and helping others through the steps, stand a better chance of getting sober and staying sober. We are not cured of alcoholism. What we really have is a daily reprieve. I hear people refer to this one all the time. What we really have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. And I agree with that in part, but my experience with it is that I have been relieved of my obsession for that first drink, and I do have respect for alcohol's ability to come back into my life, but I have not had the serious thought of a drink in over 20 years, 21 years almost. And I understand that this is more of a humility aspect, because Dr. Bob used to say something along the lines of, I don't want to get arrogant and egotistical and say that I will never take another drink, and that's all there is to it. But Dr. Bob did say, I believe as long as I keep doing the things that I've been doing, and as long as I keep thinking the way that I've been thinking, that I do stand a pretty good chance of staying sober for the rest of my life. But this daily reprieve is sort of a humility aspect of not letting because remember, ego is the number one enemy that we have. And in a sense, really the definition of that we use for ego really is the selfishness and the self-centeredness and the idea that essentially I am God. That's the complex that alcoholics have, if you haven't figured that out yet. That we feel as though we are in control of our lives and we control our destiny. And I try to remember to myself that I can't even control my breathing. I can't even control my heartbeat when I'm sound asleep in the middle of the night. That you don't control anything. God is in control of your heart beating. He's in control of your breathing. And that's how in control God is of every single aspect of our lives. And what he's doing here is he's saying that what we really have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition, is sort of a submission to God. That's one of the favorite terms that I've learned in AA over the years was submit. Submit your will to God, and submission to God's will is our main goal in our lives. Every day is a day when we must carry the vision of God's will in all of our activities. So what is this vision of God's will into all of our activities? Is I guess different people of different religions might have a different point of view, but the way I understand it is, back in our third step prayer, the God's love and God's way of life, the way I understand it personally, is unconditional love, an outpouring unconditional love towards other people for this God, as an emissary or an agent of God, and that's what we're supposed to be doing. And remember, what's blocking us from that is anger, fear, and guilt. And from those three stem all the other subforms. So we just focus on those three, and everything else will come into its rightful place. How can I best serve thee? Thy will, not mine, be done. That's pretty close to the third step prayer there, wasn't it? Back on 63, how can I best serve thee? Thy will not be. Bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. How can I best serve thee? Thy will be done, not mine. Thy will, not mine, be done, sorry. These are thoughts which must go with us constantly. My experience with that is over the years, it's literally been burned into my brain that I don't have to tell myself that anymore. It's second nature. It's like in the promises of the 9th step, where he writes, we will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us, is a reference to the fact that I'm teaching my subconscious mind a new process, a new way of thinking. And this, where he says that these thoughts must go with us constantly, he's talking about every day is a day we must carry the vision of God's will into all of our activities. How can I best serve God? His will be done, not mine. And these are thoughts which must go with us constantly. And through the regular practice of the 12 steps, it will become a natural working part of your mind. You won't have to stop and say, oh, wait a minute, you're here to serve God. Remember, you're here to do God's will, and you're straying again. You don't have to keep reminding yourself of this. The longer you're sober, the more it becomes embedded into your mind that you're convinced of this. That's my experience with it. I don't drift further away. And remember, this has got a lot to do with being here in AA and helping others through the 12 steps too. And if you're not, going to meetings and you're not helping other people through the 12 steps, then you're headed for trouble, for alcohol is a subtle foe. It's easy to let up on the spiritual program of action. Remember those words there, action. That's a big part of our recovery process here. We've been over that. We can exercise our willpower along this line all we wish. It's the proper use of the will. So the proper use of the will is to surrender it back to God, is what he's saying there. We can exercise our willpower along this line all we wish. It's the proper use of my free will. The proper use of my free will is to see it for what it is and offer it back to God. And the way that a man explained it to me many years ago, and it sunk in when I heard him say this, and it's, for myself, this has been one of the most important things in my recovery and in my life. And what I heard this man say was that God had two choices when he made this place and he made us. He said, I can force these people to do what I want them to do, in which case they'll be just like all the rest of the animals, mindless and sort of going throughout their day, or I can give them each one of them their own individuality and make each one of them a separate person, and have each one of them will have their own free will. And the problem with that is that we begin to think of ourselves as the God of our world. That some reason we begin to get this ego that convinces us that we are in control of our destiny, and we don't need any God to explain this place. And you hear it all the time, and people that are atheists or agnostics, and like I was, most people in AA were of agnostic temperament, the way I understand it. Very few people were true atheists, but there was something I was reading about one of Bill Wilson's sponsor, the Father Ed Dowling, had said that even he was a very religious guy, and he was dedicated to religion, and he even said, I think when we're all standing at the gates of either heaven or hell, we're going to stand there and go, wow, it really is real. That right to the end, they were agnostic and weren't really sure what was going on, and what was right up to the very end, that everybody is essentially an agnostic, right up till the day that you actually really do find out whether there is something there or not. But we can exercise our willpower along this line all we wish, is that the proper use of free will is to intellectually see it for what it is, and the chief stumbling block to serving our main purpose in this world that God made, and offering it back to God. And I had a little slack from some friend of mine here recently who said that offering your will back to God doesn't mean he's going to take it. And, I never made that statement. All I say is that the important thing is that we have to make the offer. And that God never does actually take your free will back and you're relieved of it and you no longer have your free will. The point is that I have to make the offer to God and say, essentially, I hold my free will in my hands and say, I see this free will as an absolute necessity, a necessary ingredient for individuality as a person. And I also see it as my chief stumbling block to serving my purpose of being an agent of God's outpouring unconditional love towards others, because I'm so afraid for myself. I have little concern for others unless it has something to benefit me in some form or another. And that's the truth of the matter. And the only time I really have genuine concern for other people is not because I have genuine concern, but because I feel that there's something for me to gain in this situation. And in order for me to become somebody who has genuine concern for other people on the basis of being an agent of God's outpouring unconditional love, I must see this free will as my chief stumbling block to that. I am so afraid for myself. I just don't have the, I don't know what else to say other than God is the source of this unconditional love, and offering my will back to Him and making the offer is the key to this anyway. Much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, and direction from Him who has all knowledge and power. If we have carefully followed directions, we have begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us. So here in the 10th step, he's making a reference to the fact that we are beginning to sense the flow of God's Spirit into us. And it stands to reason that a normal person would stop and say, well, wait a minute. Where in my life, where in my daily life do I sense the flow of God's Spirit into me? And the answer to the question, if you're doing it properly, I believe, is yes, because, and you can see it where you're doing a daily inventory. You're going to sit down at any given time during a day and say, am I angry right now? And if you find something that you're angry about, you're going to stop and say, okay, I have to get rid of this anger because this is what's blocking me from being an agent of God's outpouring unconditional love. How am I going to get rid of this anger? I'm going to ask God to help me forgive the person. Remember, the directions were, I think the directions said, we see them as if they were perhaps spiritually sick. They, just like me, are spiritually sick. And then, let me see if I can remember without turning to the page. We ask God to help us, show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. And then we turn our thoughts to what we can do for that person. The action involved in the spiritual solution of forgiveness is to be of help to the person that you are angry with. How can you be of help to the person that you are angry with is the action part. And you ask God to help, what should I do for this person? Help me to forgive this person. And when you got this other problem that we have, which is guilt, we turn to making amends, and you have a list of who it was that you had harmed. Okay, remember, no one makes a decision to feel guilty. If you're a normal human being, you do something that hurts somebody else, you are going to feel guilty about it. And that guilt is something that takes up time in your head. The understanding that I have about it is, a man told me, he said, okay, so you got angry with somebody and you spent about an hour stewing in the anger from one point or another. That was an hour of wasted time that day. Time blocked from God's will, God's unconditional love. And then there was something that I had done that hurt somebody, and I felt guilty about it. And that was, say, during 2 or 3 periods during that day, it might have been another hour and a half that I felt guilty about something that I had done that had hurt somebody. And then there was the fear that I had. Some 3 hours out of that day was spent afraid of this or that, or maybe one big thing that has happened in the last few weeks or something that's just been bugging the hell out of me. And that fear is the number one thing. Of course, remember that fear is at the root of anger, and fear is also at the root of the guilt that we feel. For no one would have harmed anyone if it wasn't, no one would have been dishonest if we weren't afraid of the consequences of being honest. So fear is essentially the root of this, but we're also saying that there's 2 big ones, the guilt and the anger, that we need to pay close attention to. And the spiritual solution to fear is faith in God, and once again there's action involved, and that is step 12, that faith in God is going to be what you do, not what you think. And so too is forgiveness is going to be based on the action. Making amends is based on the action. Freeing myself of my guilt is based on the action of making the amends. Freeing myself of my anger is based on the action of how can I be of help to the person that I'm angry at. And freeing myself of fear is going to be based on the action of getting out of myself and doing things for others. And primarily there's one form of that in AA that this form takes, and that is step 12. Remember that the sole reason for all of these first 11 steps is to bring you to step 12. That their main reason for being, even a part of this process is that we feel that these first 11 steps will bring you into the best person that you can be to help others find their way to a God of their understanding. So, we have begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us. To some extent, we have become God conscious. We have begun to develop this vital sixth sense. So you see where he says we have begun to develop this vital sixth sense, meaning that we haven't actually developed it completely. We still got 2 steps going. But we must go further, and that means more action. Step 11, this is the beginning of Step 11. It's 2.5 pages. And Step 11 is going to do the same thing that Step 10 did. Step 11 is going to tell us to do the inventory at the end of every day. At 11 p.m., just before we go to sleep, we're going to review the entire day. So there are actually 3 inventories. The 4th step inventory, the 10th step inventory, which we had just reviewed, which is the directions for the 10th step inventory are the 3rd line down on page 84 in the middle of the page there. This thought brings us to step 10. As we go along is the directions for when to do the 10th step inventory. In the 12 and 12, they call them a spot check inventory and a daily inventory, which is pretty much what this one's doing, but it's just those words, spot check and daily, aren't in here. But I call them, because of the big book, I call them the as we go along inventory and the when we retire at night inventory, because those are the actual phrases used in here. So step 11 suggests prayer and meditation. So in this step, he's going to teach us how to pray and how to meditate, and it's not rocket science. If you'll read the step clearly, it says we pray only for one thing and one thing only for the knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. And in this meditation, you're supposed to be stopping and listening for what you think it is. And, you know, I've been criticized by a couple of people who I really don't look up to, but they do a lot of talking around here, you know, which reminds me of that. I was watching... what was it, the Wizard of Oz, and Dorothy's talking to the Tin Man or whatever, and he says, I need a brain, I don't have a brain. She goes, well, how can you talk if you don't have a brain? He goes, oh, that's nothing. I know a lot of people who do an awful lot of talking, and they don't have any brains. But anyway, the idea that he's going to be telling us here is it says God gave us brains to use. That when you ask God for what to do, when you turn to God and say, okay, I've done my inventory, I've applied those spiritual solutions, I have got rid of what blocks me from you, God, what do you want me to do? You're not going to hear the voice of God tell you what to do. What you're going to do is you're going to take your best educated guess. At this point, I think he even says something along the lines of what used to be the hunch or the occasional inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind. Being still inexperienced and having just made conscious contact with God, it's not probable that we're going to be inspired all the time. In other words, what he's saying is that as long as we're on this track of being and trying to find God's will and what God wants us to do, if we make mistakes and honestly want to learn from those mistakes and become a better person, then we're on the right track. But if you really don't give a flying rat's butt and you make mistakes and you just don't care, then it's probably a good chance that you're not going to make it. At the end of the bottom of the page here, step 11 suggests prayer and meditation. We shouldn't be shy on this matter of prayer. Better men than we are using it constantly. It works if we have the proper attitude and work at it. It would be easy to be vague about this matter, yet we believe we can make some definite and valuable suggestions. So he's fixing to tell us exactly what to do with this prayer and meditation deal here. Remember what he's saying here. It would be easy to be vague about this matter, yet we believe we can make some definite and valuable suggestions. And he's fixing to tell us here, this is the 11th-step inventory, that we're going to do the exact same thing, 4 through 9. Actually, 4 through 10 now, okay? We're going to take up all those other pages and bring them up to this page and say, now we're going to do this every single day. When we retire at night, we constructively review our day. And these are the things that block us from God. Were we resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid? And remember that these are what he called the most common manifestations of self that block us from being a selfless, self-sacrificing person. Someone who has genuine concern for other people, someone who thinks of other people, and is this agent of God's outpouring, outflowing, unconditional love towards others, from God through us into other people. And we're looking to find what blocks us from being that conduit of God's love. As the third step prayer put it, may I be now I can't remember. A channel. Well, no, that's not. That's the Saint Francis of Assisi. Yeah. In the third step prayer, he says, the victory over my difficulties. Now, these are our difficulties. That victory over this resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid will be a witness to others of your power, your love, and your way of life, God. God's power, God's love, and God's way of life is what we're looking to become a agent of. And these are the things that are blocking us from this. Do we owe an apology? So that's step 4 right there. Were we resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid? Step 4. Do we owe an apology? Steps 8 and 9. Have we kept something to ourselves which should be discussed with another person at once? That's step 5. Were we kind and loving toward all? I think 6 and 7 is at the bottom of this paragraph. What could we have done better? ? So all of these question marks are to be answered in this 11th step inventory. Notice how he's got a question. What could we have done better? Obviously, you shouldn't have lied to somebody. You shouldn't have cheated them or stole from them. Were we thinking of ourselves most of the time? ? Or were we thinking of what we could do for others? Of what we could pack into the stream of life? But we must be careful not to drift into worry, remorse, or morbid reflection. You know, that could be one of the things that I've seen over the years is some people will have their sponsees make a list of their good attributes, and they'll say, well, you know, we don't want to get too morbid with this because you're always looking to find your anger, your fear, and your guilt, and they're just making this long list of things that you have done and made, you know, that you were a bad person. And the idea that you need to make a list of things that are positive attributes, I think, is misguided because a man explained to me once, he says, why, are these things giving you trouble? Are the good things in your life giving you trouble? Because the idea that we're trying to get across here is we're trying to find what blocks us from God so that we can get closer to God after applying the spiritual solutions to it. So what's the point of making a list of the good things in our lives? I mean, I think there even is in the 12 and 12 a line in there that says we write down some of the good things as to balance it out or something. I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? We're trying to find what blocks us from God so that we can better do His will. And if I write some of the good things down, what are those things blocking me from God? Or is just somebody, you know, suffering from depression maybe? I don't know. I think somebody had said that Bill had that was during the time of his bout with depression when he wrote the 12 and 12. But anyway, I disagree with writing down the good things because it might take away from your actual hard work that's involved in writing down the bad things and getting rid of them with the solutions that we offer. For that would diminish, he says, but we must be careful not to drift into worry, remorse, or morbid reflection, for that would diminish our usefulness to others. Once again, there's a pretty good definition there, our usefulness to others. After making our review, we ask God's forgiveness and inquire what corrective measures should be taken. That's steps 6 and 7 there. Ask God's forgiveness and inquire what corrective measures should be taken. Now this next paragraph, we'll save that for next week. I'm going to open up the floor for open discussion. This next paragraph is how to pray, and the paragraph after that is how to meditate. In thinking of our day, we may face indecision. That's how to meditate. And on awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead. That is the actual 11th step prayer. I know that you were making some reference to the Saint Francis of Assisi. That's a good prayer. That's in the 12 and 12, but the real 11th step prayer is right here where he says, we ask God to direct our thinking. Remember, any time in here that he says we ask God, that is some kind of instruction to turn to God and ask him something, to pray to God. Anyway, so we'll pick up there on the 11th step prayer, that paragraph, the third paragraph. The third paragraph from the top. We'll pick up there next week. And so we've learned that there is a third inventory, the 11th step inventory, the when we retire at night inventory. That it's the same inventory as the others, and we are instructed to do the spiritual solutions, the forgiveness, faith in God, and making amends. We've learned that, well, anyway, I don't want to take up much more time. We got 20 minutes for open discussion. Anyone who would like to share on anything that we read tonight or anything that you... All right, where do we keep our anonymity? Only at the level of press, radio, and films. Only at the level of press, radio, and films. And anonymity is the spiritual foundation of all of our traditions, ever reminding us to place principles before personalities. We'll close with the Lord's Prayer. How to pray. That is on page 86, in the middle of the page. So we had just finished at the end of the day inventory. Actually, he says when we retire at night, so that's what I've come to call it over the years, because it's using his words. You're not putting your own little spin on it. It's the when we retire at night inventory of step 11. Same inventory, just the time frame is different. We review the entire day. We're in the middle of the page there, a little past the middle. On awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead. And this is the directions for how to pray in step 11. I've been to a lot of meetings where they read St. Francis' prayer of, St. Francis of Assisi, and they call that the 11th step prayer, they call that. But that's really not the 11th-step prayer. That's a religious prayer. And even when I just read, we are not allied, what's that saying? We're not allied with any sect. That part means religion. We are not allied with any religious sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution. But that's a pretty good one. When it says, "Let me be the giver instead of the taker in almost all aspects," so you can't put something like that down. But this is the actual directions for the 11th-step prayer. Because, when you read something like that, all you're really doing is just saying, where there's darkness, let me bring light, and where there's doubt, let me bring, whatever. I don't even remember. Anyway, this is actually going to give us actual directions on relieve me of self, just like the 3rd-step prayer, just like the 7th-step prayer, where we realized that when we made a decision to turn our lives over to the care of God, and then we went to the 4th step to find what was blocking us from turning our lives over to the care of God, on the premise that we were going to be, as he puts it, an agent of God's, in the 3rd-step prayer, to be I think he says, take away my difficulties, that victory over them will bear witness to, and this is what we're trying to be in AA. Let me go back to the 3rd step and read it for you, so it's not like, that would be 63. 63. The 3rd-step prayer on 63 says, that those I would help, this is what we're trying to do in the 3rd-step prayer, those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life, may I do thy will always. So we're looking to find what keeps us from doing this. What is it about me as a person that keeps me from being from helping the people that I would help of God's power, God's love, and God's way of life, okay? So we've done the inventory, and this is the way that it was explained to me, that he actually says here, our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. Now, I've been accused around here of being somebody who talks directly to God by some of the nut jobs that float around here. And I've never said that I talk to God. What I said is, I've always maintained this, that what we're doing is we're trying to take our best educated guess at what God wants us to do with our lives. And remember in the 3rd-step prayer, the idea that we're going to be an agent of God's outpouring unconditional love towards the people in our lives, towards other people. That's what we're trying to do. And what blocks us from doing that, number 1, is anger. And number 2 is fear. And number 3 is guilt. And from those most common manifestations of self stem all the other subforms. Therefore, we only focus on those 3, on the premise that when we get straightened out, when we deal with our anger, and we are no longer angry about the things that are making us angry. When we deal with our fear and we're no longer afraid at the level that we were, no one can ever have complete freedom from fear. Even Bill has said that repeatedly throughout some of the other literature, that no one can achieve full freedom from fear, but we can achieve a level of freedom from that fear that will no longer require us to drink it away. Because the way I understand recovery is, the way it was taught to me, was that fear is at the root cause of the obsession for the first drink. When you see an alcoholic go out and drink, what made them do that was fear. The fears in their life got bigger and bigger and bigger, and living in fear is very painful. And how do we get rid of that pain? The way that my first sponsor used to say, he had pop quiz that he'd always tell the sponsees, and he'd say, what age did you start drinking? And I said the same thing everybody said. I said, I don't know, about 12, 13 years old. And he says, that's right. You know what? Almost everybody starts drinking at that same age. Why is that? Because there's a transition that all of us are going through at that point in our lives. We are making a transition from a child into an adult, you understand? And then he proceeded to go over the steps with me and say, now, what type of behavior is it that a child exhibits? Anger, fear, and guilt for what it is that they've done to other people. What kind of behavior is it that an adult might exhibit? An outpouring, unconditional, genuine concern for other people, unconditional love for other people. That's the behavior of an adult. So what we've really done is we've bypassed the idea of growing from the child to an adult with the experiences that life was going to deal with us, and instead, when things happened, we drank it away. When someone in my family or someone I knew died, we had a big drinking party, man. When anything that happened in our lives, we head straight for the bottle and drink it away, because alcohol kills the pain of the fear that is, and that's the way that Alcoholics Anonymous works on getting to the underlying causes and conditions, not of the addiction that we have to this alcohol, this craving that our body has. We have to free ourselves of the craving for alcohol through the detoxification and hospitalization. And once that's done, it's purely a matter of conquering the obsession that develops for the first one on the premise that it's based in fear. Now, this how to pray in step 11 is based on we've just done the inventory. And the paragraph ahead of that, the 11-step inventory. We have found our anger, we have found our fear, and we have found our guilt. And we've applied the spiritual solutions as they were outlined in the previous steps. And step 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are all brought forward into step 11 to do this daily inventory. And the way he puts it, he says that our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane. What's a higher plane? The God's plane. The plane we're trying to get closer to the God of, right? We're trying to establish a relationship with a loving and caring God. And one of the things that Bill writes is each one of us has established a relationship, and we feel the presence of a loving Creator and God in our lives, and that He is actually concerned with what's going on with us on a daily basis. It's not just a matter of, random events happening in our lives. It's actually orchestrated. Everything is orchestrated by God. He's taken care of, except for, of course, our free will to do whatever we want to do. It's the only thing that He's not in control of. But I actually feel that in my life when I start to think of others and do for others, and that's the idea behind the 12 steps here. So in this next paragraph here, he's going to tell us that we're going to ask God, when we wake up in the morning, please help me to be free of self. I cannot be free of self without God's aid. And self is what we're talking about. Selfishness and self-centeredness is the root cause of alcoholism. It's the child and that I never learned to outgrow. And the most common forms of that, like we were saying, was anger, fear, and guilt. How we get rid of anger, fear, and guilt is through forgiveness, outlined out in step 4 and in 7, and making amends outlined in steps 8 and 9. And remember that they're all tied together too, because the admission in 5 is an important part of this. So let's read this paragraph here and see where he says, on awakening, which is 5, 6 o'clock in the morning when you get up. This is the AM prayer. And let us think about the 24 hours ahead. We consider our plans for the day. Before we begin, now remember, this is the 11th step prayer, how to pray. In step 11, we are instructed to pray and meditate. The next paragraph is how to meditate after this. Before we begin, we ask God, and whenever you see him say we ask God, this is a reference to turning to God and talking to God. We ask God to direct our thinking, especially asking that it be divorced from self-pity, dishonest, or self-seeking motives. Under these conditions, we can employ our mental faculties with assurance, for after all, God gave us brains to use. That's almost contradictory to that idea. A lot of people come in here and they say, my best thinking got me here. And I don't know where that came from, but it's one of those things that people pick up and run with because, hey, that was cute. Pick it up and run with it. My best thinking got me here. And in order to really get a good look at it, you could invert that and say, okay, so all you got to do is remain stupid and not learn anything in AA. You just sit there and don't learn nothing, and you got it made. But the more you learn, the smarter you get, the more about AA you know, the closer you are to a drink. It's stupid. I mean, it's the only thing I can think of is that they're trying to get a point across when they say something like that, but they're not doing a very good job of it. And I'll tell you what I mean is they're trying to stay humble by saying, you know, it's beyond my ability to comprehend the inner workings of God. You know, he's just beyond my level of comprehension. Therefore, you know, they say something like, my best thinking got me here. And by inverting that and saying, okay, so all you got to do is stay away from your best thinking and you got it made, is almost like, you know, not thinking about what you're saying. But what they need to do when they say something like that is to go further. My best thinking while I was drinking got me here, but my best thinking when I'm sober is going to get me out of it and keep me sober. But I understand that there's a you know, there's like an idea behind that where they're trying to get some kind of humility in there, but it kind of overshoots it there. But anyway, God gave us brains to use. Our thought life. Now, this is that little sentence I was talking about. This is saying that when I clear my thinking of wrong motives, my thought life will be on a much higher plane. He says, our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. Wrong motives being selfish and self-centered, right motives being selfless and self-sacrificing and giving of yourself for others. My only reason for living is to serve the people in my life. And that, to me, is what AA has given me. And I tell you what, if you were to make a list of reasons for living, I'd have to say that was the best one I've heard. Other than, you know, myself is like the one that I always had before that. So what he's saying here is my thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when my thinking is cleared of wrong motives, is that when I turn to God in step 11 and say, what do you want me to do? Because read what it says. It says, well, we sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God. So what he's saying is I'm trying to improve my contact with God. So how am I going to do that? I'm going to stop and I'm going to turn to God and say, what do you want me to do? I made a decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of you, God. What is it that you want me to do? So you're not going to hear the voice in your head, you know, God in a burning bush or something, and no one hears what God says. You're going to take your best educated guess. Having heard nothing in your head when you turn to God and say, what do you want me to do? You're going to say, well, let me try to figure it out on my own here. My thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when my thinking is cleared of wrong motives, means I have just done the inventory. I have cleared my mind of my anger, of my fears, and of my guilt that I have stirring around in my head like that mouse on the wheel going round and round. Now I've cleared my head of those wrong thinking, of those wrong motives, selfish, self-centered motives. I am in a much better position to receive the correct answer when I take my best educated guess about what God wants me to do. He wants me to do things for others and to sacrifice everything that I am to give to my community and to the people that are in my life. And that's the answer that's going to come to you. And you can usually cheat and go to old people who've been around and sober for a long time and ask them what God's will is. But essentially we are asking, and you know, you can even see it in the third step, like we were just saying, that he says, take away my difficulties, that victory over my difficulties. And when we say difficulties, we're talking about the things that are blocking us between, something that is between me and God, that's blocking me from this relationship with a God of my understanding. And that is the most common manifestations of self that block me from being a selfless, self-sacrificing person. So this next paragraph is how to meditate, how to sit and come up with the answer of, you just ask God what to do. To me, it's pretty self-explanatory where it says, we sought through prayer and meditation to improve your conscious contact with God. So I thought through talking to God and waiting for an answer, how to improve my relationship with God, how to improve my conscious contact with Him. And then he proceeds to tell you how to do that. You pray only for one thing and one thing only, the knowledge of God's will for you and the power to carry that out. So this is what it is. You're sitting here now. You've just prayed to God and said, what do you want me to do? You've done the inventory. You've gotten rid of the selfish, self-centered behavior. And you turned to God and said, what do you want me to do? And you're going to waiting for the answer. And you're thinking, what does God want me to do? What does God want me to do? And this is what he says. In thinking about our day, we may face indecision. We may not be able to determine which course to take. Now, this could be anything. Anything in your daily life that's giving you trouble. Here we ask God for inspiration, an intuitive thought or decision. We relax and take it easy. We don't struggle. We are often surprised at how the right answers come after we have tried this for a while. And he's going to tell us here that some people make mistakes, but if you have the honest desire to become a better person and grow and learn from those mistakes, then that's a part of growing up, is making mistakes here. What used to be the hunch or the occasional inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind. Being still inexperienced and having just made conscious contact with God. So see, he's making a flat-out statement that we have made a conscious contact with God. And part of this is because we're bringing God into our daily lives with the 3 spiritual solutions that we spoke of in the previous steps. The spiritual solutions of forgiveness, making amends, and faith in God. Those spiritual solutions bring God into our lives because we have ourselves, another human being, God, and action. Those 4 aspects are vital to these spiritual solutions. We must have ourselves, like he says in the 5th step. It's easy to see it in the 5th step, but it's also in forgiveness and making amends and faith in God. We have these 4 aspects of the spiritual solutions. We must bring God into these and ask God to help us with it because we cannot be free of self without his aid. It states that in the 3rd step. We must be free of self, and we cannot be free of self without God's aid. Why is that? That's a question right there. I might say to myself, how come I can't be free of self without God's aid? Because all life has an instinct for self-preservation. I have sort of an analogy that I use that like Bill Wilson has his analogies where he says we're all like the passengers of a steamliner as it just sank, and everybody feels like they're camaraderie, like they've been through the same common peril. That's why one alcoholic can help another alcoholic like nobody else can, because we've all experienced. You say to yourself, well, you've been through what I've been through, so we can relate to one another. And then he has the analogy of a guy who owns a business and he has to take an inventory or his business isn't going to make it. And then he has the analogy of the jaywalker who keeps skipping out in front of to get that high adrenaline rush of running out in front of fast-moving vehicles. Well, the analogy that I have is an analogy of the room is on fire, and there's about 200 of us in here. And I am not going to make a decision to put my foot on your face on the way out that door, but I'm going to do it anyway because I'm running on instinct. I do not make a decision to get angry. I get angry because something happens and I'm reacting. No one sits down and goes, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get mad about this. No one gets afraid. No one makes a decision to be afraid. You are experiencing a threat to you, and instinctually you are reacting out of fear. You understand that? Nobody makes a decision to feel guilty. If you do something that hurts another person, you don't get to decide whether if you're a normal human being and you have a conscience, you do not get to decide whether you feel guilty about it or not. If you have done something that has harmed another human being, you feel guilty about it, and that's all there is to it. It's not a decision that you get to make, just like the fear thing. But we do have a way of retraining our minds how to react to these things, how to react to anger, how to react. He says in the 9th step, the promise is the 9th step, he says, we will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us because we are practicing this principle in all our affairs. And the regular practice of forgiveness on the things that I'm going through on a daily basis. Someone gets me angry, I learn to forgive. Maybe I spend an hour or 2 in it, but I get out of it. And over the period of time, weeks, months, and years, I gradually learn how to forgive without stopping to think about it. I don't have to go, well, I just got pissed off about something. I need to deal with that anger. That's what's blocking me from being a loving, caring person of outflowing, unconditional love for the God of my understanding. Therefore, I need to forgive this person and get rid of that anger. Not because I'm a bad person, but because this is what's blocking me from a relationship with the God of my understanding. Anger is like a number one thing. So through the practice of regular forgiveness, you will intuitively know how to handle that situation. That when something crops up, and remember, no one makes a decision to get angry. You're experiencing a reaction to something that's happening into your life. But you can reteach your subconscious mind, and that's one of the things that Bill Wilson states in Comes of Age. He said that one of the best description that he heard of psychiatry was the study of the inner workings of the subconscious human mind, why we do the things we do, and how we can get to that subconscious part of our mind and reteach ourselves how to deal with these things because we must be free of them. We must get rid of this fear, because the fear is at the root of my obsession for that first drink. If in the future, now that I'm completely detoxed and I have none of this stuff in my body, if I get the obsession to take that first one, it is going to come from fear. Fear is going to be the driving force that is at the root of that. Where did that come? You can have one drink and you look around and go, where the hell did that come from? I can't have a drink. I know I can't drink. And then 2 hours later, you got a drink in your hand and you're going, what the hell happened? That's how it happened for me. I swore I wasn't going to drink, and I looked down and there was a beer in my hand, and I said, what in the hell happened? But at the root of that, we believe, is fear, okay? And we're going to deal with that fear through being an agent of God's outpouring unconditional love towards other people. That will free you of the fear, being on the idea that fear is based in self. All fear is based in self. Anyway, back to what we were reading here. He says, what used to be the hunch or the occasional, this is the top of 87, or the occasional inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind. You see what he's saying there? What used to be the hunch or the occasional inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind, which means now that I am living my life with forgiveness and making amends when I've harmed other people and having faith in God when I'm afraid, this is going to gradually become a working part of my mind. I'm going to teach myself how to handle these situations intuitively. Being still inexperienced and having just made conscious contact with God, it is not probable that we are going to be inspired at all times. We might pay for this presumption with all sorts of absurd actions and ideas. Nevertheless, we find that our thinking will, as time passes, he's saying there we're going to learn from our mistakes. You're going to make mistakes, and you're going to look at it and go, man, that didn't work out too good. Let's learn from that. But if someone makes a mistake and says, oh, to hell with it, I really don't care, that's not the right idea. You have to try to become a better person, a more giving person, caring person, loving person. We find that our thinking... Now, this is one of the things, look what he says here. Nevertheless, we find that our thinking will, as time passes, be more and more on the plane of inspiration. This is on the assumption that we're not just sitting in an AA meeting and hanging out. This is on the assumption that we are actually practicing these spiritual solutions in our life every day, that I am learning to forgive people when they make me angry. I am learning to have faith in God when I am afraid of things, and I am learning to make amends when I harm other people. That is what he says. This is the point in which my thinking will, as time passes, be more and more on the plane of inspiration. And guess what? The same thing holds true if I am not doing this. If I am not getting rid of my anger through forgiveness, and I am not getting rid of my fear through faith in God, and I'm not getting rid of my guilt through making amends for it, then you can say that the exact opposite is going to happen. That I will not get closer to God, and I will not have the inspiration. My thinking will not be on the plane of inspiration. And we conclude this period of meditation, which he just described, with a prayer that we be shown all through the day what our next step is to be, that we be given whatever we need to take care of such problems. We especially ask for freedom from self-will and are careful to make no request for ourselves only. We may ask for ourselves, however, if others will be helped. We are careful never to pray for our own selfish ends. Many of us have wasted a lot of time doing that, and it doesn't work. You can easily see why. Now, most people can easily see why, but I got to tell you, when my head was warped with the selfishness and the self-centeredness, I wouldn't have made heads or tails out of that. I used to see stories on the news where recently there was one on CNN where some guy was a doctor, and his kids were grown and off, and they had gone to college, and they were raising, and he had like millions of dollars. So his wife died. He sells everything he owns and moves to some town in Africa and sets up a little hospital where he's treating these people with his own millions, and is gradually going away. And my first thought was, that guy's out of his mind. He went off the deep end. He's lost his mind. He's off his rocker. He's marbles. But now, today, the way I see it, I go, I understand that now. Because he's getting more from helping those people with that money that he had than he ever could have with just sitting on that money and whatever he had in his life here in the United States. That the reward of doing something for other people like that is just a feeling inside that blows that feeling from dope sideways, or the alcohol, or whatever it is. If circumstances warrant, just a couple more minutes. If circumstances warrant, we asked our wives or friends to join us in morning meditation. If we belong to a religious denomination which requires a definite morning devotion, we attend to that also. If not members of religious bodies, we sometimes select and memorize a few set prayers which emphasize the principles we have been discussing, which would be like that St. Francis of Assisi, which, like I said, that's a really good prayer, but many people... you see, the thing is, when you read that, when someone says, let's read the 11th step prayer, and they proceed to read the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi, there's no direction in there on what to do other than, let me be this instead of that. Let me be this instead of that. Whereas in here, when you read the 11th step prayer, it actually says that I turn to God and I say to God, please help me be free of my self-seeking motives. And that it's also coupled with the inventory that we've just done. We actually have specific directions on something you're going to do, other than just the thought of, hey, if where there's darkness, let me bring light. I mean, it's a great prayer, but there's no actual direction on what to do. Therefore, in my opinion, it is not the 11-step prayer. It's like he says here, to select and memorize a few set prayers which emphasize the principles we have been discussing. There are many helpful books also, and I don't know if you guys haven't heard of it, the one book that made a big difference in AA was the Varieties of Religious Experience, which was the turning point for Bill. But when Ebby Thatcher, he says Ebby gave him the book, and he wasn't sure about it, but he thinks it was. When Ebby gave him that book, that was the turning point in his life in which he stopped drinking and never had another drink, was when he read Varieties of Religious Experience, William James. And that book was given to Roland Hazard, who went to, what was that place? Where the Dr. Jung was from, Holland or something like that, Sweden. Dr. Jung was a Swedish psychiatrist and it all really came from Dr. Jung in Sweden with that book, when that book was given to. But that's one of the books that he's talking about here when he says there are many helpful books also. Suggestions about these may be obtained from one's priest, minister, or rabbi. Be quick to see where religious people are right. Make use of what they offer. We're going to stop there, and the spiritual axiom down here in the next page, that when you're agitated, that's when you need to do that inventory and find what's wrong with you. Whenever you find fault in others, that's where you need to look inward for the solution. But anyway, so that was some of the directions and some of the insight that I've been given over the years about. Remember that when we turn to God and say, what do you want me to do? You're not going to hear God tell you what to do. You're going to take your best educated guess on the idea that you have done the inventory and gotten rid of what blocks you from God, which is selfishness and self-centeredness. And anyway, we'll open up the floor. We got 24 minutes for open. We're at the bottom of page 87. As we go through the day, we pause. Remember, we're in the 11th step in this area of the book, and the 11th step can be read on the board behind me here. I always said, when I first looked at it, it was mysterious, and today when I see it, it's pretty self-explanatory. It gives you the answer, right? It says that having had it says 12th step. It says that you're going to seek through prayer and meditation to improve your conscious contact with God, praying only for the knowledge of His wisdom for you and the power to carry that out. Now, the idea is that we're looking to get closer to God. And you're going to turn to God and ask Him what He wants you to do. It's that simple. It's not a matter of, any kind of, what was the word, spiritual calculus. This isn't like some kind of spiritual calculus. He's saying that you're going to try to get closer to God, and you're going to turn to God, and you're going to ask Him what He wants you to do. But before you do that, you're going to do the inventory that comes before these, the 11th step there, like the 10th step inventory, 4 through 9. This is the idea. You have done an inventory. You have found what it is that blocks you from receiving and doing God's will. The most common manifestations of self, they are anger, fear, and guilt. You have applied the spiritual solutions outlined in step 5. You've admitted it. In step 6 and 7, we've learned how to forgive the people that we're angry with. In steps 8 and 9, we have learned how to make amends for the harm that we have done others. And we're getting to a specific step here, and that specific step here is the 12th step. But the whole reason for all of the first 11 steps is to bring us to the 12th step. And you've just asked God in step 11 what it is that you want him to do, okay? And the answer to that question is the very next step. You see, you're asking God in step 11, what do you want me to do? And the answer to that question is given to you. He wants you to bring other people to him. I can easily see it in my life, that my life was upside down. I'd gotten to the point that I just didn't want to do this anymore, okay? I didn't want to live anymore. I didn't have any answers. I was at the end of my rope, I was at the end of my life. So somebody helped me find my way to God, and now I have like a new reason for living, and I think I can do the next 30 years standing on my head, next 30, 40 years, whatever it is. So now having found my way out, I'm to turn around and help the people in behind me. That's what it's essentially saying. That the answer to the question, what do you want me to do, God, is step 12. The answer to step 11's question. You see, you're looking to improve your conscious contact with God, and you don't improve your conscious contact with God with something that goes on in your head. Bill Wilson wrote in the next chapter, where we're going to be here in a few minutes, that faith, to be vital, he says, faith alone is insufficient. That faith must be accompanied by constructive, self-sacrificing action. And that is step 12. So faith alone is insufficient. I think he's talking about a man who, in the story, there's one of the people you may help in the future, and it says, although his training in spiritual matters may be far superior than yours, he may have the question of how come his ways have failed and yours have worked. And the answer to that question is that we have a specific set of directions on how to sacrifice our lives to help others through the 12 steps. And that's how we get closer. That's how I improve my conscious contact with God, is by bringing other people to God. And it's a very simple way. It's a very simple explanation, and it's actually nowhere in the book. It was given to me by someone who I think had a lot of credibility and a lot of sobriety, and he claimed to have taken over 2,000 people individually through the steps, and I believed him. Because how can you say that Dr. Bob took some 5,000 with only 15 years of sobriety, or that Dr. Silkworth had over 40,000 people? If you'll read Comes of Age, it says Dr. Silkworth had 12-stepped, I think it says. Dr. Silkworth had 12-stepped over 40,000 alcoholics at that hospital in New York before he died. But here's the idea here is, my problem as an alcoholic, all of our problems, is that our ego restores itself. That we are smashed by alcohol, and within a short period of time, our ego restores itself to its former glory, and all of a sudden, we got this thing licked. I can handle it, and then eventually, I convince myself that I can have one drink. I'm strong enough. Look at, I made it through that last Mass. I can do it this time. And it happens just like Lucy and the football and the peanuts, over and over and over again. I continue to, because it happened to me, I would have to say it hundreds of times, where I swore off I would never take another drink as long as I lived, and within a week, it was usually the period of time between I was done with alcohol and I swear to you I will never take another drink, to the time that I had a drink in my hand was usually the next time I got paid. The next time I had money in my hand was the next time that I drank alcohol. So, but I was delivered this initial ego deflation, which we call step 1. And this initial ego deflation would not last. It would not keep me sober, but for a short period of time. The fear of what would happen to me. So what Alcoholics Anonymous does for us is it gives us what Dr. What Dr. Thibaut coined was a continued source of ego deflation. What these alcoholics have in Alcoholics Anonymous is a continuing source for ego deflation, one that you never complete this thing. It's a lifetime commitment, that every time you think you're done with the last guy that you sponsored through the 12 steps, in comes another one through the front door there, and you got another one on your hands, and you never finish with 12-stepping people. It's a lifetime commitment. And that there's an added benefit that is absolutely vital to permanent recovery, and that is this ego deflation of bringing another alcoholic, another person to a God of their understanding is both proof positive that I no longer believe that I am the God of this world or in charge of anything, and I have submitted my will to this God of this world. So through that process is what we're doing here, and we're going to be reading for this whole next chapter about some of the details of working with others, the whole chapter. So we got here in the chapter we're reading now, Into Action, there's steps 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All 7 of those steps are in this chapter. And in the previous chapter of how it works, there are 2 steps, step 3 and step 4. And then the previous chapter, we agnostics, there's only 1 step, the second step. And then the 2 chapters prior to that, more about alcoholism, and there is a solution, is step 1. Actually, all throughout the book is a lot of step 1 material, but those, when we read just tonight, he read more about alcoholism. It clearly says that this is the first step in recovery. The delusion that we are like other people, or presently maybe, has to be smashed. But here tonight, we're on the bottom of page 87. We're finishing up the 11th step. We're going to start into step 12. And we've just finished the 3 paragraphs here. There's 3 paragraphs dedicated and explaining. Actually, I think there's 2 paragraphs, but these other 2 sort of ended up here. How to meditate. How to pray is 1 paragraph, and on page 86 in the middle, on awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead. That's step 11, how to pray. And step 11, how to meditate, is on the bottom of 86, and thinking about our day, we may face indecision. So here we are tonight at the bottom of page 87. As we go through the day, we pause when agitated. And I've heard people refer to that as the spiritual axiom of Alcoholics Anonymous. The call to action is whenever you find something wrong with anything, whether it's some guy on the road or some political thing that's going on or whatever it is that's out there. This is what he says, that you're agitated, and this is when we pause here. As we go through the day, we pause. When agitated or doubtful, we ask for the right thought or action. We constantly remind ourselves we are no longer running the show. And that's one of the aspects of the 12th step, is it is a constant reminder that we are no longer running the show. It's a continuing source for this ego deflation. Humbly saying to ourselves many times each day, "Thy will be done." We are then in much less danger of excitement, fear, anger, worry, self-pity, or foolish decisions. We become much more efficient. We do not tire so easily, for we are not burning up energy foolishly as we did when we were trying to arrange life to suit ourselves. It works, it really does. We alcoholics are undisciplined, so we let God discipline us in the simple way we have just outlined. So, how is it that God disciplines us? He disciplines us through an inventory that we do to find what's blocking us from becoming a person who is a source of God's, how does he put it in a 3rd step prayer? Take away my difficulties, that I may bear witness to those, that I may serve, that I may help of thy love, thy way of life, and thy power. We're looking to be an agent of God's outpouring unconditional love towards other people. And what blocks us from that is selfishness and self-centeredness, and the primary forms that it takes in alcoholics: anger, fear, and guilt, which I believe isn't just alcoholics, that's everybody. From those 3 stem all the other forms. But this is not all. There is action and more action. Now this, you see here, faith without works is dead. That is the description of why we set out on this commitment to help others through the 12 steps. That faith without works is dead. The next chapter is entirely devoted to step 12. Faith without works is dead means that I cannot think my way to a faith in God. And I don't know exactly where that is. Oh, here it is. Page 93. Go to page 93, right about 10 lines up from the bottom. Now, this is what I was telling you earlier. This is about this guy who is a very religious man, and he fails to stay sober. He continues to get drunk. And in the middle of that bottom paragraph, he says, he may be an example of the truth. I don't know if you guys are following me there. I'm about 11 lines up from the bottom on page 93. He may be an example of the truth that faith alone is insufficient. To be vital, faith must be accompanied by self-sacrifice and unselfish constructive action. Back to the front of the 89, page 89, the beginning of chapter 7, working with others. Now remember that all the first 11 steps are bringing us to this last, the 12th step. It's their sole reason for existence. That's why we do an inventory in step 4 to get us to step 12. That's why we in step 1 admit complete defeat and a complete deflation of our ego by our alcoholism is all designed to get us to this point right here, to allow us to submit our will to God and direct our attention to what we think He wants us to do, okay? You know, another thing is, before we start working with others, let me take you back to, I want you to see, this is in the chapter, that's not really a chapter, it's a foreword to the second edition. Forward to the second edition on, you know, I don't know, I have an older book, mine says XVI. I don't know what XVII might be your, I'm not familiar with the page differences in the, because they've changed these forward page numbers. But here's another one. This is a new book. You guys probably got newer books. My book's like from 1989 or something. The difference between the page in my book and the difference in the page of your book. I'm looking for something in the forward to XVI. No, it's the same page. So it's on page XVI at the bottom. On the bottom of the page XVI, in the forward to the second edition, it says here, the physician had repeatedly tried spiritual means to resolve his alcoholic dilemma, but had failed. But when the broker, now this is Dr. Bob and Bill Wilson here, but when the broker gave him Dr. Silkworth's description of alcoholism and its hopelessness, the physician began to pursue the spiritual remedy for his malady with a willingness he had never before been able to muster, which is just simply saying that Bill Wilson helped Dr. Bob see the fatal nature. Dr. Bob always thought that he wasn't going to, he wasn't going to die from it. He'd beat it eventually. But Bill Wilson explained to him, you're done. It's over with without this. He sobered never to drink again up to the moment of his death in 1950. And this is the point that I was getting to right here. It says, this seemed to prove that one alcoholic could affect another as no non-alcoholic could. It also indicated that strenuous work, one alcoholic with another, was vital to permanent recovery. Now, those words there are very profound. Remember that Bill Wilson has 6 months of sobriety at this point right here. He has 6 months of sobriety and had, as the book puts it, had worked with dozens of prospects and failed to sober any of them up. But Bill stayed sober himself, okay? And when he met Dr. Bob, he got Dr. Bob sober, and the two of them, this is what it says there on the very next paragraph there. Hence, the two men set to work almost frantically upon alcoholics arriving at the ward of the Akron City Hospital. Their very first case, a desperate one, recovered immediately and became AA number 3, which if you'll read, he's really not the very next one. The next one drank. The third guy drank, but Bill Dobson was the fourth guy. That's in Comes of Age. But Bill Dobson was the third guy to get sober. There was a guy before him. But the point being, look what he says here. It says that the two men set to work almost frantically upon alcoholics. How many people do you see come in here look like they're working with others frantically? And then we stand around and go, why nobody makes it around here? Gee, I wonder why nobody makes it, because no one's explaining to them how important it is that you go after other alcoholics to help them. There's something about this. It says here, it also indicated that strenuous work, one alcoholic with another, was vital to permanent recovery. And then you wonder why nobody's got permanent recovery, why everybody falls by the wayside, because they're not going to work frantically upon alcoholics. Everybody that I know says the same thing, that they need to become almost a master of the 12 steps before you can start teaching them. And I tell the people that I work with, look, if you're waiting to become some sort of master of teaching the 12 steps before you start helping other alcoholics, you have put yourself in a position in which you cannot help others until you learn about the 12 steps. And guess what? You're not going to learn about the 12 steps until you start helping others. Because in my opinion, they grow simultaneously. I had an argument with a friend, a couple of years back about the 12th step, where it says, and it does actually say, having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, at that point we then tried to carry this message to other alcoholics and to practice these principles in all our affairs. And what that might be saying to one person is, you cannot start helping other people until you have had a spiritual awakening that is a result of these steps, because how can you explain to another alcoholic how to have a spiritual awakening if you yourself have not had one? And my answer to that question is, At what point do you start to measure your spiritual awakening? At what point can you stop and say, that was the day that I had the spiritual awakening, and at that point, then I started helping other people? Because no one has ever imagined, except for maybe Bill Wilson says that he was sitting in the hospital and a powerful white light seemed to light up the room, and he had felt the powerful conviction and presence of God and never had the obsession from that point on. I had something similar to that happen to me, but it wasn't anything that I could not actually say that that was the day I had a spiritual awakening. That was just a day that the last time I ever had a thought of a drink was what that was for me. Because I've had some really up and down times in my 20 years of of sobriety. And the point that I'm trying to make is that you can't really measure the day that you had that spiritual awakening. That I believe that the spiritual awakening starts as this little, what do they call the mustard seed? There's a lot of talk about the mustard seed group, but it starts out and then it grows into the spiritual awakening that you're experiencing today. That it's always at a growing. It's always growing forward, it's always getting bigger and bigger and better and bigger. Either that or it's, staying stagnant. But for me, it's been a growing process. And I believe it to be going together with helping others through the 12 steps. That you don't wait to have a spiritual experience. You start helping others like your life depends upon it, and the two of them together will grow your spiritual experience along with your ability to help others and to teach others. And at no point do you actually, say to yourself, okay, I've had this, and now I'm going to start helping other people. I think it's more a matter of most of the people that I work with, like say somebody takes 6 weeks to do their fourth step, and that's a pretty good indication of just how important it is to them that they stay sober. And other guys call me the next day and go, I got it done. I stayed up late last night. When do you want to get together? And I say, let's do it right now. What are you doing? We'll meet over here at the park right now. And see, the difference is that there's 6 weeks on this one guy, and he doesn't say when we getting together. He just, I finished it. Okay, I'll see you later. And this other guy calls me up the very next day at 7 o'clock in the morning and says, it's done, let's go. There's a difference between the motivation that these two people have. But and it's the same difference that I'm talking about in people that start sponsoring people and people that sit back and go, I don't think I'm ready for that right now. Damn, why did I relapse again? What the hell happened? But anyway, so we're in the chapter working with others, and remember that this is not spiritual calculus. There's a lot in here in this chapter about how to find people to work with, because when this book came out in 1939, there was no AA meetings. There was one or two. There was one in New York, one in Akron, and one in Cleveland. And to get to any one of those three was not easy. So this book is expected. Remember, one of the things about this book is it's expected to be your sponsor. This book was written to be your guide through the steps, your sponsor, on the premise that you were in Butte, Montana, or in Los Angeles, California, and there was like that guy out in California now who's selling that new cure for alcoholism. He's got one building out there called The Passages, but he sells his books in Cleveland or wherever. And where do you go to his meetings at? I don't know. You have to go out to Los Angeles, or where is that thing? Somewhere out there. Anyway, let me take you to, just real quick before we start, I'll be done in about 5 minutes, and you guys can share on what we're reading. A Vision for You. The second to last page of A Vision for You is where it actually says. Go to 163 at the top. This is where it actually tells us that this book is to be our sponsor, and that's one of the primary things that this chapter, Working with Others, is doing, is telling us where to find people, how to deal with them, what to do when you get this type of person, what to do when you get that type of person to work with. On the bottom of page 162, there's the paragraph, a sentence that starts this little paragraph here. It says, "Thus we grow, and so can you. Though you be but one man with this book in your hand, we believe and hope it contains all you will need to begin." So it doesn't say, though you be but one man following your sponsor around, listening to his directions. It says, though you be but one man with this book in your hand. This book was written and designed to be your sponsor through the steps. But I do recommend somebody who knows more about it explaining it to you, because I've had dozens of people explaining this thing to me, and it's taken me a long time to comprehend a lot of the stuff that I do about this. So back to Working with Others on page 89. We're going to start this chapter, and there are 15 pages, and most of this chapter is roughly about how to find these people with priests, ministers, rabbis, sanitariums, hospitals, and what type of person you may find and how to deal with these individual types of people. One Working with Others, Chapter 7. Practical experience shows that nothing will so much ensure immunity from drinking as intensive work with other alcoholics. It works when other activities fail. And you have to ask yourself this question is why? Why does this work when other activities fail? How come nothing will so much ensure immunity from drinking as intensive work with other alcoholics? Because ego is at the root. Fear is at the root of that obsession for the first drink. And how we combat that fear is a very simple, we submit our will to God, and we keep our ego down with a humility of that submission. One of my favorite terms that I've come across came from a guy that I looked up to a lot, and he used the term submission to God's will. Submit your will to God's will, and you will reduce your ego. It will be a source of continued ego deflation, a source of continued humility. And this will keep that obsession from coming back on the premise that that obsession is rooted in fear, and all fear is based in self. So that's why working with others. There's a lot more to it than that, but those are some of the basic ideas. It works when other activities fail. This is our 12th suggestion. Carry this message to other alcoholics. You can help when no one else can. Remember, it says you can help when no one else can was basically because one alcoholic feels this connected to another alcoholic because we have suffered the same common peril. That if a doctor was trying to explain to you how to reduce your ego and to find what blocks you, he probably wouldn't. That was one of the problems, was that the medical profession never really cross-referenced anything with the religion, and religion never really cross-referenced anything with the medical profession. And it wasn't until Alcoholics Anonymous came along that he kind of took all three of them, put them together, and Bill Wilson made a statement that Alcoholics Anonymous really is a culmination and is born of medicine, psychiatry, and religion, and we've taken the best of all three aspects that we could use and combined them together to make our program. You can secure their confidence when others fail. Remember, they are very ill. Life will take on new meaning to watch other people recover, to see them help others, to watch loneliness vanish, to see a fellowship grow up about you, to have a host of friends. This is an experience you must not miss. We know you will not want to miss it. Frequent contact with newcomers and with each other is the bright spot of our lives. Perhaps you are not acquainted with any drinkers who want to recover. You can easily find some by asking a few doctors, ministers, priests, or hospitals. They will be only too glad to assist you. Don't start out as an evangelist or reformer, though. Unfortunately, a lot of prejudice exists. You will be handicapped if you arouse it. Ministers and doctors are competent, and you can learn much from them if you wish. But it happens that because of your own drinking experience, you can be uniquely useful to other alcoholics. So, cooperate, never criticize. To be helpful is our only aim. I don't want to take up too much, so let me think for a minute. Yeah, one of the things I'm going to be repeating over the next few weeks is a personal experience of my own. And, there was a time in my sobriety when I really didn't have many people ask me for help, didn't have many people ask me for sponsorship. Once in a blue moon, maybe once a year or something. But there was an event that took place, and one of them was I started learning more about the steps because I had to. It was either that or drink. And the other event was that I began to stop talking about myself. I was asked to speak in a meeting sometime in 96 or 97, and I spoke only of myself, and afterwards I really didn't feel any better. I had a knot in my stomach, and I came across a guy who spoke about the steps, and I said, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk about the steps. And I learned more about the steps, and I talked more about the steps. And from that point, probably the next time I was asked to speak at a meeting, I spoke only of the steps and only of God and spirituality and details. That's one of the things I started doing, was actually giving details like the most common manifestations of self block us from being selfless and self-sacrificing, giving, understanding person. And I started to get literally, at one meeting that I would speak in, 5 people would ask me for sponsorship, I'd say, God, 5 people all at once. This place must have no sponsorship at all here. This place must be really bad or something. And then I began to notice that when I talk about things, like I can literally go to some meetings and have 3 people ask me to sponsor them sometimes. So sometimes I have to watch what I say, and I just want to, I want to say something. I don't want to say something that that sounds more like, boo-hoo, poor me, or listen to my problems thing, because I know that doesn't help me. I'm supposed to be giving those problems to God and directing my attention to helping others. But it's also sometimes I got 5 or 6 people I'm working with, and I just think, no, I don't. I'm gonna keep my hands down. I might have 8 or 9 people to be working with after this meeting. But the point being is that, so he points us to priests, ministers, rabbis, hospitals, sanitariums. They would only be too happy to direct you towards some alcoholics that you can help. And I have to tell you, I've only met one guy who's ever done that, and he went off the deep end here recently, and with the religious thing, okay? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that if you want to go the religious route, but I think he went a little further than that, too. I think it went almost to the point of, maybe he's going to need some more help soon. But the point being, how to get sponsees is to take your problems to God with the process of the steps, the inventory, the spiritual solutions. I bring my problems to God, and then I come to a meeting and I try to think of others. How can I help? I always think, there's a room full of people, and I know half these people know every word I'm going to say before I even say it. They could probably finish my sentences for me, but there's one person over there who's never been here before, and I'm going to say something directed at that one new guy, hoping that, and what's going to happen, he's going to walk up to me after the meeting and say, man, of all the things that were said in the meeting that night, what you said really made a lot of sense, and I'm going to give that some thought. And it's usually something along the lines of selfishness versus selflessness, giving of yourself, and finding and the spiritual solutions, and how to get close to God is what you do with your life, not what you think. The faith without works is dead, which is the premise of the 12th step. Usually something along those lines that actually sinks into somebody, and that's where my thoughts are. Is when I know there's a room full of people that know all about recovery, I always think to myself, why would I want to go to a meeting where everybody has 20 years of sobriety? I'm looking for the meetings where there's a bunch of those new kids coming in on those vans, hoping that maybe they probably won't get sober this week, but within a few years, the repetition of the same things that we say over and over again will sink in, and who knows, maybe in 15 years from now, they're going to be at some kind of big book meeting, chairing the damn thing, and not giving any thought to where the information came from, but it's up there and it's in their head. But anyway, the moral to the story is how many sponsees you have is entirely up to how many sponsees you want, when you find the right combination and what to do and where to go. And that, to me, is the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. I used to sit around and go, oh, well, nobody asked me to sponsor them. I can't sponsor anybody if they never ask me. And then I'd raise my hand and go, I had a flat tire today, and I had an argument with the boss, and like a little kid. I used to have this counselor at my halfway house when I was at the House of Hope, and I probably beat that poor guy to death. When I heard he drank about 5 years after I left there, I go, no wonder. All he did was sit there and listen to me throw up all over him every time I walked into his office. And then it was next, and the next guy would go in there and throw up all over him. It was like he was some kind of sponge for everybody's problems or something. Instead of sitting there telling us, talking about your problems really is not the solution to them. You give them to God through the 12 steps. The 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, we give our problems to God. And in 12, we turn our attention to others to get out of those problems based on the idea that they're all about self.